Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. Off you go now. Tobirama interjected, taking a sip of water and gesturing for Denzo to leave. Of course, Tobirama-sensei. Call me if you need anything. Denzo bowed respectfully before exiting the laboratory. You know. Kakuzu began, setting his teacup down, you're always toying with that kid's ambitions. Why not just give him a real chance? Tobirama smirked. And miss out on the entertainment? Hearing the faint hint of mockery in Kakuzu's tone, Tobirama-senju didn't respond immediately. Instead, he took a sip of water, placed the cup back on the table, and spoke calmly. Kakuzu, why don't you practice it? This forbidden jutsu was a joint effort between the two of us. His fingers tapped lightly on the armrest, and his sharp gaze met Kakuzu's, flickering with a subtle light. Tobirama's unspoken meaning was clear. He had already noticed Kakuzu's reluctance, or inability, to train in certain ninjutsu. For a powerful ninja, there were only two plausible reasons for this. 1. Physical limitations, perhaps from lingering injuries after a battle. Or 2. An inherent inability to master the techniques. Judging by Tobirama's scrutinizing gaze, it was evident which theory he leaned toward. Though his weakness had been exposed, Kakuzu didn't seem bothered. After all, he'd been in Hidden Leaf Village long enough that if Tobirama, the second Hokage, hadn't seen through him by now, it would truly be an embarrassment to Tobirama's title. If you've already drawn your conclusions, there's no need for me to explain. Kakuzu said coolly, taking a sip of tea as if entirely unruffled. Let Tobirama guess all he wanted, whether he was right or wrong hardly mattered. Shifting the conversation, Kakuzu redirected them to the topic of the forbidden jutsu, the multi-shadow clone jutsu. If I'm not mistaken, the concept behind this jutsu originates from your brother's wood clone jutsu, doesn't it? Tobirama snorted, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. It seems you know quite a bit about my brother. Why bring him up all of a sudden? A cheap attempt at deflecting the conversation wouldn't escape the keen mind of Tobirama, the master tactician. Not at all. Kakuzu said, waving his hand dismissively. I was just reflecting, how can two brothers born of the same parents turn out so vastly different? For a moment, Tobirama was stunned, rendered speechless by Kakuzu's pointed jab. Even the water in his hand suddenly seemed unappealing. In truth, Kakuzu wasn't wrong. As the younger brother of the god of shinobi, Tobirama's steady demeanor masked his relentless drive to grow stronger, to measure up to the monumental shadow cast by Hashirama. But for someone of Tobirama's caliber, conventional methods of growth were no longer viable. That was precisely why he delved into the realm of forbidden jutsu, to bridge the gap in power between him and his brother. After a moment of contemplation, Tobirama finally spoke. You're not wrong. My brother's wood clones are almost indistinguishable from living beings. By splitting his chakra evenly, he essentially creates fully autonomous entities. The idea of dividing chakra for the shadow clone jutsu did, in fact, take inspiration from the wood clone. Tobirama paused before continuing. However, in terms of quality, shadow clones fall short of wood clones. But unlike the wood clone jutsu, which has limits to its quantity, shadow clones can be created in the hundreds or even thousands. So, in that sense, they have their advantages. Given their current cooperative relationship, Tobirama saw no harm in sharing these insights with Kakuzu. However, as he finished explaining, he noticed the peculiar way Kakuzu was looking at him, a smirk playing on his lips, his expression unreadable. What? Tobirama frowned, wary of whatever idea Kakuzu was entertaining. You're not seriously thinking? A sudden realization struck him, and Tobirama shot to his feet, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Are you insane? Don't tell me you're planning to experiment on my brother? The thought caught in his throat, and his pupils contracted as the sheer audacity of the idea sank in. Yet, if he was being completely honest with himself, as outrageous as it sounded, a part of Tobirama found the concept disturbingly thrilling. Chapter 47, Hashirama strikes back. Tobirama. You enjoy researching forbidden jutsu, I don't object. But everything has its limits. Hashirama scolded, his tone both stern and brotherly. For example, if you dare place a flying thunder god jutsu seal on me again. Hashirama leaned closer, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. I'll show you exactly why flowers bloom so beautifully. The memory of that threat sent a shiver down Tobirama's spine. Years of brotherly bonds made it clear, Hashirama wasn't joking. Experimenting on his elder brother might seem entertaining in theory, but the risk was astronomically high. Testing his flying thunder god jutsu on Hashirama? That was a death wish in disguise. Tobirama blinked back to the present and shuddered. He glanced at Kakuzu and waved dismissively. You go ahead. Just make sure you're tired of living first. Kakuzu, ever the opportunist, smirked knowingly. Tobirama, that's not the attitude you take when asking for favors. Tobirama frowned. What nonsense are you spouting now? If you're going to ask someone for help, especially your older brother, you need to approach them properly. Kakuzu explained, his smirk widening. Right now, you look more like a debt collector than someone seeking assistance. The blunt critique gave Tobirama pause for exactly 2 seconds before he scoffed. Nope. That was Tobirama's final word on the matter. No way he was subjecting himself to Hashirama's antics. Kakuzu wasn't particularly disappointed by the refusal, though. He knew better than anyone that science and ambition were unstoppable forces. The seeds of curiosity were already planted. By the way. Kakuzu interrupted, rolling up his sleeve to reveal the faint glow of the flying thunder god jutsu mark etched onto his arm. When do you plan on resolving this little issue? Tobirama sighed, sitting up straighter. The seal falls under the category of curse marks or sealing jutsu. I've seen countless examples of seals disappearing, taking their effects with them. That's where we'll start. Tobirama rummaged through a stack of documents until he found the schematic he was searching for. Handing it to Kakuzu, he explained, this is the blueprint for a new approach I've been considering. Kakuzu took the scroll, scanning its contents with a neutral expression. Are you sure this will work? No. Tobirama admitted, crossing his arms. But if we don't try, we'll never know. Kakuzu chuckled lightly. Fair enough. Let's give it a shot. And so began 3 grueling months of relentless research into forbidden jutsu. While progress was made, the desired effect, removing the flying thunder god jutsu seal, remained elusive. Tobirama gave Kakuzu's shoulder a reassuring pat. Don't lose hope, Kakuzu. The flying thunder god jutsu mark is intricate beyond belief. One failure doesn't mean the end. We'll just keep trying. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes at Tobirama's expression. Why do I feel like you're secretly enjoying this? Tobirama's deadpan face didn't betray a hint of amusement, but Kakuzu's suspicion lingered. Meanwhile, back in Hidden Leaf Village, word spread like wildfire. Have you heard? The Hokage will be returning in a few days. Tobirama nodded at the news. The lookout tower received word from my brother. He'll be back in the village soon. Tobirama gazed toward the horizon, his expression thoughtful. I wonder how successful their mission was this time. A piercing eagle's cry echoed through the sky as sunlight bathed the Fire Nation's winding roads. 2 men walked side by side, their hearty laughter reverberating through the mountain pass. Both exuded the presence of legends. Madara, it's been so long since I've felt this exhilarated. Hashirama exclaimed, a broad smile lighting up his face. Humphrey. Same here, Hashirama. It's been years since I've had such a satisfying battle. Madara replied, his rare grin matching his companion's. The sight was reminiscent of their first meeting along the riverbank so many years ago. Madara, your scrolls contain some of the strongest tailed beasts. Make sure they don't escape. Hashirama, you worry too much. If they run, we'll just catch them again. The 2 men exchanged a look and burst out laughing. Their camaraderie was palpable, even amidst the weight of their responsibilities. Despite their light-hearted banter, capturing the tailed beasts was no easy feat. One wrong move, and they risked accidentally killing them. And if that happened, they'd have to wait decades for the tailed beasts to reform from pure chakra. Madara. Hashirama mused, his tone contemplative, don't you find it strange? When tailed beasts die, their chakra disperses into the world, only to recondense years later. It's as if they're an inseparable part of this world. He continued, a piece of its natural order. The bustling gates of Hidden Leaf Village were alive with anticipation. Amid the sea of villagers, clans, and shinobi, cheers erupted the moment 2 figures stepped through the entrance, Sanju Hashirama and Madara Uchiha. Their triumphant return brought an energy that electrified the air. After all, they had accomplished the impossible, capturing all 9 tailed beasts. Brother, you've worked hard. Hand it over to me. Senju Tobirama said, approaching with the anbu at his side. Hashirama, his usual air of carelessness on display, patted the large scroll strapped to his back before handing it over. The weight of the scroll symbolized not just the beasts they had captured but also the potential peace, or destruction, it could bring. Madara, ever watchful, handed his scroll to Tobirama as well, though something about the moment felt wrong. His keen Sharingan flickered as he scanned the gathered crowd. A question began to gnaw at him. Why are there no Uchiha here? Hashirama, still rubbing his chin as if lost in thought, spoke up, Madara, the balance between the tailed beasts and nature. It's fascinating, isn't it? Their existence, their connection to the world. It's almost as if they embody something eternal. Madara paused mid-step, his expression freezing for the briefest of moments. He looked at his longtime friend, noting the glint of cleverness hidden beneath Hashirama's outwardly simple demeanor. This wasn't the first time Hashirama had surprised him, but something about the man's musing struck a chord today. The balance of yin and yang could indeed lead to something greater, like the very essence of all things. Madara said, his voice low and contemplative. He wasn't ready to share his full thoughts, though. What he was piecing together in his mind was far too profound to voice. The connection between the Sharingan, Hashirama's wood style, and the tailed beasts seemed almost predestined. Turning his gaze to the horizon, Madara couldn't help but feel as though an unseen force was orchestrating these events, pulling the strings of fate. Madara, what's wrong? Hashirama asked, tilting his head. Nothing. Madara replied, a small smile playing on his lips. I just think your perspective on the tailed beasts is intriguing. Their conversation ended as they stepped into Hidden Leaf Village, where the gathered clans, Hyuga, Okimaki, Nara, Yamanaka, and others, erupted into applause. Even the stoic Senju Tobirama allowed a rare smirk to appear as he accepted the scrolls. The moment was a celebration of achievement, a shared triumph for the village. But for Madara, something darker brewed beneath the surface. His unease about the absence of his clan and the swirling questions about destiny lingered in his mind like a storm cloud refusing to dissipate. Chapter 48, The Foolish Atudo. The sun's first light gently spread across the land, casting its warmth upon Hidden Leaf Village. Its rays struck the towering Hokage rock first, highlighting the polished head of the first Hokage with a radiant glow. In the Hokage's office, Senju Hashirama stifled a yawn that made it clear he hadn't slept nearly enough. Hokage-sama, here are the essential documents from the past few months. Senju Momoka announced, arms full with a pile of papers nearly half her height. Hashirama's gaze grew distant, tinged with despair. Just back from a mission, and already buried in work. But what choice did he have? He was the Hokage. Alright, let's take it one at a time. He sighed. Momoka handed him the first document, and he got to work. Hidden Leaf Village's commercial district construction project. Approved. New student list for the next Ninja Academy class. No issues there. Deep in his heart, Hashirama wished for more children to grow up away from the shadows of war. Approved. Budget for the Anbu's second quarter operations. Hashirama bit his pen thoughtfully. The existence of the Anbu was still something he felt conflicted about. Did he really need a personal protection unit? Wasn't this? But in the end, he conceded, it was for Hidden Leaf Village's good. Approved. As Hashirama pushed through his tasks, a knock came at the door. Come in. He called. The door opened to reveal none other than his younger brother, Senju Tobirama, wearing his usual stoic expression. Brother, stop right there, Tobirama. Hashirama interrupted sternly, catching his brother completely off guard. What? What did I do? What did you do? You've got the nerve to ask? Look at what you've been up to while I was away. Hashirama slapped a scroll onto the desk and gestured for Tobirama to take a look. Tobirama's eyes narrowed as he unrolled the scroll. His heart sank when he saw its contents. Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal Status, Near Completion Effect, allows a user to set forbidden words for the target. Should the target utter the forbidden word, the seal activates, releasing chakra to kill them instantly. Notes, most effective when engraved on the tongue. Ideal for ensuring secrecy. 4-symbol seal status, Near Completion Effect, triggers upon the user's death, releasing their blood in a burst to form a spherical seal that engulfs nearby materials, dragging them into the afterlife. Notes, risky due to the sacrifice required. May only trap insignificant targets if executed poorly. Use with extreme caution. Tobirama closed the scroll, his expression unreadable. He knew he was caught, and there was no point denying it. He braced himself for what was coming next. Tobirama. How many times have I told you? Here it came, the lecture. This is a new era, an era that must be led by peace. As leaders, we must set an example. Hashirama paced the room, gesturing dramatically. And yet here you are, developing forbidden jutsu left and right. Controlling others? Sacrificing your life? What part of this screams peace to you? Standing to the side, Momoka struggled to suppress her laughter. Meanwhile, Tobirama gazed at the ceiling, his face betraying no emotion. He had long grown accustomed to these tirades. Besides, arguing with his brother would only plunge Hashirama into one of his melancholy episodes. The best approach was to let him rant until he wore himself out. 20 minutes later, Hashirama finally stopped, gulped some water, and made his final declaration. Hand over all your forbidden jutsu. I'll seal them away for safekeeping. Tobirama raised an eyebrow. He didn't argue. These techniques were his creations, and if they were sealed for now, he could always retrieve them later if the need arose. Or, better yet, they could be used as rewards to motivate subordinates. Also, Hashirama added, that multi-shadow clone jutsu of yours, put that in a scroll too. It's far too chakra intensive. Someone might overdo it and end up dead. Understood. Tobirama sighed. He reached for the scroll and began inscribing the jutsu, starting with the shadow clone technique. 20 minutes later, he handed the sealed scroll to Hashirama, who promptly stored it securely. Tobirama turned to leave but stopped when Hashirama called out again. Wait. What is it now? Tobirama asked, turning back. You came here for something, didn't you? What was it? At that, Tobirama froze. He had indeed come for a reason, but after being scolded so thoroughly, the matter felt trivial. Judging by Hashirama's attitude toward forbidden jutsu, Tobirama doubted his proposal would gain approval. Never mind. He muttered before walking out. Still, not asking was like an itch he couldn't scratch. After all, the path to truth lay just ahead, compelling Tobirama Senju to explore it. It's not a big deal. Tobirama said as he pulled out a test tube and an unopened needle from his pouch. I just want to borrow a vial of your blood for some research. Nani? Hashirama Senju's eyes widened to the size of dinner plates. You want to study me? If Hashirama remembered correctly, he had warned Tobirama about this a long time ago. But now, Hashirama raised his right hand, forming the seal of opposition. The jutsu hadn't activated yet, but the Hokage building seemed to tremble slightly, as if sensing the impending storm. The air grew tense, heavy with an unspoken threat. Fine, fine. Forget it, brother, I was just joking. If you don't want to, it's no big deal. Tobirama backpedaled in panic, his heart pounding in his chest. Internally, he cursed Kakuzu 1,000 times over. It was all that man's fault for planting this insatiable curiosity in his mind. Otherwise, how could it have led to today's disaster? Nearby, Senju Momoka chimed in, trying to defuse the situation. Clan leader, let it go. Tobirama didn't mean any harm. Don't hold it against him. Momoka was just as nervous as Tobirama. She knew Hashirama's seal was more about respecting their ninja training than actual intent to harm. But if Hashirama casually unleashed a jutsu, Tobirama would undoubtedly be on the receiving end of his brother's loving education. 10 minutes later, one tube after another filled with blood from Hashirama's arm. Removing the test tube from his arm, Hashirama casually tossed the full vial to Tobirama, then picked up another test tube, connected a fresh needle, and continued drawing his own blood. Brother, what are you doing? Tobirama stammered, staring at the 6 or 7 vials of blood already in his hands. This was all his brother's precious life essence. Why was Hashirama acting like blood was free to give away today? Tobirama, I understand your love of researching forbidden jutsu. Hashirama began with a sigh. Honestly, I feel bad about always banning the ones you study. So, to keep you from experimenting on others, just take my blood and do your research. Tobirama was utterly floored. He had never imagined he'd get permission like this. That's enough, brother. Tobirama finally said, his voice tinged with desperation. Enough? Hashirama glanced up, disbelief written all over his face. Take more. This way, you can research for a longer time. It's painful to draw blood, sure, but... He smiled warmly, almost mockingly. What kind of big brother would I be if I didn't indulge my foolish little etudo? Chapter 49, A Blunder Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. Bang. 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 With the sound of multiple explosions, several shadow clones appeared in the courtyard. Kazuki, slightly panting, broke into a satisfied smile. Kakuzu-sensei, I did it. Not bad. Kakuzu said, his eyes momentarily showing approval before turning stern. But you're still far from success. Understand? Kazuki immediately caught on, dispersing all the clones with a quick hand seal. The chakra he recovered eased the fatigue on his young face. At barely 10 years old, Kazuki, a child born with all the privileges of a noble heir, understood the importance of pacing himself. Do you remember what I taught you about the ninja's fundamentals in battle? Yes, Kakuzu-sensei. You said that the most important thing in a ninja fight is concealment. Right. Undetectable ninjutsu and secret techniques are a ninja's ultimate tools for turning the tide. The jutsu you've been teaching me will be my ace in the hole. Though young, Kosuke was quick to grasp concepts and adapt. His ability to extrapolate from the basics set him leagues apart from his peers. Kakuzu gave a curt nod. Good. Now go play. I'll teach you more when I have time. Thank you, Kakuzu-sensei. As Kozak's figure disappeared into the distance, Kakuzu let out a small, satisfied smile. Stretching his towering frame, the cracking sounds of his joints echoed in the air. The black threads within his body wriggled, settling into the most comfortable arrangement. Though the Earth Grudge Fear technique granted Kakuzu eternal life, it came at the cost of a human body's natural attributes. This limitation meant that he couldn't personally practice many ninjutsu or secret arts. However, that didn't hinder his understanding of them. Glancing at his broad palm, Kakuzu mused silently. If I could restore just a sliver of my physical vitality, I could master all those techniques I studied alongside Tobirama Senju. The question is, when will I get the chance to experiment with Hashirama-sama cells? Kakuzu knew better than to push his luck. As long as Hashirama remained alive and well, asking outright was out of the question. But that didn't bother him, time was the least of his concerns. He could wait. The next day Kakuzu's brief vacation ended as he slung a leather bag over his shoulder and returned to work. Unlike his previous hectic days in the lab, his current routine was simple. Entering the lab, he set his bag aside, brewed a strong cup of tea, and pulled out the complete medical compendium from the shelf. Settling into his seat, he lit a cigarette he'd bought from a roadside vendor. The first puff hit his lungs like a punch, but the sharp sting felt oddly refreshing. After about 2 hours of this so-called work, a voice came from outside the door. "Excuse me, is Kakuzu-sama here?" "Come in." The door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man. He wasn't dressed in a Hidden Leaf Village flak jacket and clearly wasn't a ninja, but the faint chakra emanating from him, coupled with his Hidden Leaf Village forehead protector, hinted at his administrative role. "Ah, Hirata. It's been a month, hasn't it?" "It sure has. With my relationship with Kakuzu-sama, I should be checking in monthly, shouldn't I?" Hirata didn't stand on ceremony, sliding into the chair across from Kakuzu. From his bag, he pulled out a thick envelope and handed it over. "Kakuzu-sama, here's your pay." Setting aside his book, Kakuzu took the envelope and began counting the thick stack of bills inside. Hirata watched nervously as Kakuzu meticulously flipped through the cash, one bill at a time. By the time Kakuzu finished the first count, his sharp gaze made Hirata's throat tighten. Kakuzu started a second count, this time flipping the bills in reverse order. Though the process was slow and elaborate, Hirata didn't dare voice a complaint. He simply prayed silently that the amount was correct this time. The last time there had been a discrepancy, Kakuzu had nearly torn the entire finance department apart, and even Tobirama Senju couldn't calm him down. Finally, with a soft swish, the last bill slid back into place. Not a yen short or over. 65,000 exactly, Hirata. Your math is flawless today. A relieved sigh escaped Hirata as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Wonderful. I still have to deliver the rest of the wages, so I'll take my leave. Go ahead. Hirata didn't waste another second, hastily gathering his belongings and scurrying out of the lab. Kakuzu, on the other hand, tucked away his earnings with a pleased grin. As for the glass industry, it had nearly reached saturation after a few years of rapid development. Yet, it still brought Kakuzu, a hands-off boss, tens of millions in pure profit every month. He couldn't help but think of the mountain of cash stored in his home's basement. Clasping his hands together, fingers interlaced, he muttered to himself, "It's about time to go count my fortune again." Ring, ring, ring. Kakuzu reached out and turned off the alarm clock. Over the years, he had maintained a habit: the sound of an alarm is a command. Time had flown by, and before he knew it, it was already lunchtime. A punctual man, Kakuzu left right on time, neither a minute early nor late. But before heading out, he grabbed a document. It was this month's work report. Walking through the bustling streets, the lively crowds highlighted the prosperity of the area. He stepped into a kairaku ramen. "Boss, chashu ramen," Kakuzu ordered, spreading his palm out skillfully. The owner instantly understood. "Right away, Kakuzu-san. 5 bowls of ramen coming up." In no time, 5 steaming bowls of ramen were placed in front of him. Kakuzu devoured them swiftly, like a storm consuming the sky. Once finished, he headed to a tea house in Hidden Leaf Village for an hour of rest. Finally, as the clock's second hand hit 2 p.m., Kakuzu opened his eyes. A few quick leaps later, he vanished from the tea house, reappearing at the doors of the Hokage's office. After knocking and receiving permission, Kakuzu stepped inside. There he was, the man known as the god of shinobi. Yet, judging by his current state, Hashirama Senju seemed a bit overwhelmed. The piles of documents in the office were significantly larger than usual. "Hokage-sama." "Ah, Kakuzu? Come in, have a seat." Hashirama greeted warmly. Kakuzu sat across from him and handed over the document. "Hokage-sama, here's my monthly report." "Haha, just leave it there." Hashirama said, casually pointing to a random spot on the desk. Raising an eyebrow, Kakuzu thought, well, if he doesn't care, neither do I. After all, the report didn't contain anything particularly meaningful. Hashirama gave Kakuzu a sheepish grin. It wasn't like he ever read these reports anyway. The two exchanged a glance and chuckled knowingly. Hokage-sama, what's got you so busy? Ah, take a look for yourself. Hashirama sighed, sliding a stack of letters toward Kakuzu. Messages from the other nations. They're requesting a 5-Kage summit. What a hassle. Without hesitation, Hashirama let Kakuzu read the contents. One letter began, to the esteemed Hokage, I am the Raikage. I've heard that your village has successfully captured all the tailed beasts. Hidden Cloud's village is deeply grateful, but... Another read, respected Hokage, on behalf of Hidden Stone's village, I invite you to a hunt along the border. As Kakuzu skimmed through the correspondence, his fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk. He quickly grasped the essence of their intentions. In the end, it was all about the tailed beasts. Seeing that Hidden Leaf Village had collected them all, the other great nations wanted a share of the pie. Hence the request for this so-called 5-Kage summit. This involved a decision by Hashirama that would have profound effects on the future, the distribution of tailed beasts to other villages. In hindsight, this decision was often criticized as a blunder. Many in Kakuzu's previous life had mocked it as a foolish move. For a long time, even Kakuzu himself had shared that view. But now, having lived in this world and experienced it firsthand, his perspective had shifted. Even so, Kakuzu had to ask Hashirama one thing before proceeding further. Hokage-sama, if your decision still fails to bring peace to the shinobi world, what then? Chapter 50, the first 5-Kage summit. The cool breeze whispered, and the gentle murmur of flowing water resonated through the land. The Naka River, winding through much of the Land of Fire, meandered quietly through Hidden Leaf Village. Its waters had nurtured countless lives on this land, witnessing its rise and fall over centuries. Today, however, the usually tranquil atmosphere seemed to hum with an undercurrent of excitement. Still, the river itself remained serene, unperturbed, as trees along its banks swayed gently in the breeze. There was calmness, but also a subtle hint of discontent woven into the air. At the Naka Shrine, a secluded chamber was illuminated by rows of flickering torches, casting dancing shadows that mimicked a pair of performers in motion. The faint warmth they provided softened the otherwise somber atmosphere of the room. Beneath the dim light stood a towering black monument, its origin shrouded in mystery, known only to have been left by Uchiha ancestors. Before the gravestone, Madara Uchiha silently polished his iconic gunbai. Each stroke of the cloth against the fan produced a distinct, metallic sound that reverberated through the chamber. Madara's gaze remained fixed on his weapon, a steadfast companion since the Warring States period, one that had been by his side in countless battles, carving his legend into history. Yet now, as he examined it, he noticed faint traces of rust marring its surface, something he had never encountered before. As Madara attended to his fan, 3 Uchiha clan members stood behind him, led by Akira Uchiha, who had come to discuss urgent matters. Clan leader, have you heard? The entire village is buzzing with rumors. They say the Kage of the other 4 great villages will soon gather in Hidden Leaf Village for the first ever 5-Kage summit. They claim it's a diplomatic meeting, but we know the truth. They're after the tailed beasts, our tailed beasts, which you personally captured. Clan leader, we can't just hand them over without compensation. Madara continued his methodical movements, flipping the gunbai to polish the opposite side, seemingly unmoved by their passionate words. Finally, he spoke, his voice calm yet commanding. So, you've heard the news. Tell me, what do you propose we do? Hearing their leader's response, Akira and the others seemed reinvigorated. They stepped forward, fists clenched, eager to share their plan. Clan leader, the other villages have spread baseless fears about Hidden Leaf Village to create a false narrative of threat. We can't let this stand. If they want the tailed beasts, then let them pay a steep price, resources, land, wealth, even forbidden jutsu. Exactly. Clan leader, we must assert our place in Hidden Leaf Village. This is an opportunity to show the entire village that the Uchiha are indispensable. Their fervor was palpable, yet it was abruptly silenced when Madara let the gunbai fall heavily to the ground with a resounding clang. The sharp sound cut through the room, and the younger clan members froze, their eyes shifting to their leader. Madara slowly rose, slinging the gunbai onto his back. As he turned, his Sharingan activated, transforming into the fearsome Mengekyo Sharingan. His presence shifted, gone was the composed figure polishing a relic, replaced by the battle-hardened warrior of the Warring States period, radiating an aura of cold decisiveness. He walked past the stunned group, his voice echoing as he spoke words they could not fully grasp. Those who are content with fleeting peace will never achieve true harmony. A faint, Enigmatic smile played at his lips as he left the shrine, disappearing into the night. Behind him, the clan members stood bewildered, unable to decipher his parting words. Meanwhile, in the heart of Hidden Leaf Village, the village bustled with unprecedented activity. The fertile lands, lush greenery, and vibrant community made it a beacon of prosperity, flourishing even in the brief years since the end of the Warring States period. Politically, economically, and militarily, Hidden Leaf Village had ascended to the pinnacle of the shinobi world. None of the other great nations could compare. The streets were livelier than ever, filled with villagers mingling with outsiders dressed in peculiar attire. This influx of foreign visitors was not merely a result of Hidden Leaf Village's open policies but a consequence of the upcoming 5 Kage Summit. Leaders from the 5 great nations were converging to discuss matters that would shape the future. The historic nature of the event drew countless onlookers, eager to witness history or at least catch a glimpse of the powerful figures attending. However, the increased activity also posed challenges for Hidden Leaf Village's security forces. Though unlikely, the idea of anyone daring to disrupt the village during its prime was almost laughable. Hidden Leaf Village was fortified by some of the strongest clans, the Senju, Sarutobi, Shimura, Inoshikacho, Hyuga, and many others. Any would-be troublemaker would find themselves subdued in moments. More importantly, any act of sabotage during this critical juncture would be tantamount to shaming their own village, undermining their position in the negotiations. Those from other villages visiting Hidden Leaf Village knew better than to cause major disturbances. Anyone with half a brain could figure that out. But minor mischief? That was fair game. And it was precisely those smaller acts of trouble that tested Hidden Leaf Village's defense capabilities. At the gates of Hidden Leaf Village, the ever-stoic Senju Dobirama stood vigil, his expression as unchanging as a carved mask. Beside him were several representatives from Hidden Leaf Village's various ninja clans, stationed there as the faces of the village. Their presence served dual purposes, to extend a warm welcome to visitors and to handle special arrivals. However, with Dobirama's stern, debt-collector face greeting newcomers, one might question whether he was there to welcome guests, or scare them off. "Hey!" Dobirama's gruff voice broke the silence as he turned toward Kakuzu, who was lounging on the ground, absorbed in a book. "Don't you think me standing here at the gate is a bit much?" Kakuzu shut his book with a quiet snap, stretched lazily, and shot a sidelong glance at Dobirama. "You're a Senju, an assistant to the Hokage, and the face of Hidden Leaf Village. If not you, then who? If anything." Kakuzu continued with a smirk, "I'm the one who doesn't belong here. I was perfectly content in my lab, and you dragged me out here for this. What's the meaning of this, Dobirama?" Dobirama shoved his hands into his pockets and gave Kakuzu an unimpressed look. "Quit pretending. You know the village's defenses are stretched thin right now. If something serious happens, I couldn't care less about the other villages losing face, but Hidden Leaf Village? That's non-negotiable. We need top-tier shinobi on guard. Otherwise, I wouldn't have called you out here." Kakuzu nodded thoughtfully, his expression suddenly serious. "That's a decent attempt at flattery. Fine, I'll give you that. Humphrey." Dobirama let out a small, prideful scoff. "Good. I'll be stepping away for a bit. While I'm gone, you're in charge of keeping an eye out. Don't let any suspicious individuals slip through." No sooner had Dobirama finished speaking than Kakuzu promptly sat back down, book in hand. "What the hell is this?" Dobirama's brow twitched, but he forced himself to hold back his irritation. "We agreed on this already. I'm paying you 1.5 times your usual rate to help out. Isn't that enough?" Kakuzu's eyebrow arched, and his gaze sharpened. "Oh, so you do understand. I'm here to help with the work, not to take responsibility for it. You're telling me to watch over the gate, but if something goes wrong, won't the blame fall squarely on me?" Dobirama's patience was wearing thin. "What do you want, then?" Standing up and tucking his book away, Kakuzu raised 3 fingers. "If you want me to take responsibility, it's going to cost you triple the pay." Chapter 51, The Kage from Other Villages. Dobirama Senju vanished in a flash of flying thunder god, leaving Kakuzu standing at the post with nothing but a faint breeze in his wake. Kakuzu, ever the reliable man of business, sighed. "The deal's already sealed. Guess I'll keep an eye on his stall." Stretching lazily, he stood up, his sharp eyes scanning the steady flow of villagers coming and going. With Hashirama Senju holding down the fort, it wasn't like Hidden Leaf Village would face any real trouble. This was more a formality than an actual task. Still, Kakuzu resigned himself to standing guard. Amid his boredom, a voice rang out. "Kakuzu-sama. It's an honor to meet you. I'm Hyuga Ruten of the Hyuga clan." Kakuzu turned to look. A man with flawless Byakugan eyes stood there, bowing in a perfect 90-degree angle. His broad robes swayed slightly as he rose, revealing a square-jawed face. "Ah, the Hyuga heir. Pleasure to meet you." Kakuzu said, extending his hand in greeting. Rutan, ever polite, quickly stepped forward, bowing again as he extended both hands to clasp Kakuzu's. Please, there's no need for such formality. Just call me Rutan. Sure. Kakuzu replied, his tone tinged with awkwardness. The younger man's unyielding courtesy was unsettling. A polite demeanor was one thing, but this level of deference bordered on oppressive. From an age perspective, Kakuzu had maybe 10 years on Rutan, not an insurmountable gap for friendship or even camaraderie. Yet Rutan's unwavering respectful junior act made Kakuzu feel off. Was it because he seemed so much older, or because Rutan made himself seem so small? If anything, Rutan embodied the stereotypical Hyuga, less arrogant than the Uchiha, but equally hard to get close to. No doubt his stiff, hierarchical upbringing played a part, with its rigid divisions between main and branch families. Kakuzu glanced at Rutan, who was still standing upright, awaiting his next words. This dynamic was exhausting. For the sake of diplomacy, Kakuzu forced a smile. Have you eaten yet? No. How about sleep? Kakuzu caught himself mid-sentence and quickly corrected. I mean, want to grab a bite later? Rutan stepped forward, bowing slightly. I'm at your service. Whatever you decide. Kakuzu felt a bead of sweat forming. Why did it feel like Rutan was dictating the flow of this conversation despite being so deferential? He sighed inwardly. Yep, this conversation was dead in the water. Before things could get more awkward, a flicker of movement caught Kakuzu's attention. Report. A sensory ninja materialized before them. Kakuzu-sama, the Sushi Kage is less than 10 kilometers away. Kakuzu and Rutan straightened immediately, dropping their casual chatter. The first Sushi Kage. Kakuzu murmured, his interest piqued. Curiosity was only natural when it came to someone like Ishikawa, the man who had built Hidden Stone's village during the chaotic Warring States period. Soon enough, the Sushi Kage arrived. Short in stature but commanding in presence, he made his entrance by floating down gracefully from the sky, a rare and awe-inspiring feat in the shinobi world. I am Ishikawa. He announced. I've come to attend the 5 Kage summit. The Sushi Kage wasted no time introducing himself, his tone devoid of arrogance despite his status. Welcome, Sushi Kage-sama. Kakuzu greeted him with a courteous smile. Your journey must have been tiring. We've prepared accommodations for you in our finest inn, complete with hot springs, exquisite cuisine, and luxurious beds. For an additional fee, there are special services. Please, this way. Nani? Ishikawa's brow twitched, clearly puzzled by the last part of Kakuzu's statement. Kakuzu simply smiled and gestured discreetly behind his back. The nearby Nara clan member, Shikame, quickly stepped forward. Sushi Kage-sama, it's an honor to host you. Please allow me to guide you to your quarters. Members of the Akimaki clan moved forward as well, taking the Sushi Kage's luggage. Without further ado, Ishikawa was escorted to the inn, his retinue following closely behind. Among them were 2 notable figures. First was Mew, the Sushi Kage's apprentice, a man wrapped head to toe in bandages. Second was a short ninja with a large nose and a mischievous grin plastered across his face. His sly look said it all, he was already scheming something. As their eyes met, Kakuzu smirked knowingly. The little ninja's lips formed a silent sentence, name your price. Kakuzu chuckled to himself. So, even Onoki of the both scales wanted to explore hidden leaf villages. More colorful offerings. But given his young age, Kakuzu figured the kid could handle it. If the money was good, Kakuzu didn't see why not. After all, it wouldn't be his waist on the line. By the following afternoon, Hidden Leaf Village welcomed a delegation from the Land of Water. Among them was none other than the founder of Hidden Mist Village, one of the 5 Kage who had brought an end to the Warring States period, the Mizukage, Byakuren. The Mizukage's age showed, he appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, with a deep, jagged scar running across the corner of his left eye. Kakuzu made no attempt to extend an invitation for leisure activities to him, he could tell that Byakuren wasn't someone who enjoyed such jokes. The man likely had a fiery temper, and Kakuzu could imagine a scenario where, if he dared make such a suggestion, the Mizukage would glare at him, drag him off to indulge in whatever service he mentioned, and then demand Kakuzu foot the bill. Definitely not worth it. Kakuzu thought Byakuren's temper must be the most intimidating among the 5 Kage, until 3 days later. A grand entourage of over 60 men appeared at Hidden Leaf Village's gates. The spectacle immediately put Hidden Leaf Village's guards on high alert. The group was clad in rudimentary battle armor, their muscular arms exposed for all to see. Each man stood still, staring unblinkingly at Hidden Leaf Village's gates with eyes like boulders. To an outsider, it might have looked as though they were preparing for an attack. From the crowd emerged a tall, dark-skinned man in his prime. His powerful presence alone commanded attention. When he stepped forward, his voice boomed like thunder. I am the first Raikage, here by invitation to attend the 5 Kage Summit. And yet your Hidden Leaf Village has seen fit to leave us standing outside your gates. Is this how you treat your guests? The sheer force of his voice was deafening, and it was clear this was intended as an intimidation tactic. The display left Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi grinding their teeth or glaring in frustration. None of them appreciated the Raikage's tone, but they dared not act rashly. Kakuzu, however, remained composed. He stepped forward, his calm demeanor drawing quiet admiration from the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi. Some thought Kakuzu's composure spoke to his magnanimity, his ability to tolerate such provocation. Others believed it was his vast patience, refusing to stoop to the Raikage's level. But little did they know, Kakuzu's calm had a simpler explanation. Why would I care? I'm not even a Hidden Leaf Village shinobi, I'm just here to guard the gate for a paycheck. What's there to get mad about? Clearing his throat, Kakuzu reminded himself to stay discreet in this situation. He stepped forward, facing the towering Raikage. Even with the Raikage's impressive height, Kakuzu's presence seemed to dwarf him, his aura pressing down like a heavy storm cloud. In a low, gruff voice, Kakuzu broke the tense silence. Enter. Don't cause trouble. With that, he turned to leave, but paused mid-step to glance back at the Raikage. And if you do, you'll face the consequences. Chapter 52, The Undercurrents of Each Village. The first Raikage's eyes widened at the blatant threat, his expression twitching uncontrollably as he stared at Kakuzu's retreating figure. Who does this guy think he is? Daring to yell at me, the Raikage, like that? Unforgivable. Despite the storm brewing in his heart, Raikage held back. It wasn't like Kakuzu cared. He was simply here to flaunt his arrogance and leave. And he succeeded. If the Raikage had really decided to start a fight, it still wouldn't have been Kakuzu's problem. The commotion would have inevitably drawn Hashirama-senshu, who'd step in to educate him. Fortunately, the Raikage had enough sense to swallow his anger. Damn it, Hidden Leaf Village. I'll make you pay at the negotiating table. He waved his hand in frustration, signaling his Hidden Clouds Village shinobi to stand down. Though the humiliation Kakuzu had inflicted still simmered in his heart, Raikage planned to settle the score during the negotiations. Once the entourage from Hidden Clouds Village entered the village, all 5 Kage were now assembled. But of course, they didn't sit down at the negotiating table immediately. Meetings like these required preparation, a drawn-out process. The sun bathed the earth in brilliant light, invigorating the land but also driving many indoors to escape the oppressive heat. What should have been a lively street had grown noticeably quieter. Leaning casually against an ancient tree, Kakuzu's calm gaze swept over the peaceful scenery. He knew better than to be deceived by this facade. A seemingly earnest and amiable Sushi Kage, who was in truth a schemer of the highest order. A perpetually alert Kazi Kage, whose paranoia allowed no lapse in vigilance. A fierce and intimidating Mizu Kage, with a stare sharp enough to kill. And finally, the hot-tempered Raikage, all muscles and explosive energy. Gather these 4 in one place, and chaos was inevitable. Kakuzu chuckled inwardly. It was bound to be a good show. Suddenly, swish. Obirama-senshu appeared beside him in an instant. Again? Kakuzu remained unfazed, still leaning against the tree. Do you believe I won't take you out? Obirama had turned into some kind of mobile target practice, appearing and vanishing as he pleased. It was frankly disrespectful. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before something awkward happened. Obirama merely glanced at him, offering no explanation. If it weren't for the urgency of the situation, he wouldn't resort to such methods. The situation is still under control, he stated flatly. Kakuzu raised an eyebrow. Obirama's words were laden with implications. With his acute perception and prolonged observation, he already had a good grasp of the 4 Kage's temperaments. Still under control meant that, for now, the 4 Kage posed no immediate threat to Hidden Leaf Village. Each of them was formidable, but one-on-one against Obirama? With his flying thunder god jutsu and numerous secret techniques, even they would have a tough time. Hidden Leaf Village had little to worry about. I'm leaving, Kakuzu announced, stretching his neck as if signaling that his task was done. You can't leave yet. Kakuzu turned to Obirama, narrowing his eyes. What do you mean by that? The village won't be quiet in the coming days. I need you to keep an eye on certain people, Obirama said, pausing briefly before continuing. Raikage, Kazi Kage, Mizu Kage, they already have people shadowing them. The Sushi Kage is your responsibility. Ha! Kakuzu scoffed. Obirama really did treat him like a hired hand. Just as Kakuzu opened his mouth to refuse, Obirama cut him off, his tone turning sharp. Triple the pay. The moment the words left his lips, Obirama activated Flying Thunder God Jutsu, disappearing in a flash. Damn it! Kakuzu cursed at the empty spot where Dobirama had stood moments ago. You better pay up. The next few days passed quickly. While Hidden Leaf Village prepared for the talks, the other 4 villages were equally busy. Shinobi bustled around the inns housing the delegations, their movements betraying the underlying tension. Negotiations were no less than a battlefield. The final agreements could shape the fate of every village, so it was no surprise that some began probing for information within Hidden Leaf Village. How many tailed beasts were being distributed? What were their prices? What stance was the Hokage taking in these talks? Spying on Hidden Leaf Village, however, was no easy task. In the past, this would have been the perfect opportunity to plant agents. But with the Yamanaka clan's techniques sweeping through the ranks, inserting spies into Hidden Leaf Village had become nearly impossible. Those subjected to Yamanaka interrogation not only divulged current intelligence but also surrendered details of past operations. The old method of raising sleeper agents from childhood was no longer feasible. Turning existing personnel in Hidden Leaf Village had become the only viable option, though with limited success. The scraps of information gathered about the negotiations weren't much. At the very least, they couldn't let the talks gain even a slight upper hand. Tomorrow, at daybreak, the 5 Kage summit would begin. Tonight was destined to be a restless one for the other 4 villages. Many would undoubtedly stay awake through the night. The first Sushi Kage knelt by the window, gazing at the sly crescent moon. A subtle, inscrutable glimmer flickered in his eyes. Mew, Anoki. At his call, 2 figures knelt behind him in unison, heads bowed low as they awaited the Sushi Kage's orders. Go. For the sake of the village. No matter what, make the trip today. Do your best to negotiate, understood? Hearing the Sushi Kage's instructions, Mew, his face obscured by bandages, gave no visible reaction. Beside him, Anoki's usual carefree demeanor was replaced with solemnity and seriousness. Understood. Sushi Kage, leave it to us. Both nodded sharply before vanishing in a flicker of movement. The night was deep and silent. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting the hem of Kakuzu's coat. He slowly set down the book in his hands, his eyes drifting toward the distant horizon. People were always rushing about, chasing uncertain futures and unchangeable fates. Yet, little did they know, some matters were beyond the realm of human effort. Still, there were always those determined to try, no matter the odds. In Hidden Leaf Village's bustling commercial district, the clock on a wall struck midnight. It was already late, yet the food stalls remained lively and packed with customers. Amid the hustle and bustle, the stall owner busily served patrons, his hands full but his face beaming with joy. Kakuzu's towering figure approached at an unhurried pace. Good evening, sir. What would you like to eat? The owner greeted politely. Kakuzu cast the man a calm glance before shifting his gaze toward a certain table. No need. Someone has already ordered for me. Following Kakuzu's gaze, the owner looked over to see 2 individuals seated at a table, Anoki and Mew, who were out late for a bite to eat. As Shinobi, the 2 had naturally noticed Kakuzu's presence. Meeting his gaze, their eyes conveyed an unspoken understanding. Both were elite jonin of Hidden Stone's village and had long been aware of Kakuzu tailing them. Now that he had followed them here, it was impossible to ignore him. A fellow shinobi from Hidden Leaf Village, since you're here, you're our guest. Come, have a seat. Mew said politely, motioning Kakuzu to join them. Ha ha ha. Anoki stood up, laughing heartily. Isn't this the same guy who greeted us the other day? Perfect timing, come, let's eat together. Their enthusiastic invitation left Kakuzu with no reason to refuse. He sat at their table, his eyes briefly sweeping over the untouched dishes laid out before them. A faint smirk tugged at his lips. Kakuzu-san, you've been guarding us tirelessly these past few days. I must toast to your efforts. Mew said, lifting a cup of sake. He even cut a small slit in his bandages to drink it down in one gulp. It's nothing. Just a small task. Kakuzu replied with a calm smile, returning the toast. Beside him, Anoki grinned and poured Kakuzu another drink. Hey, Kakuzu-sama, you're being too stingy. I told you I'd pay extra. When are you going to show me around Hidden Leaf Village and let me experience the local culture? Anoki's sly grin earned a slight narrowing of Kakuzu's eyes. He downed his sake without a word. This kid, Anoki, he might be older than Hiruzen Sarutobi by a bit, but he was still far from an adult. Brat, you're still wet behind the ears, and you're already thinking about things like that? Ridiculous. Kakuzu snapped. Anoki chuckled awkwardly under Kakuzu's stern rebuke, scratching his head. The drinks continued, with Anoki and Mew taking turns raising their cups to Kakuzu, as if determined to drink the night away. Half an hour later, Kakuzu glanced up at the sky, then set his cup down abruptly. He looked at the 2 across from him, a faint but meaningful smile on his lips. Do you know why I haven't gone after your real bodies but instead chose to sit here, drinking and chatting with you? At these words, the smiles on Onoki and Miu's faces froze instantly. What do you mean, Kakuzu-sama? We. Onoki began, only to trail off mid-sentence. He cursed himself inwardly, wishing he could slap himself twice. Of course Kakuzu, an elite shinobi of his caliber, would see through their clay clones. Miu, however, remained calm. He had likely guessed Kakuzu's intentions, to play along without interfering with their real body's plans. This was undoubtedly a relief for them. Kakuzu cast them a dispassionate glance. The reason I haven't gone after your real bodies is simple. Since you're so eager to dance, why should I hold you back? These words struck a nerve. Though Onoki and Miu maintained outward composure, the flicker of panic in their eyes betrayed them. Chapter 53, Submission and Defiance. Onoki and Miu stood before a dimly lit room. Raising their voices, they announced their purpose to the person inside. Moments later, the man emerged. He was clad in armor, a hidden leaf village headband resting prominently on his forehead. His long, spiked hair obscured half of his face, but even the darkest night couldn't conceal the fiery glow of his crimson Sharingan. It was Madara Uchiha. Lord Madara. Miu began, his tone respectful but firm. We represent Hidden Stone's village. We've come to propose an alliance with Hidden Leaf Village. Madara stood at the top of the stone steps, arms crossed as he gazed down at them. His Sharingan glimmered menacingly in the darkness, as if stripping away their thoughts, their secrets. Memories of a past conversation with his closest friend surfaced in his mind, a conversation about trust, understanding, and the courage to bare one's soul to forge bonds. Yet now, with his dream realized, represented by the headband he wore, those ideals seemed so far away. Looking at the two figures below, Madara's expression was cold as he spoke, his voice deep and commanding. Kneel, to show your submission to Hidden Leaf Village. What? Onoki, young and brash, swallowed hard, disbelief etched across his face. He stammered, this isn't how it's supposed to be, Lord Madara. How could you say such a thing? Hashirama-sama would, there is no such thing as an alliance. Madara's harsh interruption cut through Onoki's words like a blade. Trust between people was fleeting and fragile. To him, there was no longer any value in pursuing such illusions. Submit to the power of Hidden Leaf Village. Madara said, his Sharingan narrowing to slits. And never mention his name in my presence again. Clang. The Mangekyo Sharingan activated, its kaleidoscopic pattern shimmering ominously. You bastard. Madara's imperious tone ignited a fire within Onoki. The thought of his village bowing to Hidden Leaf Village was more unbearable than death. He and Miu quickly formed hand seals, intending to prove their strength. But to Madara, their defiance was nothing short of laughable. Susanoo. An overwhelming surge of chakra enveloped Madara. A towering blue warrior materialized, its translucent skeleton shielding him, its energy pulsating like a storm. With a deafening roar, the Susanoo sent tremors through the earth as it raised a colossal fist and brought it crashing down. Boom. The ground in front of the building was reduced to rubble in an instant. Onoki and Miu were sent flying, utterly powerless against Madara's might. Though battered and bruised, Onoki forced himself to lift his head. His body screamed in pain, but his spirit refused to yield. Clutching a jagged piece of rubble, memories of his comrades and the Will of Stone, the unyielding resolve of Hidden Stone's village, flashed through his mind. This wasn't the end. He couldn't let it be. Slowly, painstakingly, he began to rise, his resolve hardening with every motion. This was his moment, his chance to embody the unshakable will of the stone. But Madara's cold, mocking voice shattered that fleeting hope. So, you still want to dance? With a flick of his Mangekyo Sharingan, Onoki collapsed, his resistance crushed entirely. When Onoki regained consciousness, dawn had broken. The first thing he felt was searing pain coursing through his body. Ah! What? What happened to me? He groaned, squinting as his surroundings came into focus. He was strapped to a stretcher, his body bound tightly in bandages. Around him, Hidden Leaf Village medics moved with precision. Scanning the area, he spotted a familiar face. Kakuzu? Where is the Sushi Kage? Worry about yourself first. Kakuzu replied bluntly, removing his hand from Miu's wrist after checking his pulse. Miu, lying on another stretcher, gave Kakuzu a grateful nod. His injuries were superficial, just some scrapes and bruises that would heal quickly with rest. As for Onoki, Kakuzu placed a hand on his wrist, his expression unreadable as he conducted a brief diagnosis. Then, without warning, Kakuzu let out a dry chuckle. What? What is it? Onoki asked nervously, eyeing his bandaged body. You've paid the price for playing the hero. Kakuzu said, a hint of mockery in his tone. Your chakra is in complete disarray, wreaking havoc on your nervous system. Your lumbar spine is a mess, If you want to recover, you'd better take it easy. And forget about certain activities. He stood up, casting on Oki a pitying glance. Take care of yourself. At least you're alive. As for me. Kakuzu's gaze shifted towards the horizon. I've got to check on how your beloved Sushi Kage is holding up. Without another word, Kakuzu vanished in a blur of motion. In a specially constructed meeting room in Hidden Leaf Village, preparations for the first 5 Kage Summit were underway. This was a 2-story pavilion, heavily guarded with visible sentries and hidden lookouts. The security was so tight that even the flight path of a stray fly would be documented. Kakuzu walked into the first floor at a steady pace. The moment he stepped inside, the tense atmosphere hit him like a blade. Stone, cloud, mist, and sand, shinobi from each village sat cross-legged in their respective zones, keeping watch over the pavilion while remaining on guard against one another. Trust was in short supply, but their vigilance ensured that the Kage upstairs could conduct their meeting in peace. As Kakuzu entered, the contingent from Hidden Leaf Village also arrived. Oh, Momoka, how's it looking? Senju Momoka brushed a strand of hair away from her face and pointed upwards. The talks have already begun. There are 6 people in the room. Obirama is assisting the clan leader as an aide. She added, her tone calm yet authoritative. We can only observe from the perimeter. Approaching without permission is strictly forbidden. If anyone dares, Momoka's words were abruptly cut off. Boom. A deafening explosion shattered the tense silence like thunder erupting from a clear sky. The shinobi from every nation leapt to their feet, their weapons, kunai, senbon, and more, drawn in a flash. Hands moved instinctively, forming seals in preparation for an enemy assault. Even the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi, including Momoka, were visibly startled. What's going on? Why would there be an explosion out of nowhere? Could someone truly be bold, or foolish, enough to disrupt the 5 Kage Summit? After all, this was a meeting of the 5 most powerful leaders in the shinobi world. Anyone who dared to cause trouble here would be signing their own death warrant. As tension mounted and speculation ran wild, a cough broke through the chaos. Ahem. Kakuzu cleared his throat, his gravelly voice commanding attention as he sought to dispel the unease. Everyone, please return to your positions. There's no need to panic. The explosion you heard was because... He glanced upward, his expression unreadable. The Hokage bumped his head. Chapter 54, Am I My Second Mother's Child? The meeting room on the 2nd floor was bustling with activity. Aside from the 5 Kage engaged in discussion around a pentagonal table, their respective bodyguards stood vigilantly at each corner of the room. This setup was both a display of authority and a sign of respect for the Kage. Senju Momoka, acting as an assistant, nodded at Kakuzu's suggestion. Momoka, take a break. I'll handle things here. Kakuzu said, stepping forward. Thank you, Kakuzu. She replied before retreating. Don't mention it. As an experienced ninja, Kakuzu's instincts kicked in as he scanned the room. The bodyguards accompanying the other Kage were all intriguing individuals. The guard with the Kazi Kage was a bald man whose shining head featured a striking dragon tattoo, bold and attention-grabbing. Kakuzu silently praised the man's individuality. The Raikage's bodyguard was a burly man with the distinctive look of someone from Hidden Cloud's village. There wasn't much else noteworthy about him, so Kakuzu moved on. The Mizukage's bodyguard was surprising, a pale-skinned, long-haired young man who exuded an air of elegance. His features were strikingly handsome, to the point that Kakuzu had to admit his looks stood out. Finally, the Sushi Kage's bodyguard piqued Kakuzu's curiosity. This man, covered in bandages, bore a resemblance to Mew, who had been carried in on a stretcher earlier, yet was clearly a different person. Each of the bodyguards was unique in their way, but this wasn't Kakuzu's primary concern. His attention returned to the central table, where the 5 Kage were deep in discussion. Just as everyone had heard earlier, Senju Hashirama had barely begun the meeting before bowing deeply, his forehead slamming against the wooden table with a thunderous boom. Senju Dobirama froze in disbelief. This is our home turf. Why is he bowing like this? Isn't this humiliating? The other 4 Kage were momentarily stunned, then thrilled. Was Senju Hashirama showing submission? Could this be an opportunity to extract more concessions or even additional tailed beasts from him? However, their elation was short-lived. As seasoned leaders, they weren't naive. The force of Hashirama's bow had caused tremors akin to an earthquake. If he had directed that force at them, their spines would have shattered instantly. The only reason the table remained intact was due to its construction, courtesy of wood style. Understanding this, the other Kage remained vigilant. Under Tobirama's guidance, the meeting eventually shifted to its main topic. In light of the varying strengths of our nations, Tobirama began, we propose a balanced distribution of the tailed beasts to maintain equilibrium among us. However, we will require compensation from each village for this allocation. It was unclear whether Tobirama truly believed this proposal himself, but it was undoubtedly aligned with Hashirama's vision of peace. Hashirama, beaming with his usual optimism, interjected, "There's no need for money. I'm willing to give the tailed beasts away for free." "Shut up!" Tobirama roared, unable to contain his frustration. Ignoring the presence of the other Kage, he silenced his elder brother with a glare so sharp it rendered Hashirama momentarily speechless. Though the scene was comical, none of the other Kage dared to laugh. For now, their minds were preoccupied with the logistics and implications of tailed beast distribution. Kakuzu, meanwhile, observed quietly from the sidelines, taking note of everything. This negotiation was inherently unequal. The power of the god of shinobi was an undisputed fact in the ninja world. So what gave the other Kage the confidence to come to Hidden Leaf Village for this meeting? The answer was simple: for the sake of their villages. No matter the pressure, they had to secure the best deal possible. If they showed fear or weakness in front of their subordinates, it would tarnish not only their reputations but also the standing of their villages. Kakuzu couldn't help but acknowledge their determination. These Kage truly were masters of appearances, except, of course, for Hashirama. It was widely known that Hashirama had little interest in the title of Hokage. He had always hoped Madara Uchiha would assume the role. However, after a democratic vote, he was reluctantly elected by popular demand. For Hashirama, the position meant little compared to his dream of unity. Boom. Hashirama's head hit the table again, another small earthquake rippling through the room. "We've had our conflicts," he said earnestly, "but those were born of necessity, for the sake of our families and clans. Even if we reach an agreement today, who knows how long this peace will last. But I've always had a dream, a hope that one day, we can transcend borders and unite as one. I implore you to take this first step toward that dream." His sincerity, reinforced by his actions, touched the hearts of the other Kage. Though they still harbored doubts, they set aside their grievances momentarily. The other Kage seemed willing to proceed as Hashirama suggested, discussing the distribution of the tailed beasts and signing a peace agreement. As the talks commenced, the Kage all adjusted their postures, adopting more serious attitudes. Although the general framework had been established, hashing out the details inevitably gave rise to disagreements and disputes. It was the Sushi Kage, Ishikawa, who first stirred the pot. He immediately aimed his criticism at the Kazi Kage. "I don't think the land of wind deserves a tailed beast," Ishikawa declared sharply. "Your land is nothing but endless deserts with scarce resources. The constant sandstorms leave your people struggling in misery. If you were granted a tailed beast, it would undoubtedly be used to launch invasions on other nations to seize fertile lands." Hearing this, the Kazi Kage, Ritu, exploded in anger. "What? Are you saying I should accept less just because I was born unlucky? Ridiculous." However, before Ritu could finish venting his frustration, another voice joined the fray, this time from the Rai Kage. "Kazi Kage." The Rai Kage interjected, his tone cold and unyielding. "This isn't some open market in your country where you can throw tantrums and stir up chaos. The Sushi Kage has a point. If you want a tailed beast, you need to provide us with a reasonable explanation." At that moment, Ritu understood. The Rai Kage and Sushi Kage had clearly conspired beforehand. They had formed an alliance to target him, striking in unison during today's negotiations. Faced with their coordinated attack, Ritu found himself at a loss for words. After all, they weren't entirely wrong. In the current rankings among the 5 great nations, Hidden Leaf Village was undoubtedly at the top, dominating both militarily and politically. While the rankings for second place were debatable, there was no doubt about who came in last: Hidden Sand Village. It wasn't personal, it was just the harsh reality. Hidden Sand Village's terrain, dominated by infertile sand, left the nation reliant on imported food. To make matters worse, the Land of Wind had little to export in return. Many of its people still suffered from hunger, and economically, the village lagged behind even some of the smaller nations. Cornered by the Sushi Kage and Rai Kage, Ritu's fists clenched tightly, his bloodshot eyes burning with fury. If the setting had been different, he might have leapt up and started a brawl. But he restrained himself. Losing his temper wouldn't solve anything. Since arguing wasn't working, Ritu decided to take a page from their book, Find an Ally. He shifted his gaze to the Hokage, silently pleading for assistance. Hashirama noticed the Kazi Kage's look of desperation and couldn't help but twitch slightly. Chapter 55, The Struggle. Hey, listen to me, everyone. The Kazi Kage has traveled all the way from Hidden Sand Village to Hidden Leaf Village. It would be unreasonable for him to leave empty-handed. Let's give him a tailed beast. Right? That sounds about right. Hashirama Senju rehearsed his speech in his mind, confident in its effectiveness. With both hands on the table, He was about to rise and deliver his proposal when a firm grip pinned him in place. Tobirama. What are you doing? His younger brother, Tobirama Senju, loomed over him with a cold, piercing gaze that felt as ominous as a grim reaper from another world. Ah. This. Hashirama's confidence crumbled instantly. He realized he was about to embarrass himself again and quickly lowered his head, his expression turning dejected. Tobirama didn't need to hear his brother's speech to know what foolishness he had in mind. Shifting his attention from Hashirama, Tobirama scanned the room, his sharp eyes flitting across the four other figures at the table. In his mind, the situation became clear. The Sushi Kage and Rai Kage had undoubtedly formed a private alliance, seeking to maximize their gains during these negotiations. The Sushi Kage's complaints about Hidden Sand Village's geography were just a pretext. The Land of Earth occupied the northwestern region of the Shinobi world, a land blessed with flat terrain and abundant resources, rivaled only by the Land of Fire. Neighboring both Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Sand Village, the Sushi Kage dared not provoke the former but saw an opportunity to pressure the latter. The weak are easy prey, Tobirama thought, his eyes gleaming with cold calculation. Finally, Tobirama broke the silence, his voice sharp and direct. A nation without a tailed beast hardly deserves to be called one of the 5 great nations, don't you think? The room fell quiet. The Rai Kage and Sushi Kage exchanged a glance, their expressions hardening. Tobirama's pointed remark struck at the heart of the issue. If every village except Hidden Sand Village had a tailed beast, the balance of power among the 5 great nations would be shattered, defeating the purpose of this summit. TCH. The Sushi Kage sneered. Perhaps we should return to the original topic. Agreed. The Rai Kage said, slamming a hand on the table. What if the Kazi Kage uses the tailed beast to attack other nations? Ignoring their posturing, Tobirama turned to the Kazi Kage. Kazi Kage Dano, Shukaku was captured in your desert. Its mastery of wind style and magnet style makes it perfectly suited to your country's environment. As a strategic weapon for Hidden Sand Village, there's no better option. Hashirama nodded enthusiastically, finding no fault in his brother's logic. But the Kazi Kage hesitated, his frustration evident. Was one-tailed beast enough? His gaze pleaded with Tobirama for more, but the younger Senju remained silent, his frosty demeanor unyielding. The Kazi Kage understood Tobirama's stance, he had already pushed as far as he would go. It was now up to the Kazi Kage to fight for more if he dared. Suddenly, the Sushi Kage produced a document and slid it across the table to the Kazi Kage. Kazi Kage Dano, I suggest you take a look at this. It might be beneficial for your village. The Kazi Kage glanced at the document, his expression carefully neutral. However, a fleeting look of surprise betrayed his inner turmoil. Pride and sovereignty were non-negotiable for any village leader. But for those suffering in Hidden Sand Village, struggling to survive amid endless sandstorms and famine, lofty ideals meant little. Each Kage had the same dream when founding their villages, to end the chaos and protect their people. Yet, some dreams remained unrealized. The Kazi Kage's fist clenched, veins bulging as his anger simmered. His bloodshot eyes betrayed the depth of his frustration. In that moment, he understood what it meant to be part of a weak nation with no leverage. For the sake of his village, for his people, he swallowed his pride. The Kazi Kage didn't speak further, though his silence spoke volumes. Watching from the sidelines, Kakuzu appraised the situation. The Kazi Kage, though outmatched, had proven himself a leader willing to sacrifice for his people. Surprisingly, it was the Sushi Kage's actions that stood out. After cornering the Kazi Kage, the Sushi Kage offered compensation instead of pressing his advantage. It was a calculated move, a slap followed by a sweetener, ensuring the Kazi Kage didn't harbor excessive resentment. A master of balance, Kakuzu mused. No wonder Onoki learned from him. With the Kazi Kage subdued, the negotiations continued. The Sushi Kage was the first to speak. We'll take the 4 tails and 5 tails for Hidden Stones Village. Any objections? The Sushi Kage's tone was undeniably brash, but the others at the table didn't seem to have many objections. Even Kakuzu, observing from a distance, couldn't help but give the Sushi Kage, Ishikawa, a thumbs up. Truly, the saying wisdom comes with age must have been made for someone like him. Ishikawa knew he had no chance of securing the strongest tailed beasts. Rather than getting dragged into a bloody battle for supremacy, it was smarter to take the safest bet while he still held some leverage. The 4 tails and 5 tails were middle-tier beasts, not too powerful, not too weak. They were more than sufficient to fortify the Land of Earth's defenses. And since they weren't the most coveted, the other nations had little objection. While Ishikawa might not emerge as the biggest winner, he would certainly walk away without any losses. Now, only Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Clouds Village, and Hidden Mist Village remained in contention. The Mizukage, Byakuren, had a fierce and intimidating demeanor, while the Raikage, A, was notoriously explosive and short-tempered. Neither were individuals to be trifled with. Both also adhered to the basic principle that the more tails a beast had, the greater its power. Naturally, they were aiming for the stronger-tailed beasts. Despite his fearsome appearance, Byakuran was a man of a certain age, more measured and less impulsive than the brash Raikage. Hidden Mist Village had unique circumstances compared to the other great nations. With less than 30% of its territory being land and the rest ocean, its geography made travel difficult but also made invasions from other nations equally challenging. If Hidden Mist Village could secure two-tailed beasts well suited to water-style techniques, their borders would become virtually impenetrable. From the outset, Byakuran made it clear he was aiming for the 6 tails and the 8 tails. The Raikage, however, was even more domineering. He declared his intention to claim both the 8 tails and the 9 tails. The moment those words left his mouth, the room fell silent. Suddenly, a cold, clear voice cut through the stillness. "What did you just say?" Chapter 56, New Ideas. When Raikage shouted Hidden Clouds Village's bold declaration, the entire room fell silent. Raikage found this strange. Hadn't he already agreed with Tsuchikage to support each other? He had even helped the Tsuchikage suppress Hidden Sand Village earlier. So why wasn't Ishikawa backing him up now? Ishikawa lowered his head, his face reflecting an unprecedented awkwardness. "You want the 8 tails and the 9 tails? Are you out of your mind?" Ishikawa felt like he had chosen the wrong ally. Asking for the 8 tails was already outrageous, but the 9 tails too? The Raikage was clearly an idiot who hadn't assessed the situation properly. And there was another crucial issue: if Hidden Clouds Village truly got the 9 tails, their power would surge dramatically, breaking the delicate balance between the villages. Ishikawa couldn't afford that. Raikage didn't hear any response from the Tsuchikage. But he did hear another voice. "What did you just say?" Raikage turned his head, preparing to respond to Tobirama Senju. However, to his astonishment, Tobirama hadn't even spoken. Instead, he was staring at the Raikage with a peculiar expression. The voice had come from Hashirama Senju, who was sitting next to Tobirama. Hashirama's fingers were rhythmically tapping on the table. Tap. 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 The sound echoed through the room, like a death knell reverberating in the Raikage's chest. Raikage's eyelid twitched. A sudden wave of unease washed over him. But in that moment of hesitation, he showcased the wisdom of the Raikage. He claimed that Hidden Clouds Village's borders, which neighbored Hidden Leaf Village in multiple areas, were frequently harassed by Hidden Leaf Village forces. If they couldn't hand over the 9 tails, maybe the 7 tails or 8 tails could suffice. It had to be said, playing the victim and accusing others fit perfectly with the brawny but cunning style of Hidden Clouds Village as shinobi. Kakuzu watched the Raikage with interest. This man had ambition far beyond his capabilities. Kakuzu bet that this kind of person was bound to meet a disastrous end someday. One day later, the first 5 Kage summit finally concluded. The 5 Kage signed the peace treaty, vowing not to initiate warfare against other villages unless their own was under direct threat. In the Hokage Tower's lounge, Kakuzu sipped tea calmly. But the glint in his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. His thoughts were focused on the allocation of tailed beasts during the summit. Unlike others, Kakuzu's concern stemmed from his unique circumstances. Each village planned to seal the tailed beasts into Jinchuriki, turning them into super weapons. If only my Earth Grudge Fear could integrate life force. Kakuzu pondered. If I could transform the 4 hearts in my body into independent, mindless entities, could they become Jinchuriki as well? Imagine summoning 5-tailed beasts in battle. The mere thought sent a thrill through him, causing his hand to tremble slightly as he set down the teacup. However, he quickly sobered. The basic requirement for his idea was a supply of living cells, a monumental obstacle in his path. To put it simply, he needed Hashirama's cells. For years, Kakuzu had racked his brain, trying to figure out how to ask Hashirama for his cells without getting punched into oblivion. The challenge was immense. From a logical standpoint, Kakuzu and Hashirama had little connection. Perhaps Tobirama. Kakuzu shuddered as his imagination conjured Tobirama strapping him to a lab table and dissecting him with surgical precision. Just then, the door creaked open. Kakuzu immediately snapped out of his thoughts. He looked up to see Tobirama and Senju Momoka entering the room. Tobirama sat down without a word, downing a cup of tea in one gulp. Momoka placed her sword beside her with a sharp clang and stomped her foot, her expression cold. "I don't understand," she fumed. "Why does the clan leader tolerate those barbarians so much?" Momoka was visibly furious. Even though Hidden Clouds Village only received the 2 tails and 8 tails in the end, their arrogant attitude had her itching to draw her blade. Uncharacteristically, Tobirama offered no explanation. He simply continued sipping his tea, his thoughts his own. Seeing this, Kakuzu chuckled faintly. From his pocket, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes. "Want one?" he offered. Obirama's sharp eyes flicked over to him, a hint of disdain flashing in them. His aloof demeanor only made Kakuzu want to laugh more. Without waiting for a response, Kakuzu stuck a cigarette in Obirama's mouth and lit it for him. Obirama was a calculating and composed ninja, but even the most reserved person had limits. And judging by his current mood, Kakuzu figured a cigarette might just calm his nerves. He then turned his attention to Momoka, who was still fuming. "It's not that the Hokage is tolerating them," Kakuzu said, his tone casual. "It's that he's considering the bigger picture." "What do you mean?" Momoka frowned, clearly puzzled. Kakuzu lit a cigarette for himself, exhaling a faint trail of smoke as he spoke again. Hidden Clouds Village often has border skirmishes with Hidden Leaf Village. Yet, this time, they still handed over a tailed beast. "That's bound to rub you the wrong way." "It does." Senju Momoka admitted openly with a nod. "So, let me ask you this, does the Senju clan still have old enemies from the Warring States period?" "Well." Momoka hesitated, thinking it over before nodding again. "Back then, things were complicated. During the Warring States period, the Senju clan's main rivals were the Uchiha clan. But they weren't the only ones. There were plenty of other clans that the Senju defeated, forcing them into retreat. The founding of the village marked a new era. Every clan was scrambling to join." She continued. "But do you think clans that hold grudges against the Senju would willingly join Hidden Leaf Village?" Kakuzu's words made Momoka fall silent, her gaze growing contemplative. It was undeniable. Those clans defeated by the Senju wouldn't just let go of their hatred. They wouldn't join Hidden Leaf Village. If they did, it would be a huge risk. Who's to say they weren't biding their time, waiting for the moment Hidden Leaf Village let its guard down to strike? That would be the most terrifying outcome. The same logic applied to clans with grudges against other prominent families like the Saratobi, Nara, Hyuga, or Uchiha. These clans wouldn't align themselves with Hidden Leaf Village either. Instead, they would find allies in nations with strained relations with Hidden Leaf Village, like Hidden Clouds Village. Senju Momoka's bangs shifted slightly as she tilted her head. She wasn't slow-witted. She caught on quickly. "I was too impatient," she admitted. "Hatred only begets more bloodshed and death. Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Leaf Village might be at odds, but from another perspective, things might look different. Someone like Senju Hashirama, with his boundless compassion, was willing to sacrifice himself if it meant the warring sides could put aside their enmity. But for one man, even someone like Hashirama, to try and resolve all the hatred in the shinobi world? It was far too ambitious, almost insignificant in the grand scheme of things. His vision of universal love was too idealistic, too distant. Even so, he kept trying, step by step. The shinobi and villagers of Hidden Clouds Village were also people living on this continent. If Hidden Clouds Village were ever destroyed, its people would be left homeless, forced to band together as clans for survival, plunging the world back into the endless slaughter of the Warring States period. This was why there was no Susanoo armored Buddha wiping out 4 nations in one fell swoop. Because Hashirama wouldn't allow it. Killing only breeds more killing. Is there no way to end this cycle? Momoka asked a new question. There is. Obirama replied. Holding a cigarette between his middle and thumb, he tapped off the ash with his index finger, the ease of his movements betraying his long familiarity with smoking. But it will take time to erode the hatred. Unlike Hashirama, Obirama didn't have boundless compassion or love for all. But his vision was sharp, extending far into the future. He understood that true peace was unlikely to be achieved in their generation. As for the so-called peace treaties, he chuckled softly. They're nothing but scraps of paper. Kakuzu chuckled as well. True. Besides time, what's needed is an opportunity. What kind of opportunity? Obirama paused mid-motion, his cigarette held still as he turned to look at Kakuzu. An event that forces the world to unite. Kakuzu replied simply. Chapter 57, the first anti-Uchiha in the elegant and spotless bio-research lab number 2. The scene was tranquil. A cup of strong tea, a pack of cigarettes, and a book on the desk created the perfect setting for a relaxing day. For Kakuzu, earning a daily salary of 20,000 ryo in a stable position within Hidden Leaf Village's system was nothing short of a dream job. But such serenity rarely lasted in a shinobi's world. Swish. Kakuzu furrowed his brow slightly, instantly aware of the disturbance. Without turning around, he knew, Tobirama Senju was back. The second Hokage, having wrapped up his previous tasks, was back to his relentless pursuit of forbidden jutsu. For every new forbidden jutsu he created, another would inevitably be banned. Despite Hashirama's numerous admonishments and the fact that most of Tobirama's research had been buried or outlawed, the man's resolve was unshaken. Science, after all, did not wait for anyone's approval. This time, though, Tobirama had brought something different. Kakuzu glanced over his shoulder and saw two individuals sprawled on the ground, breathing shallowly. They had been brought along with Tobirama's signature Flying Thunder God Jutsu. "You're getting bold," Kakuzu remarked. The presence of living subjects signaled the start of human experimentation. While Kakuzu was unsurprised, he recalled that Hashirama had explicitly forbidden such unethical studies. "Relax. They're death row inmates from Hidden Leaf Village's prison," Tobirama replied, his gaze cold. "They'll contribute to the village one last time, with their lives. Well, if anyone can rationalize skirting the rules with such eloquence, it's the champion of the will of fire," Kakuzu muttered as he got up, donning white gloves and preparing for work. Tobirama ignored the jab, stroking the stubble on his chin thoughtfully. "Oh, by the way, there's something I need your help with." "What is it?" "The research funding from the village is tight, and I can't allocate too much to this project without raising suspicion. My resources are running dry. I need you to contribute some funds, or this experiment won't progress." The room fell silent. Clang. The forceps Kakuzu had just picked up dropped to the table. He looked at Tobirama, his expression unreadable. "If it's that difficult, maybe it's a sign you should abandon the project. Don't expect me to cover for you. I want my salary paid on time." Tobirama crossed his arms, his haughty expression a mix of irritation and stubbornness. 3 months later, 2 new forbidden jutsu were born. The first was entirely Tobirama's work, inspired by a Ganjutsu technique passed down within the Senju clan. He refined and developed it into what he called the Dark Night Walking Jutsu. This Ganjutsu created an all-encompassing darkness that robbed the target of their sight. Only the caster and their allies could navigate the blackened environment, giving them a decisive advantage. In short, it temporarily stripped the enemy of light itself. The second jutsu was a collaboration between Tobirama and Kakuzu, the mutual multiplying explosive tags. This technique focused explosive power on a target, creating a cascade of detonations so devastating that it left nothing behind, not even ash. It was particularly effective against opponents with teleportation, evasion, or resurrection abilities. The success of these jutsu left Tobirama thoroughly satisfied. One evening, after months of grueling work, the two finally sat down to enjoy a well-earned drink. "Tobirama-sensei, Kakuzu-sama, please try this, it's my family's secret recipe for sake," Saratobe Hiruzen said as he presented the bottle with pride. "Good boy," Kakuzu said, patting Hiruzen on the head. Oddly enough, Denzo was absent, which was unusual for someone so eager to curry favor. Perhaps Tobirama had deliberately excluded him. Kakuzu didn't particularly care. Taking a sip, Kakuzu let out a satisfied hum. "Not bad, Saratobi. Bringing this sake to honor your teachers shows you've got your head on straight." "Thank you, Kakuzu-sama. I'll keep working hard," Hiruzen replied, beaming. Tobirama gestured for Hiruzen to leave the bottle and clean the inner lab. Once Hiruzen was gone, Kakuzu sipped his sake and casually remarked, "Tobirama, are you planning to start a civil war?" Tobirama froze mid-drink. "What are you talking about? Don't tell me you haven't noticed how both of these jutsu seem tailored to counter the Uchiha." Kakuzu's tone was neutral, but his point was razor-sharp. The Dark Night Walking Jutsu nullified the Sharingan sight, while the mutual multiplying explosive tags was devastating enough to counter even techniques like Izanagi. For a moment, Tobirama closed his eyes, considering his response. He had multiple ways to deflect the accusation. He could deny it outright or attribute it to his experience in countless battles against the Uchiha. But deep down, Tobirama knew the truth. Saying something like this in front of Kakuzu was nothing short of inviting ridicule. After a long silence, Tobirama Senju set his sake cup down and finally spoke. "First, I never underestimate anyone who threatens the village. That includes people like you in the past." Kakuzu didn't refute this. Even though the two of them were currently working together, he knew well that a shrewd politician like Tobirama would always keep his guard up. "Second," Tobirama continued, "are you not aware that there is a child in my Anbu team named Kagami Uchiha?" "Oh? What exactly are you implying?" Kakuzu's voice carried a hint of curiosity, though his eyes remained sharp and calculating. Tobirama fell silent once again, his gaze drifting to the laboratory window. Kakuzu could sense the faint trace of reminiscence in his expression. After about half a minute, Tobirama spoke again, his tone more reflective. "The Uchiha clan is one that loves deeply, so deeply that their love can become unbearable. But that depth of emotion isn't something most people can handle." He paused, then continued, "One wrong step, and that love spirals out of control. I've always been trying to guide that power towards a righteous path, rather than rejecting it outright. That's why, when dealing with the Uchiha, I've worked to open their hearts and integrate them fully into Hidden Leaf Village. Kagami is the person I've chosen to lead that effort. Do you understand now? Kakuzu nodded slightly, understanding Tobirama's intentions. If possible, Tobirama hoped to see the Uchiha fully assimilated into the village. However, given the Uchiha clan's proud demeanor and their apparent lack of regard for others in Hidden Leaf Village as true comrades, such a goal seemed distant. That pride often bred resentment and heightened mistrust, which, Kakuzu surmised, was likely one of the reasons behind Tobirama's development of certain forbidden jutsu. Tobirama didn't view the Uchiha as enemies, but neither did he fully trust them. At least for now, he hadn't reached the point of branding them as an inherently evil clan. Just as Tobirama and Kakuzu were about to shift the conversation, the sound of rapid footsteps interrupted them. Whoosh! A Chunin darted into the laboratory with urgent speed. Besides Tobirama and Kakuzu, only Tobirama's trusted disciples could enter this space so freely. The newcomer was Denzo, his expression tense and full of unease. Tobirama-sensei. There's trouble, it's the Uchiha. Chapter 58, Philosopher Madara. Listening to Shimura Denzo's report, the cigarette in Tobirama's hand burned forgotten. Even the sake on the table was left untouched. Boom. Tobirama rose abruptly, his expression grave. The situation was urgent, but as the leader of the Senju clan, he quickly regained his composure. Kakuzu? What is it? I need your help. Before Kakuzu could even respond, Tobirama's hand was already on his shoulder. Wait, I didn't say, no time for explanations. Tobirama's hand seal was already complete. Whoosh! The next moment, their figures blurred and vanished, leaving behind the bewildered Hiruzen Sarutobi and the frantic Denzo. Hiruzen, drop what you're doing. This is our time to shine. Denzo clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with determination. To him, today was the day to carve his name into history, the day the decision for the next Hokage would be made. Without waiting for a response, Denzo dragged Hiruzen out of the lab. Today, he would prove himself on the battlefield. The next instant, Kakuzu found himself outside. A quick glance at the towering gates confirmed their location, Hidden Leaf Village's entrance. Ahead, a lone man approached the village gates, a scroll strapped to his back. Madara. You can't leave. Tobirama's voice was sharp, his piercing gaze fixed on Madara Uchiha. Lowering his stance, Tobirama prepared for battle. At any moment, he was ready to use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to strike down the defector. Madara stopped, turning slowly. His long black hair framed his intense, domineering eyes. Can't leave? He said, his voice laced with disdain. And you think you can stop me? Madara's gaze shifted briefly to Kakuzu. What about you? Are you here to try your luck too? A cold breeze swept through, scattering fallen leaves. Kakuzu internally sighed. This situation was far from ideal. He wanted no part in this. Madara, don't misunderstand. Whether you leave or not has nothing to do with me. It's Tobirama who dragged me into this mess. Suppressing his growing frustration, Kakuzu weighed his options. A peaceful resolution seemed unlikely, especially with Tobirama's unwavering resolve. Madara, you can leave. Tobirama said, his voice cutting through the tension. But the 9 tails on your back belongs to Hidden Leaf Village. Leave it behind. Madara's cold laugh echoed. Turning to fully face Tobirama, he smirked. So, you want to dance as well? As he spoke, the Tomoe in Madara's Sharingan spun rapidly, evolving into the Mangekyo. The killing intent that followed was suffocating, turning the air heavy. The gusts of wind swirling around him felt like blades, forcing Tobirama and Kakuzu to shield their faces as they retreated a few steps. The gap in strength was undeniable. Kakuzu's thoughts raced. Tobirama, I get your grudge, but this is reckless. You're facing someone who has every reason to hate you. Madara has suppressed his rage for years, but now, it's just a matter of time before this explodes. Silently, Kakuzu activated his Earth Grudge Fear, ensuring his heart threads were buried deep underground. If things went south, at least his survival was guaranteed. Just as the battle seemed inevitable, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of Enbu operatives arrived, their movements sharp and coordinated. In mere moments, they had formed a perimeter around Madara. This was Hidden Leaf Village's emergency response team, elite shinobi ready to act at a moment's notice. With Tobirama and Kakuzu in the mix, their combined force was formidable, enough to make any of the other Kage hesitate. But to Madara, they were mere annoyances. Insects. He sneered. His chakra flared, and the oppressive energy shook the ground beneath them. He began forming seals, the outline of a Susanoo starting to materialize. Madara-sama, please, calm down. A voice cut through the tension. Madara paused, glancing over his shoulder. The speaker was a member of the Nara clan, his calculating eyes betraying the pressure he was under. The Hokage will be here shortly. Madara's chakra stilled, if only slightly. The word Hokage hung in the air, stirring something within him. It was a title he had once dreamed of but had long since abandoned. The memories it carried were both bitter and nostalgic, a painful reminder of what had been lost. Moments later, a figure arrived, parting the crowd effortlessly. Draped in the Hokage's cloak, Hashirama Senju stepped forward. The surrounding shinobi instinctively moved aside, giving him a direct path to Madara. Hashirama stopped a few paces away, his gaze heavy with emotion. He didn't shout or demand answers. He simply looked at his old friend, his expression a complex mix of sorrow and understanding. For a moment, the battlefield fell silent, the weight of their history hanging thick in the air. Finally, he spoke. Madara. Hidden Leaf Village is our dream. No arguments, no condemnations, just the simplicity of a shared childhood ambition. Back then, they were pure, untouched by the world's complexities. Those promises they made as children were what they had cherished the most. Now, nearly everything they once dreamed of had come to pass. To abandon it now would feel like denying their past selves. Hashirama desperately wanted to know what Madara truly thought at this moment. Surely, somewhere in his heart, that childhood dream still stirred, however faintly. Madara closed his eyes, and for a fleeting moment, his lips seemed to curve slightly, as if reminiscing. But when he opened them again, his face was devoid of emotion. Perhaps even that brief flicker of sentiment was the last remnant of his nostalgia. Then, in front of everyone present, Madara spoke. Hashirama, the world doesn't work the way you wish it to. The longer you live, the more you'll came to understand the futility, pain, and emptiness that permeate reality. Listen well, wherever there is light, there will always be shadow. The concept of victory necessitates the existence of defeat. To pursue peace with selfish intent only leads to war. To protect love inevitably breeds hatred. These forces are bound by cause and effect, they cannot be separated. That is reality. When Madara finished speaking, the 100 or so shinobi gathered fell into unified silence. Everyone understood, Madara's words stood in stark opposition to the ideals of the Hokage. It made sense, then, why Madara had chosen to leave Hidden Leaf Village. Ideological differences, it was reasonable enough. But Kakuzu, observing the scene from the sidelines, noticed something else. Among the crowd, there were those who frowned slightly, like Narashiraku and others known for their intellect. They seemed to sense it too. Madara's words weren't merely a disagreement with Hashirama's ideals. Turning his gaze back to Madara, Kakuzu thought of the rumors. It was common knowledge that Madara had been manipulated by Black Zetsu, which ultimately led to his downfall. If the timeline was accurate, Madara must have already seen the altered tablet. Even so, Kakuzu was certain, these words weren't the result of Black Zetsu's influence. That creature didn't even have the courage to show itself before Madara at this point. No, these were Madara's own conclusions, born of his personal philosophy. Kakuzu couldn't deny it, Madara's argument felt far more grounded in reality than Hashirama's idealism. While Hashirama envisioned spreading love across the shinobi world, it was an admirable dream, but one that seemed impossibly naive. As Madara said, love and hatred are intertwined, bound by casualty. In terms of philosophical depth, Madara had surpassed Hashirama. He had only fallen because of Black Zetsu's manipulation. Even so, Kakuzu couldn't help but regard Madara as the philosopher of the shinobi world. Such insights were beyond the reach of most. Shaking his head, Kakuzu pulled himself out of his thoughts. With Hashirama present, it was clear that this battle wouldn't happen. A subtle sense of relief washed over him. Scanning the surroundings, Kakuzu noticed the gathering crowd had grown significantly. Beside him, 2 young shinobi had appeared at some point. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze was fixed on Madara, his brow deeply furrowed as he pondered the Uchiha's words. Meanwhile, Denzo muttered to himself, where there is light, there must be shadow. What the? Kakuzu suddenly realized these two were already gained in. Judging by their expressions, they had absorbed Madara's words entirely. Light and shadow. Looking at the 2 boys' earnest faces, Kakuzu felt a foreboding chill. The seeds of Hidden Leaf Village's darkness, the roots hidden in the shadows, were being planted. Chapter 59, A New Enterprise. The tense confrontation at the village gates reached its inevitable conclusion. With a solemn wave of his hand, Senju Hashirama signaled for the gathered crowd to part ways, allowing Madara Uchiha to stride out of Hidden Leaf Village's gates. In the aftermath, whispers spread among the villagers. Why had the Hokage allowed Madara to leave? When questioned directly, Hashirama's response was simple: the 9 Tails was captured by Madara. It stands to reason that he should take responsibility for it. Yet, many believe there was more to the story. Some speculated that Hashirama's decision stemmed from lingering nostalgia, a refusal to let go of the bond they once shared. His compassionate heart, it seemed, still clung to the hope that Madara might one day return to the village. Deep down, Hashirama likely understood the slim chances of such a reconciliation, but he persisted anyway. To some, this unwavering faith bordered on foolishness. Yet, it was precisely people like Hashirama, those who dared to dream of peace in a world ruled by strife, who propelled humanity from barbarism toward harmony. But not everyone shared this idealism. Inside the lab, Senju Tobirama's expression was frigid. With a loud crack, his hand slammed against the wooden table. "I don't understand why brother would let him return," Tobirama growled. "When Madara inevitably resurfaces, his vengeance will be aimed squarely at Hidden Leaf Village." Pragmatic as ever, Tobirama's frustration was plain. Yet, he was not the one in charge, the decisions lay firmly in Hashirama's hands. Hey, easy now." Kakuzu, seated across from Tobirama, leisurely lit a cigarette and gestured toward the children nearby. "Watch yourself. You're setting a bad example for the kids." The comment drew Tobirama back to his senses. With a deep breath, he straightened his posture, brushing aside his earlier outburst. "You're right. That was unbecoming of me." He shifted his gaze to Saratobe Hiruzen and Shimura Denzo, who stood nearby. "You've both worked hard today. Go and rest." The two bowed respectfully before leaving the lab, their departure plunging the room into an uneasy silence. Tobirama's sharp mind was already at work. Silence in this space was never idle. Kakuzu, unconcerned, took another drag from his cigarette, watching as the Hokage's younger brother slipped into deep thought. After a long pause, Tobirama suddenly opened his eyes. A glint of gold flashed in his sharp gaze. "What do you think? Would sealing techniques work against a threat like Madara?" Kakuzu's lips curled into a wry smile. "You're overthinking it." Tobirama was undeniably brilliant, a peak among ordinary mortals in this world. Yet, compared to true monsters like Madara, the gap remained significant. "You already have a sealing technique, don't you?" Kakuzu asked, casually flicking ash from his cigarette. "Why didn't you use it on Madara today?" The question wasn't malicious, but Kakuzu couldn't suppress a chuckle. The idea of using the four-symbol seal, a technique with catastrophic risks, against someone like Madara was laughable. Even Tobirama knew better. A poorly executed seal could backfire, leaving the user doomed instead of the target. In Kakuzu's eyes, such techniques were dangerous gambles at best, nothing more than inferior jutsu. "Do you know of the Uzumaki clan's dead demon-consuming seal?" Tobirama asked, unfazed by Kakuzu's skepticism. Kakuzu nodded. "Of course. They're distant relatives of your Senju clan, aren't they?" The dead demon-consuming seal was undeniably powerful, far surpassing Tobirama's own creations. However, its use came with steep prerequisites, precise control, immense skill, and the ultimate price, one's life. "You might have misunderstood my question," Tobirama said, tapping a finger thoughtfully against the table. "I've seen the Shinigami invoked by the dead demon-consuming seal, a force capable of severing souls and dragging them to the Pure Land. Do you think it's possible to draw inspiration from the Pure Land itself?" Kakuzu's interest was piqued. Extinguishing his cigarette, he leaned forward, his expression one of curiosity. "Now that's an intriguing idea. The mention of the Pure Land, summoning souls, and potentially breaking natural laws." It was clear where Tobirama's thoughts were heading. The dawn of Edo Tensei was on the horizon. Time passed. Seasons changed. In the wake of the first 5 Kage summit, life in Hidden Leaf Village settled into a steady rhythm. The village thrived, brimming with energy and growth. This era marked Hidden Leaf Village's golden age, its most prosperous and rapidly developing period. On the bustling main commercial street, businesses flourished. There were sizzling yakiniku restaurants, steaming hot spring inns, ninja tool shops bustling with traffic, and inns with hostesses welcoming patrons at their doors. Among these, one establishment stood out as the busiest, a newly opened gambling hall. But don't misunderstand, the gambling hall was entirely legal, operating with proper permits and adhering to regulations. The venue had quickly become the most profitable business in Hidden Leaf Village, drawing in countless patrons with its allure. In this world, gambling was a lucrative industry. As the saying went, the house always wins. While players might walk away with small winnings, the dealers never lost. Curiously, this particular gambling hall, Sky's Casino, had opened only 6 months ago. Yet in such a short time, it had dominated Hidden Leaf Village's gambling scene, forcing competitors to either merge with it or shut their doors entirely. If you think that the reason the Sky's Casino holds a significant position in Hidden Leaf Village is because of its ruthless methods, you couldn't be more wrong. The truth is, this casino excels in every aspect, whether it's the paperwork, the management, or the customer service. Everything is polished to perfection. It's precisely this level of excellence that has allowed the Skies Casino to dominate the gambling market in Hidden Leaf Village, turning it into an enormous money-making machine. Every day, a steady stream of gamblers flocks to the casino. While chasing thrills, they also can't resist speculating about the mysterious owner behind the operation. How could someone wield such power in Hidden Leaf Village? The rumors run rampant. Theories abound, each more outlandish than the last. Prominent figures from Hidden Leaf Village, and even across the Land of Fire, have been dragged into the gamblers' conversations, their reputations flipped inside out. Yet no one can provide a definitive answer. Since the true identity of the owner remains elusive, people naturally turn their attention to the casino's staff. One day, a short man with a neatly trimmed mustache, dressed in fine clothes, strode into the depths of the casino. Flanked by 2 towering bodyguards, his presence drew immediate attention. This man was known as Little Mustache by some, while others respectfully called him Master Mustache. He managed the day-to-day operations of the casino, overseeing everything big and small. However, everyone knew that he was merely a figurehead, not the real boss. Even so, Little Mustache was meticulous in following the rules laid down by his employer. The boss's instructions were clear: while handling external affairs, never overstep the boundaries of the established protocols. For a man as seasoned and savvy as Little Mustache, who had navigated the intricacies of human relationships for years, this was hardly a challenge. He only ventured to meet his boss in person on rare occasions when something truly significant occurred. Today was one such occasion. He stood before a massive set of doors. Bringing his hands together, he channeled his chakra outward, ensuring there were no unwanted presences nearby. After confirming the area was secure, he nodded to the 2 guards behind him. They immediately understood. With synchronized effort, the 2 men gripped the doors, their muscles bulging and veins pulsing as they heaved. Creak, the heavy doors finally swung open, revealing the figure seated inside. Without a doubt, this was the true mastermind of the Skies Casino. Little Mustache raised his head, his eyes locking onto the person before him. What he saw was far from what anyone might expect. The boss wasn't a menacing figure shrouded in darkness but a refined and scholarly individual. Chapter 60, Mastery. Once, Kakuzu fought with kunai and jutsu in the streets. Now, he buys properties, runs factories, and chats amiably with clients. A true boss template. Kakuzu leaned back in his chair, feet propped on a stool, body reclined at a 120-degree angle. He sat quietly, exuding a refined air as he flipped through documents. From afar, he looked every bit the cultured, high-quality shinobi. His gaze dropped slightly to the document in hand, the Principles of Organism Reconstruction. A rare text from a century ago, it was a technological marvel in this world. The animals described here were not ordinary cats and dogs. These were unique creatures of the shinobi world, octopuses the size of mountains, flying birds with 3 or 4 heads, and massive rhinos that could flatten trees with a single step. What set them apart from normal beasts was the presence of chakra in their bodies. With sufficient strength, a powerful shinobi could even subdue them as summoning beasts. 100 years ago, someone had theorized cloning these animals using just a strand of fur or feather. Unfortunately, with war ravaging the land and lacking the necessary technology, the idea had remained just that, a theory. But now, it seemed plausible. Kakuzu turned page after page, absorbed in the text. Suddenly, the door opened. Standing respectfully at the doorway was his subordinate, Kt. Kakuzu's nicknames for his underlings were straightforward and often based on their most obvious traits. Kt, what's the matter? The subordinate waved a hand, signaling the guards to leave, and they wisely closed the door behind them. Alone now, Kt placed a hand on his chest and spoke apologetically. Kakuzu-sama, my apologies. There's an issue that requires your attention. Speak. Someone borrowed 3 large sums from us. Wait. Kakuzu interrupted, a cold edge creeping into his tone. Did you forget my rules? The Skies Casino operated legally, and Kakuzu had added an extra rule for loans, 1 loan at a time. A borrower could only take out another loan after repaying the first. And you're telling me this person borrowed 3 times without paying back, and lost again this time? Kakuzu's tone grew icier, and the room seemed to chill with it. The oppressive cold made Kt shiver. He dropped to one knee, stammering, Kakuzu-sama, the borrower. He's from the Senju clan. He had such a convincing story that the staff at the lower level let their guard down. Senju? Kakuzu's eyes narrowed. The rapid growth of Skies Casino was partly thanks to Senju Tobirama, the assistant to the Hokage, who had backed it. However, all operations and management were handled solely by Kakuzu. Without his efforts funding Tobirama's experiments, the forbidden jutsu research would have collapsed long ago. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Still, Kakuzu had no intention of giving free rein to any Senju, no matter their status. Bring him here. Kakuzu ordered. Hesitated, swallowing hard. Kakuzu-sama, the man's chakra levels are strong, probably Jonin level. I'm afraid, if he refuses. Kakuzu interrupted, his gaze piercing, you will kneel and beg him to hit you until you're bruised and battered. Then crawl to the Senju compound and roll around their gates, telling them this matter won't end without a billion ryo. He lay dead at the Senju's doorstep. That was a death sentence. Gulped and nodded reluctantly before scurrying out. Fortunately, the Senju debtor seemed surprisingly cooperative and was brought to Kakuzu's office within minutes. The man radiated vitality, his cheerful demeanor completely at odds with his massive debt. Most striking was his bowl-cut hairstyle, it was almost a declaration of personality. Kakuzu dismissed with a wave, his tone calm but commanding. Leave him to me. Relieved, quickly shut the door behind him. Kakuzu's gaze locked onto the man. The subtle chakra fluctuations from his body hinted at a transformation jutsu. But the transformation was laughably poor. If anyone compared him to an old photograph, they'd notice immediately. This was clearly a younger version of Hashirama Senju himself. Seeing Kakuzu's piercing look, the man sheepishly scratched his head, tilted his face upward at an absurd angle, and let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. My bad, my bad. I didn't expect the boss here to be Kakuzu-sama. That makes things much easier. Poof. With a burst of smoke, the transformation vanished, revealing the first Hokage's familiar features, waist-length hair, simple light-colored robes, and his ever-goofy face. Please, Hokage-sama, take a seat. Kakuzu said with a polite smile. Hashirama sat down with an awkward grin, clasping his hands together. Kakuzu, my apologies. I forgot to bring money on these trips. I'll definitely repay you next time. His tone was earnest and apologetic. Kakuzu, ever the pragmatist, decided to humor him. If the Hokage says so, I'll trust your word. Weighing the 3 IOUs in his hand, Kakuzu noted that the total amount barely came to 10 million ryo. For him, it was a drop in the ocean. Honestly, he didn't even care if the debt was repaid. Ha ha ha, Kakuzu, you really get me. Just hold on to those IOUs for now, I swear I'll pay them back eventually. So. Can I leave now? The esteemed Hokage wants to leave? Who would dare stop you? Hey, Kakuzu, you've got quite the sense of humor. Senju Hashirama chuckled awkwardly and was about to leave when Kakuzu's lips curled into a sly smile. Hashirama-sama, I'll be sure to send these IOUs to your residence later. Oh, by the way, isn't Uzumaki Mido-sama the one managing your household finances? Hearing Mido's name, Hashirama froze, his expression shifting into a mix of panic and embarrassment. Kakuzu, come on, we're friends, aren't we? You can't do this to me. If you send those to my house, I'm finished, completely finished. Oh? Are we talking kneeling on the floor, scrubbing the laundry board, or durian? Hashirama blurted out, immediately regretting it. He slapped a hand over his mouth, silently berating himself for letting it slip. Kakuzu, on the other hand, stood up and gave Hashirama a knowing smirk. Durian spikes piercing the skin, with Hashirama-sama's legendary healing factor, the wounds would scab over in no time. Then they'd be torn open again, over and over. Mido-sama is a genius. Listening to Kakuzu's detailed description, Hashirama wanted to dig a hole and bury himself in it. He quickly grabbed Kakuzu by the arm, pleading with him. Kakuzu, we've known each other for ages. You can't let this get out, especially not to my wife. Otherwise. Your wife? Hashirama-sama, are you sure that's how you normally refer to Mido-sama? Alright, I'll make sure to repeat your exact words to her. Oh, come on, Kakuzu. What do you want? Just name it. At this point, Hashirama was on the verge of despair, while Kakuzu maintained his calm, collected demeanor. The first Hokage might be a powerhouse on the battlefield, but in other areas, he was surprisingly clueless, something Kakuzu found amusing. From the moment Hashirama walked in, Kakuzu had pieced together 2 key details. First, Hashirama claimed he'd repay the debt, but everyone knew his luck was atrocious. He never won at gambling, so any money meant for repayment would likely vanish at the tables. Second, the fact that he came to the casino alone, disguised with a transformation jutsu, clearly meant he didn't want anyone back home to find out. Mentioning Mido was just a shot in the dark, but the reaction was more than he could have hoped for. To Kakuzu, Uzumaki Mido remained an enigma. He only knew she hailed from the Uzumaki clan and that even Madara Uchiha showed her a rare degree of respect. Considering Madara's lifelong bachelorhood, Kakuzu suspected there might have been something there. But in the end, Mido had chosen the simple, straightforward Hashirama. Perhaps life with him promised a bit of fun. After all, a woman capable of keeping both Hashirama and Madara in check was a true force to be reckoned with. Just casually dropping her name had made the so-called god of shinobi go weak in the knees. Makes you the big brother. Watching Hashirama squirm, Kakuzu realized he had him firmly in his grasp. Chapter 61, Hashirama's Cells, Acquired. Kakuzu always had a lingering doubt, why was Hashirama always able to repay his gambling debts? His wife, Mido, never gave him money, and Hashirama himself was infamous for losing every bet he placed. When Kakuzu finally asked, Hashirama scratched the back of his head, looking slightly embarrassed. Well, Madara helped me out a few times. What? The truth hit like a thunderbolt. It was Madara Uchiha who bailed him out. And obviously, Mido couldn't know about it. So, Hashirama and Madara were the real deal, while Mido was just an unfortunate casualty? This revelation made Kakuzu think about Hashirama's granddaughter, Tsunade, who had inherited her grandfather's legendary gambling habits. Like Hashirama, Tsunade was infamous in the gambling halls of the Land of Fire, earning the moniker the Fat Sheep. But where did Tsunade get her gambling funds? Some claimed the Senju clan had deep pockets, but by that time, the Senju had long faded from prominence in Hidden Leaf Village. Any leftover assets would have likely been squandered by Hiruzen and Denzo. Even so, Tsunade maintained her gambling lifestyle. Kakuzu suspected her source of funds was none other than Jiraiya. Despite his average looks, Jiraiya's writing was top tier, a surefire platinum-level talent. Unlike some no-name writers struggling for scraps, Jiraiya was a literary giant, practically a chosen one. Each month, he probably handed over his royalties to Tsunade. This arrangement bore a striking resemblance to Hashirama and Madara's dynamic. Unfortunately for Jiraiya, his lifelong pursuit of Tsunade's heart never bore fruit, whereas Hashirama had long since parted ways with Madara. With Madara gone, Hashirama was left without a safety net. The thought of Madara cleaning up his messes left Hashirama both touched and melancholic. Now, with Madara gone, the emptiness in his heart could only be filled by gambling. Kakuzu, however, merely smirked in silence. Money. He had already written that off, better than risking Hashirama throwing himself at his feet and begging. Who knew how much each kowtow from the first Hokage might cost? Still, this matter couldn't simply end here. The mighty Senju brothers, Hashirama and Tobirama, the pillars of the clan, needed him to sustain them financially. Was this really appropriate? Lord Hokage, I'm willing to delay the debt repayment, but you need to tell me one thing. Or else I'll go straight to Lady Mido. A month passed. On a moonless, starless night, with clouds shrouding the sky, the second biological research lab in Hidden Leaf Village was alive with activity. Inside, Kakuzu and Tobirama exchanged glances. In front of them knelt two unconscious men, bound and ready for experimentation. Kakuzu gave Tobirama a slight nod. Let's begin. Tobirama took a deep breath, swiftly weaving hand signs. Tiger, snake, dog, dragon. Ha! A sharp shout echoed as chakra surged. The earth beneath their feet shifted, and tiny flecks of soil began to erode the unconscious men's bodies. The excruciating pain jolted the men awake, their bloodshot eyes widening in agony. They howled, their screams reverberating through the lab. But it was futile. As the soil completely enveloped their bodies, their voices ceased. Perhaps they had journeyed to another world. When the ritual concluded, two souls were dragged back from the hands of the Shinigami. The resurrected individuals opened their black, cracked eyes, scanning their unfamiliar surroundings. The two figures seemed dazed and disoriented. Where were they? Even Tobirama froze for a moment, stunned. He had aimed to summon their Senju ancestors, but the results didn't match his expectations. These two weren't from the Land of Fire. Their appearance, attire, and voices were all wrong. Kakuzu nudged him with an elbow. What are you staring at? We succeeded. Yes. We did. A rare smile crossed Tobirama's face. Today marked a monumental achievement. They had stolen two souls from the Shinigami. This was a historic breakthrough in the shinobi world. The two resurrected men remained in a state of shock, but Kakuzu and Tobirama were too elated to pay them any attention. This was a giant leap for shinobi science, an accomplishment destined to be etched into history. But then, boom. A deafening explosion shattered their moment of triumph. Kakuzu and Tobirama leapt to opposite sides, narrowly avoiding the massive wooden tendrils that erupted between them. Both turned, their eyes widening in alarm. The lab door had been blown apart, leaving a gaping hole. Through the dust and debris stepped Senju Hashirama, his fire shadow cloak billowing. But this wasn't the light-hearted, carefree Hashirama they were used to. His expression was grim, his aura oppressive. Each step he took was deliberate, his piercing gaze fixed on Tobirama. Tobirama. Hashirama's voice was sharp and unforgiving. Did you really think I wouldn't know what you two were up to? Caught like a child with his hand in the cookie jar, Tobirama panicked and glanced at Kakuzu. Kakuzu, it's not his fault. Hashirama interrupted sternly. You really thought I wouldn't notice you two scheming together? Hearing those words, Kakuzu shot a glance at Tobirama. The look in his eyes clearly said, oh, so it's my fault now? Calling Hashirama naive was one thing, but it turned out Tobirama was the real fool here. The Anbu unit he created was designed to report solely to the Hokage. Hashirama might not have been able to find the two of them, but the Anbu certainly could. And if the Anbu found them, it was as good as the Hokage finding them himself. Tobirama had just handed Hashirama the key to his plans, pure self-sabotage. I knew something was off the last time I saw Kakuzu at the gambling den. Tobirama muttered. What kind of research is conducted at night instead of during the day? That's why I followed him here today. Kakuzu spread his hands in exasperation. Hashirama might play dumb but still figure things out eventually. I'm not responsible for your bad choices. Tobirama tried to explain. Brother, they were merely death row inmates. I was just, silence. Hashirama's voice cut through the air, his expression cold as ice. For once, he was truly angry. What gives you the right to decide who lives or dies? Can you honestly say it wasn't just to further your experiments? Tobirama clenched his fists but said nothing. He raised his hands, forming seals in swift succession. Edo Tensei, release. The two souls, dragged from the underworld without even understanding what had happened, were once again pulled into the abyss by the Shinigami, cast back into eternal slumber. You two, follow me. Hashirama ordered as he turned and walked out of the laboratory. Kakuzu and Tobirama exchanged glances before reluctantly following. As the three stood outside, gazing into the dark night, there was a deafening roar. Boom. 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 Massive ancient trees erupted from the ground, intertwining and coiling together, engulfing the laboratory in an instant. From this moment on, this laboratory no longer exists. Hashirama declared, turning his sharp gaze on Tobirama. You're coming back with me. You're under house arrest. Without my explicit permission, you're not to leave. Brother, Tobirama started, but Hashirama wasn't in the mood to negotiate. I'll appoint someone else to oversee the biological research division. I never want to see such experiments again. With those words, Tobirama's fate for the foreseeable future was sealed. Hashirama's stern gaze then shifted to Kakuzu. As for you, Kakuzu, you're no longer allowed to engage in this kind of work. That's my final line. Kakuzu sighed and shrugged, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. A few sentences were all it took to decide the matter. In the end, this world was still one where strength dictated justice. Watching the Senju brothers walk away, Kakuzu let out a long sigh. As he looked up at the sky, he noticed the absence of the moon. No wonder tonight feels so dark, he thought. If only the moon were out, he might have considered filing a complaint with the Sage of Six Paths. These Senju brothers, eating my food, using my resources, and now they leave me stranded here, ruining my cushy 650,000 ryo government job. This is outrageous. As Kakuzu silently raged, one of his earth grudge fear tendrils burst from the ground, stitching itself back to his wrist. In its grasp was a vial of blood. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes, examining the bottle closely. Judging by the dust on its surface, it hadn't been opened in months. Yet, the blood inside remained as vibrant and fluid as ever. Such potent life force could only mean one thing, Hashirama's cells. Chapter 62, Fusion and Strengthening. Tobirama Senju wanted to uncover Kakuzu's true intentions. To do so, he devised a cunning plan using Hashirama's cells as bait, creating a trap hidden in plain sight. Tobirama knew that someone as skilled as Kakuzu would eventually notice this detail and track down the blood sample. That was precisely what he wanted. The location where the blood was kept had a barrier set up. Any disturbance in Hashirama's blood would immediately alert Tobirama. Now, the bait was laid, it was up to Kakuzu to decide if he had the nerve to take it. Today, this matter came to a conclusion. Kakuzu lost his job but stumbled upon a treasure. Still, he didn't show any excitement. Holding something so valuable demanded restraint. True to his nature, Kakuzu maintained a calm demeanor. Over the next few days, some close acquaintances, including Narasharagu, came by to visit him. Kakuzu, come on, look at the bright side. With your skills, finding another job will be a piece of cake. It was a bit rash of the Hokage to shut down the lab, but trust his judgment. If nothing else works out, you could always become a ninja. Starting salaries at least 300,000 ryo a month. Kakuzu was in his 30s, a middle-aged man suddenly unemployed, with no stable income. All he had left were around 300 rental properties, a famous glass factory, and a hidden gambling den that very few knew about. Kakuzu rose and thanked Shoraku and the others for their concern before seeing them off. Afterward, he spent the next few days moping in his room. However, each night he would quietly work in his lab, using equipment to refine Hashirama's blood. His goal was clear: fusion. He didn't need to carve chunks of flesh for testing, his threads of earth grudge fear were more than sufficient. Yet every time the threads merged with the blood, the results disappointed him. In the experiment vials, the black threads showed minimal vitality. The moment they came into contact with Hashirama's blood, all life within them was devoured completely. This confirmed two things: the immense power of Hashirama's cells and the stark weakness of Kakuzu's body, apart from his heart's. If he wanted to integrate these cells, there was only one solution: dilution. After several nights of work, Kakuzu stared at the liquid in the vials with a troubled expression. This was the highest dilution he could manage under his current circumstances, roughly 260 times. He couldn't help but doubt himself. Diluting Hashirama's blood 260 times? It was practically water at this point. And yet, his black thread still struggled to withstand it. Was his earth grudge fear really that weak? Frustrated, Kakuzu spent the next 3 days smoking in his room. Eventually, he made up his mind. 5 hearts. 5 elite Jonin. That was the limit of his current strength. But in this ninja world, if he couldn't grow stronger, if he remained stagnant, he might as well be dead. Thinking of Senju Hashirama and Madara Uchiha, those men who stood at the pinnacle of power, Kakuzu knew he had no choice. In his previous life, he had been frail and helpless, his days consumed by illness. Having died once already, he no longer feared death. If anything, he feared stagnation more. With grim determination, he picked up a syringe. The needle pierced his artery. The plunger of the injector compressed rapidly under his hand. The liquid flowed through his body like a rushing river, carried along by the black threads of earth grudge fear. Kakuzu felt a coldness spreading through him, inching its way to his head. He wasn't sure if this was a physical reaction or just his mind playing tricks on him. His body grew colder, and his consciousness began to fade. Before darkness claimed him, he clung to one thought: this is my chance to change my fate. I can't let it slip away. I won't let it slip away. If I fail, I would rather die. Drip. 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 The clock on the wall struck 7 p.m., the exact time Kakuzu had injected the Hashirama cells. 3 days had passed since then. Creak. The door slowly opened. A cautious head peeked inside. Kakuzu-san. The voice belonged to Maribushi Kasuke. Once a 6-year-old when Kakuzu took him in, Kasuke was now a teenager and close to graduating from the ninja academy. Kakuzu had instructed him to guard the door and let no one in. For 3 days, Kasuke had faithfully obeyed. But his concern eventually got the better of him, and he decided to check on Kakuzu. The sight inside made his heart lurch. Kakuzu sat motionless on the ground, eyes closed and hands limp at his sides. Panic surged through Kasuke, and his first instinct was to scream. But he remembered his training: he was a ninja. He forced himself to stay calm and cautiously approached Kakuzu. Kasuke's fear gnawed at him, but he searched Kakuzu's body for any sign of life. Then, he saw it, a single bead of sweat trailing down Kakuzu's forehead. Do the dead sweat? Kasuke wasn't sure anymore. Trembling, he reached out a hand to check Kakuzu's breath, but before he could. Swish. Yua. Kasuke let out a strangled cry, nearly scared to death. Before his fingers even brushed Kakuzu's nose, a powerful hand shot out and grabbed his wrist. He wanted to scream, but before he could let out more than a few syllables, another hand clamped over his mouth. 1 minute later, Kasuke was panting heavily. The grip on his wrist had loosened, and the other hand was gone as well. As he rubbed his sore wrist, he looked up, utterly bewildered. There was no mistake: dead people don't sweat, right? And yet, here was Kakuzu, drenched in sweat that practically steamed in the chilly air. Kakuzu-san. Are you okay? Kasuke asked cautiously, finally convinced this wasn't some macabre prank. Kakuzu wiped the sweat from his brow, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. I'm fine. I just had a dream. A very long dream. That dream, however, had been no ordinary one. It showed Kakuzu a vision of his past lives and present self. He wasn't just the Kakuzu of this world, nor the Kakuzu of his former life. He had become something entirely new, a fresh existence, forged with his own thoughts and will. With a burning determination to survive from his past life, Kakuzu knew one thing: this time, he wouldn't fall. When he awoke, a revelation struck him. Immortality wasn't just about eternal life, it was about invincibility. True immortality meant ensuring no one could ever hurt him again. He swore to seize every opportunity to grow stronger, no matter what. This life, he realized, wasn't a supporting role. He was the protagonist. Now that he was awake, Kakuzu's heart was steady. Yet 3 days and nights of mental battle had taken their toll, leaving him physically and emotionally drained. Kasuke, thank you. Kasuke gave him a small, relieved smile. Of course, Kakuzu-san. Get some rest. I'll head to the market and grab something to help you regain your strength. Once Kakuzu confirmed everything was fine, he left the room, closing the door firmly behind him. As soon as the door shut, Kakuzu exhaled deeply, his breaths heavy with fatigue. But despite his exhaustion, there was something he couldn't ignore, something he had to test immediately. He stood, feeling a strange solidity in his body that hadn't been there before. Raising his hands slowly, he clasped them together, channeling chakra throughout his body with practiced precision. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Bang. 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 Thick clouds of smoke filled the room, and when they cleared, it was packed with identical clones of Kakuzu, each standing ready. Chapter 63, Rebirth and Immortality. Rat. Ox. Tiger. Monkey. Boar. Goat. Snake. Kakuzu's hands moved in a blur, forming seals with practiced precision. Dark night walking jutsu. Whoosh, the lights in the room extinguished instantly. Even the faint glow from outside vanished, plunging everything into total darkness. The only illumination came from Kakuzu's eyes, gleaming like embers in the pitch-black void. This technique, a high-level genjutsu, temporarily blinded its target. If properly refined, Kakuzu mused, it might even match the grandeur of the Uchiha's legendary genjutsu prowess. He reversed the seals, dispelling the technique. The darkness lifted, and Kakuzu leaned against the wall, his breath steadying as he assessed the changes in his body. The cells of Hashirama Senju had, at last, granted him a glimmer of opportunity. His blood coursed with newfound vitality, his chakra pathways humming with potential. This was the foundation for his continued evolution. To date, he had mastered nearly all of Tobirama Senju's forbidden techniques, everything except the Flying Thunder God. Even the most complex of them, Edo Tensei, posed no insurmountable challenge. Of course, the current version of Edo Tensei was far from the perfected iteration seen during the Fourth Great Ninja War. At this stage, the technique lacked precision in reviving targets. Who, or what, it summoned was entirely up to chance, shinobi, civilians, samurai, or something else altogether. The timeline was equally unpredictable, bringing forth individuals from disparate points in their lives. A revived subject might retain 80% of their peak strength, or as little as 20%. They could even return as infants. The results could be awkward, to say the least. Kakuzu had a theory about these resurrection techniques, whether Edo Tensei, Rin Rebirth, or one's own life reincarnation. All of them likely required an understanding of the metaphysical concepts of time and space to precisely interact with the Shinigami's domain. Without that, the outcomes would always be inconsistent. Such mastery, Kakuzu reasoned, was beyond Tobirama's current grasp. These techniques were the work of pioneers, meant to be refined by their successors. Take the multi-shadow clone jutsu, perfected by Naruto Uzumaki, or the Flying Thunder God, streamlined by Tobirama Senju. And as for Edo Tensei, it would eventually find its master in Orochimaru. Hey! Tobirama, the copyright ninja. When you're resurrected, you'd better start collecting royalties, should net you tens of billions. Enough for decades of research. Back to the matter at hand. Kakuzu straightened up, leaning forward slightly as his arms extended backward. Rustle, 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 the black threads of his earth grudge fear technique began unraveling from his body. As the threads spilled out, so too did Kakuzu's partners. Releasing them heightened his awareness of his body's internal changes. The black threads still covered his body as they always had. However, beneath them, a thin layer of newly formed tissue had begun to grow, a fragile but living structure. This fusion of life and earth grudge fear threads represented the synthesis of rebirth and immortality. Before long, all his partners emerged. They stood before him, their forms varying in height and build. Mindless entities, they existed solely to follow Kakuzu's commands. Each partner possessed a heart, and like Kakuzu, the newly grown tissue beneath their black-threaded shells mirrored his transformation. However, Kakuzu could tell the new tissue was still underdeveloped, akin to that of a newborn. Reaching the durability of an adult's would take at least 10 years of growth and training. Not that it mattered. For someone like Kakuzu, time was of little concern. What intrigued him more was a different development. Placing a hand over his chest, Kakuzu observed his partners. Fire, partner Alpha, encased in a crimson shroud. Water, partner Beta, flowing like liquid. Lightning, partner Gamma, crackling with energy. Wind, partner Delta, sharp and agile. Earth, partner Epsilon, donning a yellowish-brown mask. Traditionally, the Earth heart always remained within Kakuzu's body. Its defensive properties made it the ideal choice to safeguard his core. Yet today, even the Earth heart had been externalized. Kakuzu could feel it, another heartbeat, steady and strong. Thump. 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 A new heart had formed within him. Unlike the other hearts, This one embodied not an elemental nature but the essence of Kakuzu's forbidden jutsu itself. This meant that from now on, he had another powerful ally in battle. Where once he fought as 5, he would now fight as 6. Kakuzu smirked. His strength had undeniably taken another leap forward. The emergence of the sixth heart was no mystery. The successful fusion of Hashirama's cells with Earth Grudge Fear had triggered this evolution, proof of new life being born amidst the conditions of immortality. Much like the 10,000 white Zetsu, whose artificial lives stemmed from Hashirama's cells, Kakuzu's body now allowed for the emergence of new hearts without rejection. Satisfied with this result, Kakuzu thought, not bad at all. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Under his conscious control, 5 life forms returned to his body in perfect unison. With his new form, Kakuzu decided it was time to prepare for his next steps. A few days later, in the Senju compound, sunlight poured through the windows, filling the room with warmth and brightness. Senju Tobirama sat cross-legged on the floor, a pen clenched between his teeth as he frowned in deep thought. Suddenly, the subtle movement of the pen stopped, hanging still in his mouth. With the slightest exertion, Tobirama could have transformed it into a shuriken, ready to strike in an instant. His sharp, narrow eyes shifted toward the door. Someone had arrived uninvited. He had already sensed their presence, but what puzzled him was the lack of any warning from the guard stationed outside. Closing his eyes, Tobirama focused on the chakra signature. And then, his eyes shot open. Something's off. On the rooftop, Kakuzu stood casually, giving a small nod in greeting to Senju Momoka before leaping down to the entrance. He landed effortlessly, coming into Tobirama's line of sight. You've grown stronger. Much stronger. Tobirama remarked, removing the pin from his mouth and setting aside his work. His gaze toward Kakuzu was sharp and serious. He remembered their battle from years ago. At the time, Tobirama hadn't fully understood Kakuzu's abilities, whereas Kakuzu had thoroughly studied the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. That fight ended with Kakuzu leveraging his superior intel for victory. Over the years, Kakuzu's capabilities had gradually revealed themselves, but his power seemed stagnant. Tobirama had assumed Kakuzu had already reached his peak. But now, seeing him today, Tobirama couldn't help but reconsider. It was clear that Kakuzu had been honing himself for years, leading to a breakthrough. Tobirama realized his previous understanding of Kakuzu had been incomplete, even flawed. Most intriguingly, Tobirama sensed there was still a thick veil around Kakuzu, a shroud even his keen perception couldn't penetrate. Just how strong was Kakuzu now? Even Tobirama couldn't tell. Picking up on the astonishment in Tobirama's voice, Kakuzu smirked slightly and tilted his head, gesturing toward the courtyard. Care to test it outside? Kakuzu offered. Talking only gets us so far. A good fight would make it clear. After all, it had been years since Kakuzu had fought seriously. He was worried he might have grown rusty. But Tobirama shook his head and returned his focus to the blueprints on the table. I'm not going. Hearing this, Kakuzu scratched his nose awkwardly. He hadn't expected such a blunt refusal. Tobirama's reason, however, was simple. Hashirama had placed him under strict orders not to leave the compound. If Tobirama dared step outside, Hashirama would break his legs upon returning. And fighting in the courtyard? That wasn't an option either. If they destroyed the Senju compound, Kakuzu could walk away without a care, but Tobirama? Hashirama would absolutely break his legs for that, too. Resigned, Tobirama stayed put in his room. Kakuzu walked in uninvited and sat across from Tobirama. Seeing the usually dignified Tobirama in such a restricted state, Kakuzu couldn't help but chuckle. This must be tough for you. Don't worry, it'll pass. His gaze drifted to the blueprints Tobirama was working on. Even as the Senju clan's second-in-command, you still find time to dive into forbidden jutsu research? Tobirama didn't look up. He simply let out a lazy hey. Just passing the time by revisiting old, unsolved theories. I doubt this one will ever succeed, though. Kakuzu raised an eyebrow. Was there really a forbidden jutsu Tobirama couldn't complete? His curiosity piqued, he leaned closer to examine the blueprints. As he read the title of the technique, his expression shifted. This is Chapter 64, The Forbidden Art of Kinjutsu, Onikaira or Chimera Jutsu. The appearance of this forbidden technique was unexpected, but not entirely shocking. You've started researching bloodlines, haven't you? Exactly. Tobirama Senju nodded slightly at Kakuzu. As top-tier shinobi of the ninja world, there was no need for pretenses. The Sharingan of the Uchiha. The Byakugan of the Hyuga. The immense chakra reserves of the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Their uniqueness boiled down to one thing, bloodlines. Or, in technical terms, KK Genkai. You're trying to combine multiple KK Genkai? What, you've never considered it? The two exchanged a knowing look, smiling faintly without answering directly. Any progress? Kakuzu asked. There is, but it's the hardest part. Tobirama admitted, biting the end of his pen as he glanced over a scroll covered in diagrams. I've experimented with fusing two different bloodlines, hoping to create something entirely new. But I found that the rejection between the two blood types is significant. They can't harmonize easily. Worse still, the mixture damages the host's body. At first, I refused to believe it and kept testing. After 8 attempts, only once did I see a glimmer of success. Yet even then, I realized, complete fusion takes a minimum of 10 years. Tobirama stopped speaking, knowing Kakuzu could already guess the implications. Even if two bloodlines fuse, there's no guarantee they'll produce a new KK Genkai or grant mastery over both. And waiting a decade. Not everyone has that luxury. Kakuzu remarked, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the table. Tobirama wasn't an idealist. He'd seen the Warring States era firsthand, where the average life expectancy barely exceeded 30. Even his older brother, Hashirama, couldn't escape the limits of mortality. Tobirama wasn't sure how many decades he had left to pursue this experiment. And beyond time, there were obstacles, funding, his brother's disapproval, and countless other distractions. He understood this was an experiment destined for failure. Across from him, Kakuzu appeared calm, but inwardly, he was astonished. His gaze lingered on the incomplete Chimera Jutsu scroll. The technique was unfinished, and its risks were unknown. Tobirama had no intention of testing it on himself. Recklessness could lead to disaster. But if he had been slightly more daring, he might have taken an Uchiha's Sharingan and hidden away for decades, letting the Senju and Uchiha bloodlines slowly meld. Though he wouldn't awaken the Rinnegan as a reincarnated soul might, the true fusion of the two bloodlines could signify a sort of ancestral regression. Still, this was just a fantasy. Even Tobirama had admitted that combining two bloodlines was nearly impossible, especially with higher-tier KK Genkai. The risk of failure only increased. The birth of a single Rinnegan could render the strongest shinobi frail and aged. Bloodline fusion wasn't something just anyone could achieve. Kakuzu reflected that his own fusion with Hashirama cells was likely a unique exception. No other bloodline could retain such vitality even after being diluted over centuries. That's why Hashirama cells became the gold standard for the powerful in later years, with even Denzo clamoring for a piece of the action. As for Kakuzu, adapting to this body would likely take him another decade before he could further strengthen the cells. He glanced back at Tobirama, who seemed to have already dismissed the research. With a careless gesture, Tobirama tossed the draft onto a nearby pile. The scroll fluttered in the wind, eventually landing in some obscure corner of the Senju estate. If it were lost, Tobirama wouldn't bother looking for it. To him, it was just a scrap of paper. Years later, a young boy named Hiruko would stumble upon it by chance. What Tobirama saw as trash became a lifeline for Hiruko, stranded in his own personal desert of despair. Hiruko poured all his potential and obsession into researching the feasibility of Chimera Jutsu. When someone has nothing left but determination, they become a terrifying force. One day, after observing a boy who had taken his friend's eyes, Hiruko had an epiphany. The complete Chimera Jutsu was born. Ah, Tobirama, the unacknowledged copyright ninja. Then again, Hiruko's version differed from Tobirama's. To put it simply, Hiruko prioritized speed and brute force, while Tobirama leaned towards gradual fusion. Kakuzu preferred Tobirama's approach. Rushing often led to failure, and Hiruko's greed for power turned him reckless. According to Hiruko's claims, combining 5 KK Genkai would grant immortality and spark a fourth great ninja war. Ridiculous. Immortality from 5 bloodlines? Did he consult the Sage of 6 Paths first? True immortality in this world belonged to people like Kakuzu and Orochimaru, not some cobbled-together bloodline. As for starting the fourth great ninja war? During that period, people like Rinnegan Nagato, Kamui Obito, Sage Mode Jiraiya, and the strongest of the 5 Kage, Anoki, could definitely give him a run for his money. In the end, though, Hiruko's situation was rather pitiful. He shared a similar fate with Kakuzu, after all. Despite being so powerful, he was taken down by some random wind-style jutsu. It made no sense, absolutely no sense. Kakuzu's thoughts wandered far as he dwelled on this. Seeing him so lost in thought, Tobirama Senju assumed Kakuzu was deep in contemplation. Hey. Huh? What's up? Kakuzu snapped back to reality, pulled out of his reverie by Tobirama's voice. Tobirama handed him another set of notes. Since you're so interested, consider this spare copy yours. Take your time studying it. At that, Kakuzu inwardly smirked. He picked up the notes and began flipping through them at a leisurely pace. The contents were extensive, detailing the differences between integrating KK Genkai and fusing ordinary bloodlines. After a quick skim, he reached a conclusion: merging KK Genkai ultimately required time, decades, even centuries. Waiting that long? Tobirama couldn't do it. Hiroko couldn't do it. But for Kakuzu? Time was hardly a problem. Satisfied, because you tucked the notes away. You're really generous, Tobirama. Giving me something like this? You're not worried I'll turn out like you, locked away by your older brother? Tobirama scowled. Hashirama hadn't gone after Kakuzu for a reason, and it wasn't because of some unpaid debts. No, in Hashirama's eyes, Tobirama was the true culprit and deserved to face the consequences alone. That was why he'd confined only Tobirama. But if Kakuzu decided to rebuild his lab, well, the story might change. Kakuzu could already imagine it. Hashirama would not only use the excuse of unpaid debts but also confiscate his funds to fuel his gambling habits. Not an ideal scenario. Still, there was a solution, taking his research outside of Hidden Leaf Village. Problem solved. Chapter 65. A new journey. Farewells are an inevitable part of life. Even after spending years here, Kakuzu couldn't deny a peculiar sense of attachment. Still, overly emotional goodbyes weren't his style. For acquaintances like the Inoshikacho trio, Kakuzu skipped the personal farewells, opting instead to send Maribashi Kazuki to deliver 10 million ryo to each of them as a token of gratitude for their years of camaraderie. Kakuzu's business ventures in Hidden Leaf Village weren't to be abandoned either. He entrusted the management of rental properties to Kazuki, who would ensure the income was deposited directly into Kakuzu's account. With banks across the Land of Fire, checking his growing wealth would be a simple matter. His glass factory and gambling dens were also left in capable hands, with clear instructions to remit profits monthly. Kakuzu relished the luxury of earning money without lifting a finger. As he walked toward Hidden Leaf Village's gates, he carried little baggage, just as when he arrived. Dressed in his oversized cloak and carrying a single travel bag, Kakuzu's steps were calm and measured. Before long, he reached the village entrance. Pausing briefly, he glanced up at the guard tower. A ninja leapt down and landed before him. "Leaving already?" asked Senju Momoka, her expression calm but curious. "Yeah. Staying cooped up in the village is too dull. I'm heading out to travel." Kakuzu replied with a faint smile. "When will you return?" 1 or 2 years, maybe." Both exchanged brief smiles. Kakuzu wasn't a Hidden Leaf Village shinobi, nor did he share any deep ties with Momoka. As ninja, they knew better than to let emotions linger. With a polite nod, Momoka stepped aside, silently bidding him farewell. Kakuzu said no more, his footsteps echoing as he crossed Hidden Leaf Village's gates and ventured into the open world. The moment he left the village's perimeter, the sensory seal placed on him by Senju Tobirama activated. Within the Senju compound, Tobirama immediately sensed the shift. The Flying Thunder God mark he placed on Kakuzu was still intact. A flicker of thought crossed his mind as he resumed his research, but he decided against pursuing it further. Meanwhile, Kakuzu took a deep breath, savoring the fresh mountain air. His destination wasn't aimless. Long ago, during a conversation with Senju Hashirama, Kakuzu had asked about the location of the Sage Arts sanctuaries. The Sage Arts, an anomaly within the standard chakra system, allowing practitioners to harness nature's energy, offered a powerful path to strength. Although Sage Mode was one of Hashirama's signature abilities, the former Hokage hadn't withheld information. "Honestly, I don't know," Hashirama had admitted. "I stumbled into Shikatsu Forest by sheer chance while training my wood style. I was exhausted and wandered in without realizing it." Kakuzu had been speechless at the casual response. How was he supposed to find such a place without wood style? Seeing his frustration, Hashirama had provided a second suggestion. Sage sanctuaries and summoning realms share similarities, they're both otherworldly spaces. With some luck, you might stumble upon one. The idea had some merit. Thinking of the numerous stone statues in Mount Mayabaku, Kakuzu surmised they were likely remnants of those who had gotten lucky in the past. Hashirama had then recalled a possible location. "When I trained in wood style, it was near the southeastern corner of the Land of Fire, close to the border with the Land of Water." And so, Kakuzu decided to test his luck, though he wasn't naive enough to expect guaranteed success. To ensure his trip wasn't wasted, he planned to prepare along the way. His journey led him to a decrepit-looking building that resembled a public restroom. He grimaced but stepped inside regardless. Descending to the second basement level, he found the station's manager, a bald man in his 30s whose gleaming head was matched only by the gleam in his eyes. The man lit up the moment he saw Kakuzu. "Ah, esteemed shinobi. You look like a skilled professional," the man exclaimed enthusiastically. "We have a variety of fresh missions available for selection. Don't miss out. Oh, by the way," he added sheepishly, "our cooling system's broken, so there's a bit of a stench from the stored bodies. We had to pick this place to mask the smell. I hope you don't mind." "Enough chatter," Kakuzu snapped, waving dismissively. The bald man quickly complied, laying out mission scrolls on the table. The older ones were coated in dust, their edges frayed from years of neglect. The top scrolls bore familiar names: Senju Hashirama, Bounty, 153.2 million Ryo. Madara Uchiha, Bounty, 149.8 million Ryo. Hyuga Tenjin, Bounty, 73 million Ryo. Raikage, Bounty, 72.5 million Ryo. Senju Tobirama, Bounty, 60 million Ryo. Isn't this bounty a bit inflated? Never underestimate Kakuzu's memory. When it came to high-value bounties, he could remember every detail for decades, perhaps even a century. For instance, Senju Tobirama's bounty had undoubtedly risen by 5 million Ryo. Hey, sir, those who've been causing a stir in the ninja world recently tend to see their bounties rise quickly. Plus, with the passage of time, currency has depreciated somewhat, so there's been a slight increase in their worth. Hearing this, Kakuzu understood. Simply put, the more notorious someone was, the faster their bounty grew. The likes of Senju Hashirama, Madara Uchiha, and even the first Raikage, who once dared to haggle with Hashirama, fell into this category. Meanwhile, those who kept a low profile had their bounties creep upward over the years, mainly due to inflation, as long as their strength didn't wane. Kakuzu's eyes scanned through the bounty slips, one after another. As he deliberated on which target would make the best next payday, the chatterbox bald man couldn't resist speaking again. Hey, sir, I can recommend a target with excellent value for money. Take a look. Following the man's pointing finger, Kakuzu's gaze landed on a slip worth 30 million Ryo. However, Kakuzu immediately noticed something suspicious about this one. The portrait depicted a man in his 20s, with brown hair, sharp features, and a decent appearance. Name, Naruto description, rogue ninja from Hidden Mist Village, Jonin level strength mission requirement, capture alive and deliver to the specified location reward, 30 million Ryo. As he studied the slip, Kakuzu's eyes narrowed. Capturing a Jonin alive did elevate the difficulty of the mission. However, for a skilled bounty hunter, breaking the target's limbs and dragging them to the destination usually wasn't much of an issue. Even so, wasn't his price a bit too high? Seeing Kakuzu's contemplative silence, the bald man quickly jumped in to explain. Sir, to be honest, this is the most cost-effective target currently available. From what I've heard, similar slips have already been taken at other stations. As for the reward being a bit generous, that's nothing to worry about. After all, you'll be infiltrating the land of water to capture someone, and the risk does merit a higher payout. Don't hesitate any longer. If you keep pondering, someone else might catch him before you do. 30 million isn't a small sum, you know. As the bald man's incessant chatter continued, Kakuzu's gaze slowly lifted, a chilling aura enveloping the room. One more word, and I'll end you. The bald man immediately clammed up, a bead of cold sweat sliding down his forehead. Chapter 66, Boyle-style. The mountains stretched endlessly, their peaks like jagged teeth piercing the sky. Shrouded in dense mist, the landscape felt both majestic and foreboding, a scene of raw power and mystery. Beneath the thick veil of fog, there was no solid ground, only rivers snaking across the terrain like veins, their waters converging into the heart of the sea. The sprawling ocean spread like a devouring beast, its countless branches carving the land into fragmented islands. This was the land of water, a realm of countless isles, each with its own unique culture and charm. The isolation bred by distance and treacherous waters made every island a world of its own, distinct from the rest. Among these islands lay Ryugetsu Island, an obscure, overgrown place teeming with dense forests but lacking fresh water. Uninhabited for years, it had become a forgotten, wild corner of the land of water, a perfect hideout for those seeking to vanish. In the suffocating mist, the clash of steel echoed sharply. Clang! Clang! Figures darted through the haze, blades colliding in flashes of sparks. 5 shinobi clad in gray and black uniforms, their foreheads marked with the symbol of the land of hot water, slid across the damp ground, regrouping into a predatory formation. Encircling their prey, their eyes gleamed with the thrill of the hunt. At the center of their circle stood a lone shinobi. His red-brown hair framed a face of sharp features, his lean build marked with the scars of countless battles. Around his arm, a forehead protector bore the symbol of Hidden Mist Village, 4 diagonal lines flowing like cascading water. The leader of the hot water shinobi, Tetsu, unfurled a wanted poster, his lips curling into a sinister grin as he studied the familiar face. Well, who would have thought you'd fetch such a price? He sneered. 30 million Ryo. That's not a sum anyone could ignore. Don't hold it against us, Rudo. It's nothing personal. Hidden Mist Village's defector, Rudo, locked eyes with the bounty hunters. Tetsu, you're swimming in waters far deeper than you realize. Even if you kill me, you'll never see that 30 million. Tetsu chuckled, unfazed. Spare me your warnings. We've done our homework. Boys, let's finish this quick. Ruto sighed. There was no reasoning with men blinded by greed. So be it. He muttered, raising his hands as his fingers danced through a sequence of seals. Tetsu barked a command. Careful. He's releasing his boil style, everyone, masks on and hold your breath. The bounty hunters snapped into action, donning crude gas masks as Ruto exhaled. A pale mist poured from his mouth, curling and mingling with the natural fog. The air grew heavier, the temperature rising subtly. Now! Tetsu roared, launching a flurry of shuriken. His comrades followed suit, unleashing a barrage of weapons and low-level jutsu. Ruto leaped backward, his hands never breaking from their seal as he continued to release his mist. Minutes passed in a tense game of cat and mouse, but luck turned against Ruto. A blade grazed his arm, drawing blood. Wincing, he stumbled, his footing unsteady as the bounty hunters tightened their net. Tetsu laughed triumphantly. You're cornered, Ruto. Be smart and come quietly, or we'll make sure you leave here in pieces. Surrounded, Ruto remained eerily calm. He regarded Tetsu with a faint smirk. You think you know me because you've read my bounty notice? How naive. Ask yourself, why hasn't Hidden Mist Village come for me themselves? Why offer a bounty instead of sending their own? Tetsu hesitated, his bravado faltering for a split second. It's because they know. Ruto continued, his voice cold. They know fools like you will do their dirty work without understanding the danger. You walked into a trap, and now it's too late. A flicker of fear crossed the bounty hunters' faces as the mist thickened, the temperature around them spiking ominously. Boil style, what did you say? Ruto's calm expression, coupled with his steady tone, showed not a hint of panic. This unshaken demeanor sent a wave of unease rippling through the ranks of bounty hunters and even their leader, Aminyo. Suddenly, what's happening? One of the bounty hunters cried out in pain, clutching his wrist. To his horror, he realized the exposed skin on his hand had begun to decay, rotting away at an alarming rate. As his agonized voice echoed through the mist, the others began to notice something was terribly wrong. During the battle, they had felt a vague discomfort, like a small flame searing their bodies. However, with the intensity of the fight and no significant chakra fluctuations, they had brushed it off. Now that they had paused, the reality hit them like a storm. Their clothing, exposed to the mist, was disintegrating bit by bit, and any bare skin was rapidly corroding. For some, it wasn't just flesh being eaten away, the corrosive effect had reached their bones. In mere seconds, the hunters who once held the upper hand were reduced to chaos. One by one, they dropped their weapons, writhing in agony, clutching at corroded arms and other afflicted areas. But it was futile. As long as they remained shrouded in this mist, every inch of their bodies would suffer the same fate. Aminyo, the bounty hunter's leader, fared slightly better due to his skill, but even he couldn't escape the searing pain of his flesh decaying. Gritting his teeth, he turned a pained glare toward Ruto. You! What did you do? Lowering his hands, the seals complete, Ruto responded with a cold, detached tone. Did you really think wearing gas masks or holding your breath would save you? He took a step forward, his voice as steady as ever. This isn't poison gas. What you're facing is my unique KK Genkai, boil style. Chapter 67, Thundercrack Spear, damn it. Aminyu snarled, his eyes bloodshot with frustration. A deep sense of anger boiled within him. Why hadn't the intel mentioned the true capabilities of boil style? Those higher-ups in Hidden Mist Village were scum, sending him on this mission without so much as a warning. He bet his life that there were even bigger secrets hidden within Ruto's abilities. But right now, Aminyu couldn't afford to dwell on it. The bounty of 30 million ryo was tempting, sure, but only if he lived to claim it. As an experienced bounty hunter, he knew when to cut his losses. Retreat. Let's go, now. He shouted, spinning on his heel and darting away with a burst of speed. He had to get as far as possible from the corrosive mists of boil style, or his body would dissolve until not even bones remained. The other bounty hunters didn't need to be told twice. One after another, they followed the menu's lead, fleeing the area. Behind them, Ruto smiled coldly, his transformation from prey to predator complete. Have you forgotten? Ruto's voice rang out, calm yet laced with menace. In your panic, you've already inhaled plenty of my boil style. It's working its way through your bodies as we speak. You're not going anywhere. With a single leap, Ruto launched himself into the air, closing the distance between him and the fleeing hunters. He had no intention of letting them escape. If they got away, they'd expose his location, and that was a risk he couldn't take. No, he'd eliminate them here and now, and then find a new island to hide on. The dense forest blurred past as Aminyu and his men sprinted, choking on pain as the boil style corroded them from within. Aminyu glanced back, his jaw clenched tight. We won't last like this, he thought, his mind racing for a plan. That bastard will kill us all if we don't lose him. Be boss. One of the hunters stammered, his voice trembling. There's someone up ahead. What? Amanyu snapped his head forward. Through the swirling mist, a towering figure loomed, walking slowly in their direction. Who the hell is that? Get out of the way. Amanyu shouted, frustration boiling over. Without hesitation, he hurled a handful of shuriken forward, each one primed with explosive tags. The shuriken sliced through the air, embedding themselves in the ground and nearby trees. Boom. 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 A series of explosions rocked the area, smoke and debris scattering in every direction. Trees were blown to splinters, and the ground was left scorched. Yet from within the smoke, steady, rhythmic footsteps emerged. Tap. 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 Amanyu's heart sank as the figure came into view, unscathed. What? What the hell is that? He gasped. Standing before him was a man, clad in blackened steel from head to toe, his towering frame exuding an oppressive presence. It was Kakuzu. The bounty hunter's eyes widened in recognition and terror. Well, Kakuzu said, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. We're in the same business, aren't we? Seems polite to introduce myself. Before anyone could react, Kakuzu's hands blurred into a series of hand signs, finishing in an instant. Electricity crackled violently as he raised one arm. Lightning style, thundercrack spear. The air seemed to vibrate as a sharp, piercing sound filled the forest. From Kakuzu's hand, a spear of pure lightning chakra formed, buzzing with destructive energy. This technique, Kakuzu said, his voice calm but sharp, is my first original jutsu. Consider it a parting gift. The spear erupted from his hand, streaking forward like an eagle in flight, fast, unrelenting, and deadly. Amanyu's pupils dilated, the image of a lightning dragon reflected in his eyes. It's too fast. Instinct screamed at him to move, but the thundercrack spear was faster. Before he could even think of a counter, it was upon him. No, no, no. Screams filled the air as the spear tore through the hunters, leaving destruction in its wake. When the thundercrack spear struck, it was like a primordial beast had opened its enormous maw of lightning, swallowing the bounty hunters whole. The violent arcs of electricity intertwined, coiling and writhing over their bodies. Each crackle of lightning felt like the beast's fangs tearing into them repeatedly. Their flesh began to scorch, their faces and any exposed skin darkening to a charred black. In mere seconds, the devastating power of the thundercrack spear faded. But for the bounty hunters, those few seconds stretched into what felt like centuries of excruciating torment. Of the remaining four, one had been reduced to a motionless husk of charred flesh, lying prone on the ground. A gentle breeze would be enough to scatter him to ash. Another's entire body was pitch black, save for the stark white of his lifeless, unblinking eyes, staring blankly at the sky. The agony of those fleeting moments had been etched into his final expression. Only the bounty hunter's leader, Amanyu, managed to survive the initial strike, though barely. He lay sprawled on the ground, his blood pooling beneath him and soaking into the dirt. Trembling, he raised a hand, weakly trying to lift his head. His face, a grotesque mix of burnt flesh and oozing blood, told a tale of unimaginable suffering. His cracked, charred lips moved soundlessly, as though he had something to say. Standing tall above him was Kakuzu, his imposing frame casting a shadow over the defeated hunter. He looked down at the man, his voice calm yet dripping with cold disdain. Ah, my apologies. Kakuzu said, his tone mockingly sincere. It seems the technique wasn't quite powerful enough. You're still clinging to life, left to endure this misery. My mistake. As he spoke, Kakuzu reached down, placing a hand firmly on Amanyu's trembling head. I'll make sure to refine the jutsu for next time. He continued, his voice steady. For now, allow me to end your suffering. With a quick, practiced motion, Kakuzu twisted his hand. A sickening crack echoed through the clearing as Amanyu's head was wrenched to the side, his life snuffed out instantly. Dusting off his hands, Kakuzu straightened, his expression unreadable. In one move, he had eliminated a competitor and cleared the path toward his true target. His gaze shifted, locking onto the ninja with a 30 million ryo bounty. The man stood ready, his hands already forming seals, while a haze of boil style bubbled and hissed around his mouth. Chapter 68, What else can entertain me? The bounty station was far enough away that it wasn't affected by the lightning style technique. But when Naruto saw Kakuzu instantly kill 5 bounty hunters, his expression grew significantly more serious. This towering ninja was leagues beyond amateurs like Amanyu. Naruto had already came to terms with that reality. Facing such a formidable opponent, Naruto chose to strike first. In an instant, the area was filled with the boiling mist. Within half a minute, Kakuzu's body was surrounded by the corrosive gas. You're strong, but you're not from the land of water. Naruto observed, his voice steady. Judging by how you hardened your body earlier, I'd wager you're a Earth-style user. An inch from Hidden Stone's village, perhaps? Kakuzu rose slowly, his gaze fixed on Ruto. You don't need to know that. All you need to understand is that I'm here to kill you. Ruto wasn't surprised by this response, it was the kind of line he'd heard countless times before. Hidden Mist Village might have been around for years, but it's still a mess internally. An outsider like you stirring things up won't end well. Kakuzu chuckled lightly, crossing his arms as he sized up the young man in front of him. There was some truth in Ruto's words. Based on the information he'd gathered on his way here, coupled with the menu last words, it was clear that Ruto's bounty had been issued by someone high up in Hidden Mist Village. If Ruto was truly a missing nin, the Mist Village should have handled him internally. So why put a bounty on him in the underground market? The situation reeked of conspiracy, and the 30 million Ryo bounty was steeped in uncertainty. But none of that mattered to Kakuzu, he wasn't one to back down over details. Hey, Boyle style. A KK Genkai. Kakuzu murmured, extending a hand to feel the air. As his fingers brushed the mist, he noted the faint corrosive burn. Slowly, he turned his gaze back to Ruto. So your plan is to use this technique to steadily wear me down. The longer we stand here, the more damage my body takes, increasing your chances of winning. Am I right? Ruto stiffened. Kakuzu had seen through him entirely. But so what? The mist had been surrounding them for nearly a minute. The corrosive effects should start showing soon. Once Kakuzu collapsed, victory would still be his. Kakuzu smirked, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. Do you know why I've been standing here chatting despite knowing your intentions? Ruto had no answer, nor did he care. He just wanted his Boyle style to take effect, too. Suddenly, Ruto's pupils dilated in shock. This can't be. The Boyle style was working. Kakuzu's exposed hand began to corrode, the skin visibly burning away. But the sight that followed left Ruto horrified. From beneath the decayed flesh, countless black threads emerged, swiftly repairing the damage. Every corroded spot on Kakuzu's body, his face, neck, arms, was instantly restored by the writhing mass of black tendrils. Kakuzu stood there like an unyielding iron tower, unmoving, as if daring Ruto to continue. You're not human. Ruto muttered, taking an involuntary step back. His throat tightened, and despite the cool air, sweat beaded on his forehead. Hey, sharp observation for a Hidden Mist Village Jonin. Kakuzu said with a hint of sarcasm, lowering his hand as he casually stretched his neck. But enough playing around. Boyle style might not be able to corrode my body, but it's doing a number on my cloak. This is my only one, and walking around without it would be indecent. Kakuzu's tone shifted, calm yet chilling. So, do you have anything else that might entertain me? Ruto said nothing, every nerve on edge as he watched Kakuzu. If not. Kakuzu continued, his voice darkening, then it's my turn. His hands moved in a blur, forming a series of seals faster than Ruto could track. Before Ruto could react, darkness erupted from Kakuzu's position, an overwhelming wave of shadows stretching toward him. Ruto didn't hesitate. Instinct kicked in as he leaped backward, desperate to avoid being engulfed by the spreading darkness. His reaction wasn't wrong. It was pure survival. But he miscalculated. This shadowy realm wasn't a physical ninjutsu, it was a ganjutsu. Dark night walking jutsu. The moment Ruto saw the descending veil of darkness, he had already fallen into the illusion. No matter how fast he ran, he couldn't escape being engulfed by the surrounding blackness. Damn it. Ruto stopped in his tracks, planting his feet firmly on the ground. His body tensed, left hand gripping a kunai while his right hand formed a defensive seal. He scanned his surroundings, only to realize the space around him had turned into an endless night. Ruto's sharp eyes, usually capable of piercing through even dense mist, were utterly useless in this oppressive darkness. However, he quickly steadied himself, lowering his body slightly. His thoughts cleared, and he began analyzing the situation. This darkness blinds my vision, but it doesn't block my senses. If that's the case, I'll fight using my other senses. Closing his eyes, Ruto focused entirely on the subtle movements around him, feeling the faintest shifts in the air. Interesting. If that's how you want to play, let's keep going. In the shadows, Kakuzu observed everything with clarity. His hands crossed in front of him, a sinister smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Bang, 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 bang. Ruto's ears twitched as the sound of movement reached him. His senses sharpened, spreading outward like ripples. Shadow clones? Ruto thought, his brows furrowing. But why does it feel like there are too many of them? At least 200, no, 300? Is this part of the Ganjutsu? Though uncertain about the scene before him, Ruto had no time to second guess. His hands flew into a rapid sequence of seals. Water style. Chakra flowed to his feet, and a large pool of water formed beneath him, rippling outward in chaotic, uncontrolled waves. The currents crashed and smashed into the surroundings, battering everything in their path. Chapter 69, The Greatest Divide Among Ninja. Boom. 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 With every shadow clone shattered by a water-style attack, the battlefield erupted in plumes of smoke. This sound had echoed over 200 times now. Ruto was under immense pressure. He genuinely couldn't tell whether this was all real or some elaborate illusion. No ordinary ninja could produce so many shadow clones, right? Ruto frowned deeply, realizing he had fallen into Kakuzu's rhythm. Yet, at this critical juncture, he could only rely on himself. His stamina and chakra were being consumed at an alarming rate. But then, a moment came when Ruto's eyes snapped open. The oppressive darkness around him began to wane. His tactics had worked, at least partially. Although the Dark Night Walking Jutsu was a high-level genjutsu, it had its limitations. No genjutsu, barring outliers like Koto Umatsukami or Infinite Tsukaimi, could last forever. After several tense minutes, the technique weakened significantly. The moment his vision cleared, Ruto saw the enemy before him. His pupils contracted sharply, and he froze in shock. Over 200 Kakuzu stood in front of him. In that instant, Ruto understood, this was a new, groundbreaking ninjutsu far beyond his comprehension. But what good was understanding now? A fierce gust roared from behind him. Kakuzu's towering form loomed like a tiger emerging from the jungle, ready to devour its prey. His iron fist was poised to shatter Ruto's back in one devastating blow. In the face of imminent death, Ruto gritted his teeth and channeled chakra to his feet, spinning around just in time. Whoosh! The black iron fist, carrying the force of a speeding locomotive, bore down on him with a deafening roar. Boom! The sheer impact was overwhelming. A strike to the head or chest would have meant instant death. Desperately, Ruto raised his arms to block. Bang! At the moment of collision, Ruto felt his arm snap under the tremendous force. Biting through the searing pain, he struggled to keep his footing. His sliding feet carved two deep grooves into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust that merged with the surrounding mist, turning the battlefield into an even murkier haze. Panting heavily, Ruto hung his broken arms limply at his sides. The sharp, unrelenting pain coursed through his nerves as blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He tried to lift his head but found himself utterly drained. In this moment, a bitter truth became crystal clear to him. When he first became a ninja, Ruto naively believed that the greatest gap in skill was between Geinin and Jounin. A Jounin could dispatch a Geinin with just a few moves, and becoming a competent Jounin had been his ultimate dream. With this belief, Ruto dedicated himself to relentless training and missions, striving for strength. Along the way, he awakened his clan's bloodline limit, Boil style. A deadly ability that could meld with the surrounding air to kill enemies silently. Coupled with the perpetually mist-shrouded environment of Hidden Mist Village, Ruto had enjoyed a natural advantage. His strength skyrocketed, and he finally achieved his dream of becoming a Jounin. However, as his experience grew, he began to realize a new truth. The greatest divide among ninja wasn't between Geinin and Jounin. It was between Jounin and elite Jounin. Years ago, Ruto had been drawn into one of the village's darker conspiracies. It was then he first felt the disparity. Although he had some skill, he was still far from being a top-tier Jounin. If an elite ninja decided to target him, he wouldn't fare any better than a Geinin. The fight would be over in just a few moves. This understanding solidified as he faced Kakuzu's overwhelming presence. He wasn't just outmatched, he was utterly outclassed. Kakuzu's appearance had sealed his fate, death. But Ruto refused to accept it. Even with most of his strength depleted, he wasn't ready to give up. Clenching his teeth, he forced himself to lift his head, determined to track Kakuzu's next move. But Kakuzu was nowhere to be seen. Desperately, Ruto extended his senses in every direction, but the enemy was gone. Below. He looked down in alarm, but it was too late. A hand shot up from the ground, gripping his ankle tightly. Earth-style, double suicide decapitation jutsu. Crash. 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 With the sound of breaking earth, Ruto was dragged underground. His already crippled arms became useless in the tight confines, and even his legs were immobilized. Kakuzu emerged instantly, standing before Ruto's exposed head. His black iron hand reached out without hesitation. This wasn't just to ensure victory, it was calculated. Against a Jounin with a bloodline limit, Kakuzu wouldn't risk underestimating his opponent. In the ninja world, secret techniques were as numerous as the stars. Losing a bounty worth 30 million ryo because of carelessness was unthinkable. Of course, Kakuzu knew that wasn't enough. The mission required him to capture Ruto alive. If Ruto bit his tongue and committed suicide halfway through, it would spell big trouble. That's why, the moment Kakuzu appeared, he extended his black, iron-like hand. His options were clear: Either stuff Ruto's mouth with a cloth or remove his teeth entirely, leaving him no way to bite his tongue? Only then would the mission be secured. No. Please. Don't. Ruto's voice trembled as Kakuzu's hand drew closer. His face turned pale, and he shook his head furiously, like a drum in a storm. The fear in his eyes betrayed his desperate will to live. He was pleading for Kakuzu to spare him. Kakuzu's sharp eyes narrowed slightly. His hand paused mid-motion but didn't retreat, staying ready to counter any sudden attempts at self-harm. Still, observing Ruto's overwhelming desire to survive, Kakuzu doubted he had the courage to follow through on biting his own tongue. A flicker of intrigue lit up Kakuzu's eyes. It was well known in the shinobi world that beyond ninjutsu's power, two other concepts drove people to remarkable extremes, sometimes even to their deaths. Those were the village and bonds. Inspired by these ideals, most shinobi acted without fear, facing death head-on. Even those few who feared death rarely displayed the level of desperation and panic Ruto now showed. What's the matter? Didn't Hidden Mist Village teach you that, as a shinobi, you should never show weakness in the face of death? Kakuzu's voice carried a mocking edge as he recalled his own training in Hidden Waterfall Village. Being a shinobi was a merciless profession. They weren't meant to have feelings, nor should they let emotions sway their decisions. Obedience to orders and the completion of missions were their only concerns. Kakuzu figured that Hidden Mist Village's training wouldn't stray far from Hidden Waterfall Village's ethos. But Ruto's reaction surprised him. Hearing Kakuzu's words, Ruto bit his lip, lowering his head, not as a prelude to biting his tongue, but as if grappling with an intense internal struggle. After a tense moment, he raised his head, his eyes resolute, as though he'd came to a decision. That kind of village. I don't need to die for it. Ruto's voice cracked, his tone raw with emotion. Because. The one who placed the bounty on my head is none other than the Mizukage. Chapter 70, The Beginning of the Bloody Mistwater Country, Shinri Island. Nestled in the southwestern region of the water country, Shinri Island was renowned for its vast central lake, Shinri Lake. This colossal body of freshwater provided abundant resources, making the island a key hub for villagers and merchants alike. However, a week ago, a thunderous explosion shattered the tranquility as a group of Hidden Mist Village shinobi passed through. Soon after, more Hidden Mist Village forces arrived, issuing orders for all civilians to evacuate immediately. The abrupt and unexplained expulsion left many residents frustrated, but they had no choice but to comply. Now, the island was devoid of its usual bustle, occupied solely by shinobi. Standing on the still waters of Shinri Lake, Mizukage Byakuran gazed forward with his eyes closed, arms crossed. The wooden gate on his feet rested lightly on the water's surface, a testament to his mastery. Behind him stood his loyal disciple, Chuki, a stout man with blue markings on his face and striking red glasses. Lord Mizukage. Chuki began respectfully, I've gathered all the intelligence as instructed. He continued, we've confirmed that the Three Tails is indeed one of the more unique tailed beasts among the 9. Before its capture, it lived in the southern seas of the water country, showing a natural affinity for water. Whether sealed in a scroll or within a jinchuriki, as long as it's near water, it tends to go berserk. If the host lacks control, the Three Tails will inevitably break free. Byakuran's eyes slowly opened at this report, his scarred left eye adding a menacing edge to his expression. He mulled over the information before speaking, his tone deliberate. So, the Three Tails' connection to water makes it prone to berserk rages, allowing it to break free of its seals? Yes, Lord Mizukage. Chuki confirmed. At this, Byakuran suddenly let out a booming laugh that echoed across the lake. Why are you laughing, Lord Mizukage? Chuki asked nervously. An amusing thought occurred to me. Byakuran replied, a wicked grin spreading across his face. What if we seal the Three Tails into a regular shinobi, then send them on a diplomatic mission to another nation? Find a place with plenty of water, and let nature do the rest. The Three Tails would emerge, its immense chakra tearing their village apart. Imagine the chaos we could unleash. Chuki swallowed hard, sweat forming on his brow as he listened to Byakuran's scheme. The Mizukage's audacity was terrifying. Lord Mizukage, the shinobi world has only just settled into peace. Would it not be wiser to? His voice faltered as he caught the darkening expression on Byakuran's face. Do you think I'm unaware of that? Byakuran snapped, his mood souring. If circumstances allowed, he would have acted on his idea without hesitation, targeting Hidden Stones Village. Relations between Hidden Mist Village and Hidden Stones Village were at an all-time low, and Byakuran still harbored a grudge from the last 5 Kage summit. He had vied for the 8 Tails, knowing its affinity for water, and was close to claiming it when Sushi Kage Ishikawa intervened, siding with Rai Kage and helping him secure the beast. In the end, Hidden Mist Village was left with only the 3 Tails and 6 Tails. Though enraged, Byakuran reminded himself of his duties as Mizukage. The era of the warring states had only recently ended, and a premature war could destabilize everything. Moreover, Hidden Mist Village itself was not yet unified. "How fares the village?" Byakuran asked, his tone colder now. Chuki lowered his head even further, his voice subdued. "The Yuki clan has submitted to our authority, but the Kaguya clan remains restless, constantly agitating for conflict. As for the Hazuki clan, they continue to keep to themselves. They won't provoke us, but they won't assist us either. The other bloodline clans are stable, for now." A low growl escaped Byakuran's throat as he absorbed this report. Having visited other villages like Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Stones Village, and Hidden Clouds Village, he was acutely aware of Hidden Mist Village's unique challenges. Unlike the predominantly land-based territories of the other nations, the water country was composed of countless islands, each with its own customs and culture. This diversity bred division, not unity. Byakuran longed for a Hidden Mist Village as unified as its rivals, one where all clans stood together against external threats. But achieving such cohesion required time, and he knew that his immediate priority was solidifying internal stability. "Very well," he said at last. "If we can't even unite our own people, there's no point dreaming of external conquest. For now, we focus inward." Chuki nodded, though unease lingered in his heart. The path ahead for Hidden Mist Village was fraught with challenges, but under Byakuran's iron will, one thing was certain: blood would flow before the bloody mist could truly rise. The Kaguya clan? Those brainless fools aren't worth worrying about. As long as they don't cause a major rebellion, let them do as they please. However, the Hazuki clan is another matter entirely. They're sharp and notoriously disobedient. Make sure someone keeps a close watch on them. Understood. By the way, has that traitor Ruto been caught yet? At the mention of Ruto, Chuki didn't respond immediately. Instead, he formed a series of hand seals, sending out a wave of chakra to sense the area around them. After a moment, he replied, "Mizukage-sama, according to the latest intelligence, the bounty hunter is scheduled to deliver Ruto to us today. No wind has already been sent to make the arrangements." Hearing this, Byakuran let out a cold snort. That traitor Ruto. The loss of the Three Tails is entirely his fault. To fail the mission and then have the audacity to defect? Unforgivable. The incident where the Three Tails went berserk during transport had been unexpected, but Byakuran wasn't particularly concerned. The beast could always be recaptured. As for Ruto, the one entrusted with the mission? Byakuran had already decided to make an example of him. The fact that Ruto was a shinobi with a KK Genkai made him an even more perfect scapegoat. He's the last remaining member of his clan, isn't he? Byakuran mused aloud. Once we capture him, I'll personally interrogate him. His fate will serve as a warning to every other clan. Byakuran's thoughts shifted back to reality as his gaze fell on the lake before him. In his mind's eye, he could already see the massive tailed beast lurking beneath the surface. "How's the sealing team doing?" he asked. "Everything is in place, Mizukage-sama," Chuki assured. "The barrier team and sealing team are fully prepared. However, since we're dealing with the Three Tails, should we consider deploying additional forces from the village?" "That won't be necessary," Byakuran replied with a dismissive wave of his hand. His steps were measured as he approached the lake, his eyes fixed on the serene waters ahead. On the lake's edge, 10 skilled Hidden Mist Village shinobi, all personally chosen by Byakuran for their expertise in sealing jutsu, were busy finalizing the intricate barrier. Once the seal was complete, the Three Tails, Isabu, would be as good as trapped. Of course, Byakuran had briefly entertained the possibility of the seal failing. After all, Isabu was a tailed beast. But that thought lingered for only a moment. A mere beast. Byakuran scoffed. "I'll admit its chakra reserves are immense, but beyond that? Hardly impressive. If it manages to break free again, I'll personally subdue it." Byakuran unfolded his arms, extending his hands slowly. In his palm, a yellow, eye-like symbol began to form, pulsating faintly with power. Chapter 71, What Matters More, Money or Life? A light drizzle fell steadily, soaking the earth and nourishing all it touched, while the thin mist in the air gradually dissipated. For the land of water, this was a rare, clear day. On the southern edge of the island, Kakuzu trudged along the road with his prisoner, Ruto, in tow. He cast a glance at the partially obscured sun hanging in the sky. To the people of the land of water, this weather would likely be considered ideal for a meeting. Visibility was clear, yet not blinding. Before long, Kakuzu and Ruto stopped simultaneously. 5 meters ahead of them stood a figure, his back turned toward them. There was little mystery about his identity. This was the contact for the mission. Sensing their arrival, the man turned slowly, a briefcase in hand. He had long black hair adorned with blue accessories, a sharp, chiseled face, and a perpetual habit of keeping his eyes closed. This was Mufu, the second disciple of Byakuran. During the 5 Kage summit, he had been the one standing guard by Byakuran's side. "Well, this is familiar," Mufu said, his tone casual but sharp. "Though you're not from Hidden Leaf Village, Kakuzu, I've always considered you one of theirs. Isn't that right?" It wasn't surprising that Mufu could identify Kakuzu by name. After all, as a member of Hidden Mist Village, he was well versed in the village's famed sensory and assassination techniques. Recognizing Kakuzu's chakra signature would be second nature. "Enough chatter," Kakuzu replied curtly. "The target is here. Where's my payment?" Mufu chuckled lightly. "Oh, Kakuzu, you really made this convenient for us, capturing this traitor. Let's hope this transaction is the first of many." Mufu approached, placing one hand on Ruto's shoulder while tossing the briefcase toward Kakuzu. Without hesitation, Kakuzu opened it, revealing a neatly packed pile of high-denomination bills. "Don't be in such a rush to leave," Kakuzu muttered as he sat down cross-legged on the damp ground, meticulously counting the cash. "Every deal requires proper confirmation." Mufu smirked, amused by Kakuzu's fastidious nature. "Take your time." Ruto stood silently as Mufu waited with a calm demeanor, occasionally glancing at Kakuzu, who was carefully flipping through the bills. The rhythmic rustle of paper filled the air. Once Kakuzu had counted the money twice, ensuring its accuracy, he snapped the briefcase shut and stood, brushing off his slightly damp cloak. With the transaction complete, he turned to leave. "Wait!" Mufu called out suddenly, halting Kakuzu in his tracks. "Let me guess, Ruto spilled the truth about our purpose here, didn't he?" Kakuzu didn't respond, but the brief glance he shot Mufu spoke volumes. "Haha. No need to be so tense, Kakuzu," Mufu said, his smile widening. "It's just. Here in Hidden Mist Village, we have an unspoken rule. We're not fond of outsiders meddling in our affairs, especially when it comes to sensitive matters." As Mufu spoke, the air around them shifted. The ground beneath Kakuzu's feet stirred, and suddenly, metallic chains burst from the soil, encircling his massive frame. Kakuzu remained calm, his sharp mind quickly assessing the situation. Panic had no place in a shinobi's arsenal. He could use the body flicker jutsu to escape, but doing so would leave the money, and potentially damage it if the chains tore through the briefcase. Making his decision, Kakuzu tossed the briefcase high into the air, just as the chains coiled tighter around him. "Amusing," Mufu said, a grin spreading across his face. "Tell me, Kakuzu, what's more important to you, money or your life?" His laughter echoed as Kakuzu remained silent, unflinching despite his predicament. "I'll admit, Kakuzu," Mufu said, his smile fading slightly, "this isn't personal. But Hidden Mist Village's current situation is delicate. We couldn't afford to directly apprehend Ruto, a shinobi from a rival nation. So, we turned to bounty hunters like you." Mufu's expression darkened, his voice dropping to a dangerous tone. "But you have ties to Hidden Leaf Village, and we can't risk our village's secrets, or the matter of the lost-tailed beast, leaking to the outside world. I hope you understand why this has to end here." With that, Mufu formed a series of hand seals. Water style, water prison. The ground erupted as torrents of water surged up, forming a massive wave that crashed toward Kakuzu. The spiraling water bore down on him, threatening to engulf him completely. In the blink of an eye, an enormous water prison formed, encapsulating Kakuzu within. "Kakuzu, farewell." Mufu's lips curled into a smile as his hands shifted through another sequence of seals. With a surge of chakra, Mufu activated the barrier concealed within the water prison. Boom. 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 The water prison erupted violently, sending sprays of water soaring through the air. The resulting shockwave roared, churning the surroundings with a relentless force. Nearby, Ruto, who had already been captured alive, closed his eyes and lowered his head, resigned to his fate. The fierce winds whipped through Mufu's hair, and tiny droplets of water clung to his face. Moments later, the explosion's aftermath subsided, and Kakuzu's body had vanished without a trace. Thud. Something heavy dropped from the sky, a black leather briefcase worth 30 million ryo. "Hey!" Mufu chuckled as he leisurely walked over, picked up the briefcase, and dusted it off. Turning to the subdued Ruto, he spoke in an unhurried tone. "Though you're a rogue ninja, I can't help but wonder, what's your opinion of Kakuzu? Why does he value money so much?" Mufu smirked, his voice laced with mockery. "Life is a one-time thing, yet he chose 30 million. Could it be he has more than one life?" Fascinating. Ruto kept his eyes closed, refusing to answer, his silence a show of disdain for Mufu's smugness. Just as Mufu felt he had successfully completed his mission, snap. Snap. A peculiar sound broke through the silence, immediately putting Mufu on alert. His smile vanished as he scanned his surroundings, his senses sharpening. From a branch nearby, a shinobi clad in hidden mist village attire emerged, holding the iron chains Kakuzu had been using. This ninja was one of Mufu's own subordinates, planted in the area to provide backup. But as the ninja stepped forward, his body suddenly collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Simultaneously, two other hidden mist village shinobi stationed in different directions met a similar fate. One was flung down from the trees, while the other, hidden in the grass, lay motionless. In the span of mere moments, all of Mufu's reinforcements had been eliminated. Shock overtook Mufu's face. Before he could fully comprehend what was happening, a calm, chilling voice whispered in his ear. "Kid, put down the money. If you don't, you'll die." Chapter 72, 3 Views, Shattered. The moment Mufu realized Kakuzu wasn't dead, his guard went up. His powerful sensory abilities flared to life, swiftly scanning for Kakuzu's location. Not on the left, not on the right, and no chakra signals from the ground. That left only one possibility. Mufu snapped his head upward. His sharp gaze caught Kakuzu's towering figure clearly silhouetted against the sky. Kakuzu's blackened fist, wrapped in a whirlwind of devastating force, plummeted toward Mufu like a meteor. If that punch landed, there was no doubt it would result in instant obliteration. TCH. Don't underestimate me. Mufu raised his left hand, forming the opposing seal with a single hand. Chakra surged to his feet as he rapidly slid backward. Boom. Boom. Shards of rock and plumes of dust erupted into the air. Mufu narrowly avoided Kakuzu's iron fist, which smashed into the ground like a cannonball, leaving a massive crater in its wake. "Kakuzu-san, I can see you're strong, but don't underestimate the shinobi of Hidden Mist Village." Mufu quipped, his voice steady despite the chaos. As a disciple of the first Mizukage, his skills were certainly not lacking. His left hand blurred through a series of seals, single-handedly. Single-handed seals were considered an advanced skill in the shinobi world, showcasing unparalleled chakra control. They allowed for faster jutsu activation by reducing the required seals and execution time. Just as Mufu was about to launch his water-style counterattack, the lifeless figure of Ruto behind him suddenly stirred. Ruto's eyes snapped open, blazing with a spark of vitality. He could feel the ropes binding his hands, crafted from Kakuzu's earth grudge fear threads, beginning to fray. The moment the bindings disintegrated, Ruto knew exactly what to do. SHK. The sound of a blade piercing flesh rang out. Arg. Mufu, his jutsu uncast, was struck by a searing pain in his side. His usually half-closed eyes flew open, wide with shock and fury. Glancing sideways, he saw Ruto, the man who had stabbed him in the waist. "You traitor! I'll kill you myself." Mufu roared, his voice brimming with anger and disbelief. But Ruto, the knife still buried deep, ignored him entirely. If the Mizukage was determined to hunt him down, then he had nothing left tying him to the village. His sole resolve now was survival, for the sake of those dearest to him. The thought gave him strength. He twisted the kunai deeper, eliciting another guttural groan from Mufu. Under normal circumstances, Mufu wouldn't have hesitated to turn and eliminate the backstabber. But now, he faced a far more formidable enemy, Kakuzu. His only chance was to retaliate against Kakuzu during the brief moment his punch had missed. That plan, however, was now in shambles. Kakuzu retracted his fist and rose to his full height, his cold eyes fixed on Mufu. The look wasn't that of a rival sizing up an opponent, it was pure disdain, a predator toying with its prey. Mufu clenched his teeth. He couldn't afford to lose face in front of Hidden Leaf Village shinobi. Determined, he maintained the single-handed seal, ignoring the excruciating pain. "Oh? Still planning to dance?" Kakuzu sneered, his voice dripping with mockery. "Hey! Don't get cocky. Even if I die, you'll witness my final defiance." Mufu spat through gritted teeth. "Is that so?" Kakuzu's interest piqued. "What are you planning? A dramatic self-detonation?" As he stepped closer, Kakuzu's body underwent full hardening, his skin taking on the unyielding texture of iron. "Go ahead. Show me your resolve." Kakuzu's taunting tone was enough to make anyone's blood boil. Mufu's mind raced. Attacking Kakuzu in his hardened state would be nearly impossible without a large-scale jutsu. But then, a sudden idea flashed through his mind. With renewed determination, he altered the seal. Water style, ripple burst. Chakra surged, transforming rapidly under his command. With a thunderous roar, water exploded at Mufu's feet, shrouding the battlefield in a dense mist. Ruto, sensing danger, leapt back instinctively. What unfolded next was a sight to behold. Thousands, no, tens of thousands, of Ryo bill soared into the air, scattered by the force of the jutsu. Each bill, soaked by the water, began to tear and disintegrate. Kakuzu froze mid-step. His pupils dilated as he processed the scene. What? The shinobi, who had lived for decades, felt his mind reel. His worldview, his principles, his very sense of reality crumbled. The world seemed to crumble at this moment, as if all logic and reason were falling apart. The 30 million ryo, painstakingly earned and counted twice by Kakuzu himself, was now in ruins before his eyes. This despicable excuse for a human, if he had grievances, should have taken them out on Kakuzu directly. Why did he have to target the money? It was nothing short of an outrage, a crime against heaven itself. Kakuzu wanted to roar, to vent his frustration and fury. But this was the shinobi world, where words alone solved nothing. Ha! A thunderous shout burst from Kakuzu's throat. His body became a streak of black lightning, and his iron fist smashed into Mufu's abdomen with a force that could split mountains. Mufu's eyes widened in agony, his mouth opening as a torrent of blood gushed forth. One punch wasn't enough. Kakuzu followed it with a flurry of brutal blows, each landing with precision and unrelenting power. By the time he stopped, Mufu was limp, barely conscious, utterly incapable of resistance. Grabbing the man's head, Kakuzu lifted it roughly and sneered. Your Mizukage is here too, isn't he? Let him come and settle this. His tone carried the weight of authority, like a schoolyard bully demanding an adult intervene after a fight. Mufu coughed up more blood at the words but managed a mocking smile despite his battered state. Instead of responding directly to Kakuzu, his gaze shifted sideways to Ruto, who was standing nearby. You should know. The Mizukage is powerful, far beyond anything you can handle. Ha ha ha. Ruto, who had been in the middle of removing his hidden mist village forehead protector to distance himself from the Mizukage's faction, froze at those words. His expression stiffened, and he slowly looked up at Kakuzu, his eyes filled with calculation. Could Kakuzu's strength possibly rival that of the first Mizukage? The question hung heavily in the air. Kakuzu, however, wasn't interested in speculation. His eyes burned with fury as he glanced at the shattered remnants of his 30 million ryo. Without hesitation, he delivered a final, decisive punch that rendered Mufu unconscious. Initially, Kakuzu had come here upon hearing rumors of a tailed beast, hoping to collect some materials for his experiments. The internal affairs of Hidden Mist Village had never concerned him. But this man, Mufu, had gone too far. A 30 million ryo loss demanded an explanation. If he didn't get one, Kakuzu resolved to don a Hidden Mist Village uniform, use his water-style techniques at the borders, and slaughter Hidden Leaf Village shinobi until Hashirama Senju himself brought the Buddha statue to wipe out Hidden Mist Village entirely. They had severed his financial lifeline, he had no qualms about severing theirs in return. This was a matter of principle. Meanwhile, on another part of the island, the Mizukage, Byakuran, was preparing to seal the three tails. As Chuki formed a hand seal behind him, he suddenly stepped forward, alarm evident in his voice. Mizukage-sama, there seems to be trouble on Mufu's end. I'll head over to check it out. Just as Chuki was about to move across the water, Byakuran called out, stopping him. If someone capable of giving Mufu trouble has shown up, your presence won't make much of a difference. I'll go myself. Turning slowly, Byakuran gazed toward the island's southern shore, where an ominous and powerful chakra pulsed, waiting for him. What about the three-tail sealing? Chuki asked hesitantly. Put it on hold for now. That beast isn't going anywhere. Stay here and keep watch, I'll handle this and return shortly. Byakuran's calm yet commanding tone left no room for argument as he headed toward the growing storm of power awaiting him. Chapter 73, Dark Style. I'm Mizukage Byakuran. If you have business, you talk to me. Byakuran announced as he arrived on the southern shore of the island within minutes, crossing several kilometers effortlessly. He took in the scene before him, Kakuzu standing over the battered and nearly lifeless body of his disciple, Mufu. Cut the nonsense. Kakuzu replied, his tone calm but laced with menace. You people from Hidden Mist Village are worse than scum. Hand over what I want, or I won't hesitate to pay a little visit to your village. Kakuzu's gaze was steady, his fingers lightly tapping the top of Mufu's head. The motion was casual, yet chilling. It spoke volumes, Kakuzu was not bluffing. The Mizukage's lips curled into a smirk. Then, he laughed, a loud, mocking laugh that echoed across the shoreline. Interesting. Byakuran said, his arms crossed. You've got guts, I'll give you that. Making demands in my presence, most wouldn't dare. The condescension in his tone was palpable, the arrogance of someone far above Kakuzu in rank and stature. After all, Byakuran wasn't just anyone, he was the Mizukage, while Kakuzu was but a rogue bounty hunter. Kakuzu, however, met the insult without flinching. His response was simple and ruthless. Looks like asking the esteemed Mizukage for cooperation is too much trouble. In that case. Crack. 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 Kakuzu's grip tightened on Mufu's head, the sound of bone under pressure filling the air. The pain jolted Mufu awake, his groan of agony splitting the silence. Enough. Don't be reckless. Byakuran's expression darkened, his earlier smugness replaced by a more pragmatic edge. What you're after is nothing of consequence to me. If it's that important, take it and leave. He raised his left hand, the fingers unhurriedly uncurling to reveal his palm. A strange yellow eye-like symbol rested at its center. Kakuzu didn't let his guard down, but it was already too late. The symbol glowed red, and an immense surge of chakra condensed in an instant. Damn it! Kakuzu realized too late what was happening. The attack was swift and devastating. Whoosh! A violent gust of wind surged forward, sharp and unrelenting, like an invisible blade. It tore through Kakuzu's torso, obliterating everything above his chest in a heartbeat. With cold efficiency, the Mizukage had struck. You're still too green to demand payment from me. Byakuran muttered as he dusted his hands off, his movements precise and calculated. Just as he turned to check on his disciple, the body before him exploded into smoke. Boom. The air cleared to reveal an empty space where Kakuzu's body had been. A shadow clone. Byakuran's eyes narrowed, his left eye twitching as the jagged scar running beneath it seemed to twist along with his grimace. The realization infuriated him. This rogue wasn't just bold, he was cunning, and his techniques bore an unsettling resemblance to those of Senju Hashirama. At a lake not far away, Kakuzu slowly lowered his hand, releasing the lifeless body of a hidden mist village shinobi he had been holding. The corpse splashed into the water with a dull sound, sinking beneath the surface. Hidden mist village truly is unwelcoming. Kakuzu muttered, cracking his neck as though he were loosening up after light exercise. Nearby, another ninja, Chuki, stood trembling. Sweat dripped down his face as he fixed his gaze on Kakuzu, his heightened sensory abilities warning him of the overwhelming difference in strength. Chuki's dark style allowed him unparalleled perception, but against Kakuzu, it was useless. Strength and intent radiated from the bounty hunter like a storm. Kakuzu stepped forward. Before he could close the distance, however, a flicker of movement interrupted him. Whoosh! Byakuran appeared, his arrival marked by a sudden gust of wind. The Mizukage's eyes burned with fury as he blocked Kakuzu's advance. You dare toy with me? And you've slaughtered my men. Unforgivable. Byakuran snarled, his killing intent suffocating. Mizukage-sama, this man, Chuki began, but the Mizukage silenced him with a wave of his hand. Take care of Mufu. Leave this one to me. Byakuran commanded, his voice cold and absolute. Chuki hesitated but nodded, retreating to tend to Mufu as the two powerful shinobi squared off. Understood. Please, Mizukage-sama, take care. Chuki nodded before swiftly stepping onto the water's surface, disappearing into the distance. The area was now left with only Kakuzu and Byakuran. A gentle breeze brushed past, rippling the calm surface of the water as Kakuzu and Byakuran faced each other. Let's begin. Byakuran said, his eyes shedding their earlier fury and murderous intent, now replaced by an icy chill that seemed to seep into the air around him. To him, Kakuzu was already a dead man, an unworthy adversary not worth wasting words on. Hey. Then I must thank Mizukage-sama for his generosity. Kakuzu replied with a sardonic smile, his eyes narrowing as he observed Byakuran intently. Suddenly, whoosh, a shadow clone, hidden beneath the water's surface, burst forth, appearing behind Byakuran in a flash. The clone's hand seals were already completed. Earth style, earth flow river. The clone slammed its palm onto the ground, and an immense surge of chakra flowed into the river bank. Rumble. The earth erupted into a massive mudslide that surged across the water like a tidal wave, crashing toward Byakuran's back with overwhelming force. Yet, despite Kakuzu's preemptive strike, Byakuran remained motionless, his gaze filled with disdain and arrogance. Such a simple shadow clone technique. Byakuran muttered under his breath. Do you think someone like me, the Mizukage, would fall for it twice? Calmly, Byakuran extended his left hand, palm facing his back. Dark style, absorption void. A crimson glow emanated from his palm, and an intense suction force surged outward. The massive mudslide, seemingly unstoppable, was pulled into Byakuran's hand as if drawn into an endless abyss. In mere moments, the attack was entirely absorbed. This was Byakuran's bloodline limit, dark style. Here. Have it back. Byakuran said coldly. With a flick of his wrist, he turned his palm outward toward Kakuzu. The eerie, blood-red glow in his hand intensified, radiating a malevolent energy. Earth style, earth flow river. The very mudslide Byakuran had absorbed earlier now surged forth, but this time, its target was Kakuzu himself. Chapter 74, Ultimate Form of Earth Grudge Fear. Fat Ninja Chuki, hailing from the same clan as the Mizukage, also possesses the Kekkei Genkai dark style. However, unlike the Mizukage, His dark style is limited to sensory purposes and cannot absorb chakra in the astounding manner the Mizukage can. The reason is simple: Kekkei Genkai is merely a foundation, and its potential depends entirely on individual talent. It's like awakening the Sharingan. Some people unlock two Tomoe in an instant after seeing their best friend hurt, while others witness their entire clan being slaughtered, rewatch it multiple times, collapse mentally, and then grudgingly awaken a single Tomoe. Still, whether it's one or two Tomoe, it's an accomplishment. The truly pitiful ones are those who never awaken it at all. Back to the fight. The soaring earth-style technique wasn't just powerful, it covered an enormous area. Kakuzu leapt back with all his might, repeatedly hopping across the water's surface until he finally dissipated the force of the attack. The mudslide transformed into a vast swamp, merging slowly with the water. Just as Kakuzu steadied himself on the water, the sound of rushing wind filled his ears. "Youngster, is that all you've got?" The Mizukage appeared behind Kakuzu with a single body flicker, a mocking grin on his face. As one of the leaders who had ended the Warring States era, the Mizukage carried his own pride. Kakuzu didn't reply to the taunt. Instead, he spun around sharply, his arm lashing out like a whip as he aimed a punch straight at the Mizukage's head. His hardened skin shimmered ominously as the earth-style, hardening jutsu activated. "Humphrey!" The Mizukage snorted dismissively and raised his right hand. Smack! The clash of fist and palm echoed across the lake. But the expected explosion of power didn't come. Kakuzu's sharp eyes noticed something. Chakra was rapidly flowing from his hardened arm into the Mizukage's palm. The black luster of his hardened skin gradually faded, transferring to the Mizukage's hand. So this is the feeling of an earth-style, hardened punch. The Mizukage chuckled, withdrawing his arm and transforming his palm into a fist. Ha! With a shout, the Mizukage launched a counter-punch. Splash! Kakuzu was sent skidding backward, water spraying in all directions. He finally stopped after retreating dozens of meters, lowering the arms he had raised to shield himself. Across the lake, the Mizukage stood unfazed, his scarred face radiating an air of disdainful amusement. "I don't know what connection you have to Hidden Leaf Village," the Mizukage said coldly, "but I don't mind capturing you first and using you as leverage in negotiations. If you turn out to be worthless, then coming to Hidden Mist Village and spouting nonsense will be a decision you regret for the rest of your life." The weight of his words, combined with the oppressive aura he exuded, made the tension on the battlefield palpable. Kakuzu straightened up, a self-deprecating smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Everyone knows the first Hokage was hailed as the god of shinobi, the strongest in the ninja world. Yet people often overlook the other founders. Each Kage who created a village during the Warring States era wasn't weak. They wouldn't have survived otherwise. Looking at the Mizukage's confident demeanor, it was clear he was underestimating Kakuzu. "Looks like you're taking me lightly." Kakuzu gripped his coat with his left hand and yanked it off. Whoosh! The coat fluttered through the air before settling on the water. "Youngster, can't hold back anymore, huh? Show this old man what you're truly capable of." The Mizukage, already in his 60s, found no issue in addressing Kakuzu as a young man. Spreading his feet slightly, he readied himself for a full-power confrontation. "You're a man who bears the title of Kage. Anything less than your best would be an insult," Kakuzu replied calmly. Shedding his coat revealed Kakuzu's body, his muscles rippling with barely contained power. It had been a long time since he had unleashed his full strength. Today seemed like the perfect opportunity. Crack! Crack! The threads within Kakuzu's body began to snap, revealing gaping fissures in his skin. Whoosh! The black threads that had been dormant surged out, spreading rapidly across his body. He was about to unveil the ultimate form of his Earth Grudge fear. Unlike in the original timeline, Kakuzu now controlled 6 hearts. The design of his form had been modified to suit his personal taste. As his fully transformed state took shape, the Mizukage's expression grew serious. His body lowered slightly, his stance becoming more stable as he braced himself. The form before him was terrifying. Black threads formed 2 massive wings extending from Kakuzu's back, each wing adorned with 5 differently colored masks. The life force emanating from the masks was unmistakable. Including Kakuzu himself, 6 sets of eyes locked onto the Mizukage with deadly intent. "Youngster, it seems you're no ordinary man," the Mizukage muttered, the mockery gone from his voice, replaced by solemnity. Kakuzu smirked, casting a sidelong glance at his wings. He wasn't sure if the design looked impressive, but it was undoubtedly functional. Shifting his weight slightly, Kakuzu prepared to strike. A kunai appeared in his hand. With a casual flick, it was hurled toward the Mizukage, slicing through the air like a sharp blade. At the same time, Kakuzu's hands formed seals, completing his technique. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Swish, swish, swish. The kunai in the air multiplied, 1 becoming 2, 2 becoming 4, 4 becoming 8. Within a second, a total of 64 kunai were launched toward the Mizukage like a deadly storm. But it didn't stop there. The 5 masks on Kakuzu's shoulders opened their mouths simultaneously. Fire style, flame. Wind style, pressure damage. Violent flames erupted, merging with fierce gusts of wind. Whoosh! The fire, fueled by the wind, raged like a wild lion, opening its massive jaws and surging toward Mizukage Byakuran with overwhelming force. Meanwhile, another mask unleashed its power. Lightning style, false darkness. Water style, water-severing wave. A colossal lightning beast charged through the air, its thunderous roar accompanied by a blade of slicing water that cut through everything in its path. When combined, the result was a massive, unstoppable water blade, sharp enough to pierce anything. Finally, from the lake's surface, a head-shaped earthen construct emerged. Earth style, earth dragon bullet. Countless clumps of mud shot out like a torrential rainstorm. 6 different chakra natures were unleashed at once, creating a devastating barrage of attacks. From a bird's eye view, the combined ninjutsu blanketed nearly half of the lake's surface in destructive energy. As this catastrophic moment unfolded, the previously clear skies of the land of water became shrouded in dark clouds. The once bright day suddenly turned dim, as though the heavens themselves were responding to the chaos. Faced with such an expansive onslaught, most ordinary shinobi would find themselves with no way to escape, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The Mizukage's eyes reflected the kaleidoscope of elemental destruction heading his way. For a brief moment, the scar beneath his eye twitched involuntarily. To be honest, he was starting to panic. Chapter 75, The Appearance of the Three Tails. The battlefield was chaos. Explosions rippled across the landscape in a relentless, carpet-bombing assault. It was an overwhelming display of power that left no gaps for escape or reprieve. For the Mizukage, this wasn't an unfamiliar sight. He had witnessed such overwhelming firepower during the Warring States period, where battles were waged between clans, and fields were turned into infernos of destruction. But those were wars, a collective effort where he wasn't the sole target of the onslaught. Now, however, this unrelenting barrage of jutsu was being unleashed by a single man, Kakuzu. The realization hit the Mizukage like a wave. This young man wasn't an ordinary opponent. Yet, acknowledging an enemy's strength didn't mean surrendering. The Mizukage, Byakuran, raised his hand, palm facing the storm of incoming attacks. Don't underestimate the Mizukage, he roared. Dark style, cursed annihilation blast. A sharp crimson light erupted from the hole in his palm, and an enormous shockwave surged outward, meeting Kakuzu's multi-elemental attacks head-on. Boom. 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 The collision unleashed an explosion that shook the earth. Towering waves surged, crashing against the shore like deafening slaps. The raging torrents overwhelmed the island, their ferocity like a flood beast bursting its dam. The ground trembled, mountains groaned, and the small island quaked under the tremendous force. Despite the spectacle, the battle between Kakuzu and the Mizukage was far from over. Kakuzu leaped high into the air, his sharp gaze piercing through the thick clouds of smoke. Below, the Mizukage tilted his head upward, locking eyes with Kakuzu. The Mizukage's dark style had indeed nullified a portion of the 6-element attack, but it wasn't enough to eliminate it entirely. Some of the chakra broke through the barrier and struck him directly. Unperturbed, the Mizukage absorbed the residual energy with his dark style. Now, with his palm still glowing ominously, the Mizukage smirked, his voice low and taunting. Come at me. Kakuzu's eyes burned with battle lust. This was a clash of titans, a fight to the finish. And what better way to settle it than with an all-out jutsu duel? Elemental energy erupted once more as Kakuzu's 5 masks roared to life. Fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning surged forward like cannonballs, meeting the Mizukage's dark style in a cataclysmic collision. Boom. The sky darkened as black smoke spiraled into the air, each detonation louder and more destructive than the last. Neither fighter showed any intention of backing down. For a ninja, giving everything to defeat the enemy was an unbreakable law. The battle dragged on for hours. The once pristine lake was now a wasteland. Shattered wood and dead animals littered the water, turning it murky. The ground bore countless scars, craters, shattered stone, and charred earth. Flames smoldered on broken logs, their embers slowly reducing the wood to ash. From the sky, the small island looked like a battlefield ravaged by war. Kakuzu panted heavily, his chest rising and falling as sweat and water dripped from his drenched body. His bloodshot eyes locked onto the Mizukage, whose arms now hung at his sides. The Mizukage's muscles appeared shriveled, and faint wisps of smoke rose from his palms. You got any more tricks left? Byakuran rasped, his tone defiant despite his exhaustion. Kakuzu forced his breathing to steady as he replied coolly, "Your dark style is impressive, Mizukage. But I wonder, how many more attacks can you absorb?" He wasn't wrong. In the world of ninjutsu, dark style was a terrifying ability, devouring chakra like an insatiable beast. But no jutsu was without limits. Overwhelming the Mizukage with an attack too powerful to absorb was the only solution. And yet, this prolonged battle had proven one thing: the man who bore the title of first Mizukage wasn't weak. He was a true Kage-level powerhouse. The Mizukage took a deep breath, steadying himself. His lips curled into a faint smirk. "Your attacks are strong, but I can absorb them all. If you're a man, prove it. Let's settle this once and for all." Kakuzu chuckled, though his eyes remained sharp. "Such a clumsy provocation," he muttered. He could tell the Mizukage was struggling. Perhaps he regretted coming here with so few allies. Regardless, this duel wasn't over until one of them fell. The battle raged on relentlessly. The commotion here was so intense that it had likely already reached the ears of those in Hidden Mist Village. In just a little while, a large contingent of Hidden Mist Village shinobi would undoubtedly arrive. At that point, Kakuzu would have no chance of escape. "Mizukage, if I wanted to leave, you wouldn't be able to stop me. Humphrey. You useless coward. If you're a man, face me here and settle this with your life." The Mizukage's expression darkened as he barked these words with a steely resolve, as though prepared for a final showdown. Kakuzu raised an eyebrow. This Mizukage was truly insufferable. Not only had this trip to Hidden Mist Village cost Kakuzu loss of 30 million ryo, but now the man was outright questioning his masculinity. Annoying. As Kakuzu debated whether to swallow his pride and retreat, temporarily setting aside the pain of his financial loss, the ground beneath them trembled violently. Whoosh! Boom! Both Kakuzu and the Mizukage swayed unsteadily as the surface of the lake began to ripple and rise, forming waves as tall as mountains. It was odd. They had both ceased fighting due to exhaustion, so where was this overwhelming surge of chakra coming from? Kakuzu could feel it distinctly. This chakra wasn't just strong, it was colossal. The sheer presence of it had already dominated the entire lake. At the center of the lake, a massive black shadow began to emerge, faint but unmistakable. The enormous figure rose swiftly, breaking through the surface of the water with an explosive roar. Crash! A tidal wave erupted as water cascaded off its massive form like grains of sand sliding off a cliff. The creature raised its head toward the heavens. Roar! 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 The earth itself trembled beneath the deafening beastly cries that shook the skies. The colossal figure occupied nearly a quarter of the lake's surface. Its white, spiked armor gleamed menacingly, and the three iron-like tails on its back thrashed with immense power. Wham! 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 The water churned violently, with large volumes surging onto the surrounding land. If this had been the ocean instead of a lake, each flick of its tail would have triggered a minor tsunami. This was the Three Tails, Isabu, a living mass of immense chakra. Kakuzu stood on the lake's surface, gazing calmly at the towering beast. How could he have forgotten? This was the Three Tails' habitat, its hard-earned sanctuary after breaking free from its previous captivity. His earlier reckless attacks had likely disrupted Isabu's peace, agitating the beast until it could no longer endure. The Mizukage, Byakuran, stared grimly at the colossal form of the Three Tails. A shadow crossed the scarred features of his face. It was because of this wretched beast that all of this chaos had unfolded, costing him so many subordinates. But there was no point in complaining now. Byakuran was a pragmatic man. He tore his gaze away from the Three Tails and glanced at Kakuzu. The Three Tails had to be dealt with. Kakuzu couldn't be allowed to escape either. Byakuran quickly devised a plan. He would use the Three Tails to stall Kakuzu, preventing him from slipping away too easily. Once Hidden Mist Village's reinforcements arrived, the Three Tails would be sealed, and Kakuzu would meet his end. Kakuzu, however, had no trouble catching the glint of malice in the Mizukage's eyes. This old man swindled me out of 30 million and still dares to act so high and mighty? Kakuzu's gaze briefly settled on Byakuran's smoke-emitting palm on the erratic rise and fall of his chest before a faint smirk spread across his face. A kunai appeared in his hand, wrapped with an explosive tag. The muscles in his arm bulged as he hurled the weapon with tremendous force. Shuriken Jutsu. Whoosh! The kunai flew toward the Three Tails, striking its massive form with precision. Is this guy an idiot? Byakuran couldn't help but sneer at Kakuzu's move. He had been planning to use the Three Tails to hold Kakuzu off, but it seemed Kakuzu had willingly provoked the beast instead, saving him the trouble. The outcome was exactly as Byakuran had expected. Boom! The explosive tag detonated near the Three Tails' head, enveloping the area in thick black smoke. When the smoke cleared, the Three Tails opened its eyes, now burning with feral rage. Roar! The Three Tails' fury erupted like a tidal wave, shaking the heavens and earth. Chapter 76, Ultimate Jutsu. Crushing the tailed beast ball with bare hands. Why do the tailed beasts haunt the nightmares of so many shinobi? It's not just because of their seemingly infinite reserves of chakra but also due to their colossal, oppressive forms. For a tailed beast, crushing a human is as effortless as a human stepping on an ant. This overwhelming despair, facing a force so vast and unstoppable, is the source of countless shinobi's unease. What damage could a shuriken or an explosive tag possibly do to such a creature? Likely nothing more than a slight itch. Of course, such actions are often meant more as provocations to divert attention than serious attempts at harm. The Three Tails locked its single open left eye onto Kakuzu. Perhaps due to its peculiar personality, or for some other reason, the Three Tails kept only one eye open as it raised a massive hand, slamming it down like a hurricane-driven gale. Boom. The lake's surface erupted in towering waves, crashing relentlessly against the trees and rocks on shore. Amid the surging torrents, Kakuzu didn't retreat. Instead, he maneuvered sideways, advancing toward the Three Tails while forming hand seals with practiced speed. Earth-style, Earthflow River, a torrent of mud surged up from Kakuzu's position, hurtling toward the Three Tails' massive face. Earth-style was naturally advantageous against water-style, and for the aquatic Three Tails, this attack should have posed a significant threat. Yet this time, whether due to Kakuzu's dwindling chakra or some other reason, the attack seemed lackluster. Splat! The mud attack landed on the Three Tails' face like a glob of sticky yellow phlegm. Ha ha ha. Has this guy lost his mind? The Mizukage laughed openly, finding Kakuzu's actions equal parts foolish and comical. To use such a feeble jutsu against a tailed beast, how absurd. While the attack lacked power, its insult was undeniable. Finally, the Three Tails snapped. The massive beast rose, causing the waters around it to tremble. Its enormous frame pulsed with chakra, gathering into its mouth in swirling streams of red and blue, destructive energy in its purest form. Even from a distance, one could feel the sheer annihilative force contained within the forming tailed beast ball. If unleashed, even towering mountain ranges would crumble in its wake. Kakuzu lowered his hands and abandoned his earlier taunting demeanor. The oppressive energy of the tailed beast ball was fully formed. It was a death sentence he could not afford to face head-on. Spinning around, Kakuzu dashed across the water, chakra streaming from his feet in splashes as he fled. Oh, so his brain isn't completely broken. At least he knows to run. The Mizukage sneered, his earlier respect for Kakuzu's strength eroding in the face of his apparent madness. However, this was no time to dwell on such thoughts. The sheer amount of chakra within the tailed beast ball was overwhelming. The Mizukage knew better than to stay in its path and prepared to retreat. Just as he was about to perform a body flicker jutsu, he noticed Kakuzu charging directly toward him. What are you doing? The Mizukage's voice was sharp with hostility, loud enough for Kakuzu to hear. Yet Kakuzu didn't respond, merely barreling forward like a silent storm. Something clicked in the Mizukage's instincts, a chilling sense of impending doom. This bastard. Before the Mizukage could complete his thought, black tendrils from Kakuzu's earth grudge fear technique erupted from the water, wrapping tightly around his legs. Damn it. The Mizukage cursed, bending down and channeling chakra into his hands to sever the threads. But Kakuzu wouldn't let him succeed so easily. In a flash, Kakuzu appeared behind him, his tendrils retracting as he resumed his normal form. Kakuzu grabbed the Mizukage by the shoulders, holding him firmly in place. Mizukage-sama, look ahead. Kakuzu's voice was calm, almost detached. The Mizukage glanced forward, his peripheral vision catching the Three Tails' enraged, bloodshot gaze locked on their position. Or rather, locked on Kakuzu, who had ensured the Mizukage was tethered to him. You lunatic. Let me go. The Mizukage's white hair stood on end, his fury and terror mingling in equal measure. Kakuzu's actions were beyond reckless, they were pure madness. As the tailed beast ball barreled toward them like a crashing meteor, the Mizukage struggled in vain to break free. The threads binding him only tightened further. Kakuzu, ever composed, spoke again. Mizukage-sama, if you're a real man, don't run. Use your dark style to absorb it. You bastard. The Mizukage's roar was filled with rage and desperation, his eyes bloodshot and his breath ragged. He wanted nothing more than to escape from this lunatic. But there was no time. Boom. The tailed beast ball detonated with a blinding flash, its explosive force swallowing everything in its path. The sky turned dark, and the lake's surface rippled with the shockwave's aftermath. At the last moment, the Mizukage followed Kakuzu's suggestion, raising his hands and unleashing his dark style to absorb the incoming energy. When the explosion subsided, only devastation remained, a scene of chaos and destruction. If anyone had witnessed this moment, they would surely have recorded it in the annals of history. The Mizukage, the founder of Hidden Mist Village and a legendary shinobi who had ended the Warring States period, had just crushed a tailed beast ball with his bare hands. Chapter 77, Even as a ghost, debts must be paid. A true warrior dares to face the overwhelming might of the tailed beasts and confront the peril of being utterly shattered. Just like those two men from Hidden Leaf Village, who traveled great distances to capture all 9 tailed beasts as if they were nothing more than chicks. In later generations, another fearless hero once swatted away a tailed beast bomb as though it were a tennis ball. Moments like these, whether in the past or the future, are legendary and destined to go down in history, revered by countless generations. But now, another miracle had unfolded. The waters of Lake were steaming, with wisps of smoke curling into the air. The sheer evaporation of such a massive body of water was a testament to the devastating force of the tailed beast bomb. At the center of the lake, however, stood a resolute man. His hair hung in disarray, his face caked with grime, and his clothes lay in tatters around him. His muscles had withered to the bone, exposing patches of white, while his expression teetered on the brink of collapse. Huff. 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 Labored breaths racked his frame. His body was so frail that even a gust of wind might topple him. Moments ago, the enormous tailed beast bomb had been split between him and Kakuzu, each enduring half its devastating force. The first Mizukage, Byakuran, had desperately absorbed the overwhelming chakra of the bomb. Unlike a certain tragic successor from Hidden Mist Village, Byakuran managed to take the attack head-on, absorbing a significant portion of its energy. Though his disheveled state and ragged breathing spoke volumes about the toll it took, Byakuran's survival stood as irrefutable proof of his strength. Had Byakuran not been weakened by his grueling battle with Kakuzu beforehand, he might have fully absorbed the tailed beast bomb with his mastery. To dare to call tailed beasts mere beasts, such was the confidence of the Mizukage. His strength was not to be underestimated. But the Mizukage was in a dire state. The colossal chakra within the tailed beast bomb had pushed his limits, tearing through his meridians. Though still alive, he was barely more than a walking corpse. Byakuran lifted his head with great effort, his remaining teeth chattering as he glared at the Sanbi. I must leave this place. This thought echoed in his mind. If the Sanbi unleashed another tailed beast bomb, it would be the end of him. Dragging his battered body, Byakuran attempted to turn away. But in that instant, chirp. A sharp, piercing cry rang out. Byakuran's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced toward the lake's surface. Sizzle. Electric currents crackled violently, numbing his ankles with an excruciating pain. What? What is this? His eyes shot open, his remaining senses detecting a powerful jutsu racing toward him from beneath the water. He tried to dodge, but in his current state, barely able to shuffle forward, there was no escape. Crack. A spear of lightning pierced his abdomen. Byakuran's body convulsed, his hunched frame trembling. Slowly, his gaze shifted toward the figure emerging from the water. It was Kakuzu. The jutsu was his devastating lightning style, false darkness sphere. Kakuzu's own body heaved with exertion, but there wasn't a hint of visible injury. You. Byakuran's body grew tense, his fractured mind struggling to process what was happening. He wanted to speak but lacked the strength to form the words. Instead, his gaze fell on a floating mass of black threads on the water's surface. You're wondering about that, aren't you? Kakuzu said, his breathing steadying as his sharp eyes followed Byakuran's line of sight. Underneath that black thread lies the shattered remains of a heart. A water-style heart I acquired from Hidden Waterfall Village. His words carried both cold fact and faint reminiscence. Years ago, Kakuzu had taken that heart from Chiba Mai, the captain of Hidden Waterfall Village's first squad. Back then, he'd thought Mai wasn't up to par and had planned to replace him soon after leaving the village. But finding a suitable replacement was easier said than done. Besides, someone like Tobirama Senju would have been the ideal candidate, but taking him down was out of the question. And so, the heart remained. Until today. Faced with a tailed beast bomb, Kakuzu had no choice but to sacrifice it. But now, swish. Black threads from Kakuzu's earth grudge fear shot out, swiftly entwining Byakuran's entire body. The technique required that the heart be taken from a living victim. If the target died first, the process would fail. The black threads moved with surgical precision, delving into Byakuran's body and extracting what Kakuzu sought before returning to him. In that moment, Kakuzu's remaining 4 hearts welcomed a new companion. As blood from the freshly claimed heart coursed through Kakuzu's veins, a glint of golden light flashed in his eyes. At this point, Kakuzu's power and chakra had already reached the level of 5 elite Jonin combined, plus 1 Kage-level expert. The surging power coursed through his entire body, and his chakra replenished rapidly. Raising his arm and clenching his fist, he could feel the endless flow of strength. This was the true foundation of a ninja's security, the key to Kakuzu's immortality, and the most exhilarating sensation of all. Taking a deep breath, Kakuzu felt a clarity and vigor unlike anything he had ever experienced. His mood was bold and expansive, though there was still one thing that left him slightly dissatisfied. While he had absorbed the lifelong water-style mastery of the first Mizukage, along with a vast amount of chakra, it seemed he had not awakened the dark style. KK Genkai. On reflection, it made sense. If the Earth Grudge Fear technique truly had the power to seize KK Genkai, then Kakuzu would have been an even more complete version of Hiruko from the original story. But that didn't matter. Now that the forbidden jutsu of Chimera was in his hands, Kakuzu had already formed a rough plan in his mind for awakening the dark style. Without delay, Kakuzu crouched down, laying the Mizukage's corpse flat on the water's surface. Reaching behind him, he retrieved a scroll secured at his waist. The scroll wasn't particularly large, about 30 to 40 centimeters wide and several meters long when fully unfurled. As he spread it open, various sealing runes came into view, intricately drawn across its surface. Adjusting the Mizukage's body so it lay atop the scroll, Kakuzu quickly formed a series of hand seals. Finally, he placed one hand over the center of the sealing array. Seal, release. With his command, the runes on the scroll erupted in a cloud of white smoke. Bang! The smoke billowed upward, rising from the scroll and drifting toward Kakuzu's brow. Moments later, the smoke dissipated, and along with it, the body of the Mizukage, Byakuran, vanished entirely. Closing the scroll with practiced efficiency, Kakuzu glanced at the tightly sealed parchment in his hand. For a brief moment, irritation flickered across his face. Even though he had claimed Byakuran's heart and power, Kakuzu could never forget one critical fact: that bastard had swallowed 30 million ryo of his money, and there was no chance of getting it back. But Kakuzu wasn't about to let it slide. Not a chance. Even if Byakuran had to work himself to the bone as a ghost in the afterlife, he'd better cough up every last coin. Chapter 78, The Summoning Beast That Feeds on Fire style. Kakuzu rolled up the scroll and looked forward. He hadn't forgotten the massive creature staring him down, its predatory eyes fixed on him. Earlier, his distracted actions had been a sign of disrespect. Now, Kakuzu refocused all his attention on the colossal foe before him. Roar! The three tails let out an earth-shaking bellow, still furious about the spit Kakuzu had audaciously launched at it earlier. As its roar echoed, an overwhelming surge of chakra burst forth, red and blue intertwining at a ratio of 2 to 8, merging into a perfectly balanced sphere. A new tailed beast bomb formed at its core. Whoosh, whoosh, the wind howled wildly, sending Kakuzu's hair flying in all directions. The surface of the water turned violently, waves crashing in unrelenting chaos. Faced with such terrifying power, would Kakuzu dare to meet the attack head-on? Of course not. The only reason he had sacrificed a heart earlier to guide the tailed beast bomb was to ensure the death of the Mizukage. Kakuzu did not possess the strength to match Hashirama Senshu, nor did he share the same misfortune as the Mizukage, and he certainly lacked the reckless courage. So, no, he wouldn't take the hit head-on. Only a fool would. With his hands crossing in front of him, Kakuzu created over 100 shadow clones that scattered in different directions. If he could alter the trajectory of the tailed beast bomb even slightly, he could survive the shockwaves and retaliate effectively. His strategy was clear, and it didn't take long for Kakuzu to wrest control of the battle's rhythm. The duel between Kakuzu and the Three Tails became a fast-paced clash of power and wit. Hours passed. From a distance, the island was shrouded in thick black smoke. But up close, the scene was even more shocking. The entire island was riddled with massive craters. The relentless barrage of tailed beast bombs had transformed the landscape beyond recognition. When the displaced islanders eventually returned, they'd likely be dumbfounded to discover their home had vanished. The island, now battered and sinking, was gradually being swallowed by the sea. It was only a matter of time before the remnants of their homes joined the ocean's depths. Of course, none of this concerned Kakuzu. After all, this demolition project had been personally overseen by the Mizukage. Kakuzu was merely lending a hand. As for the islanders' compensation, Kakuzu wholeheartedly supported them seeking reparations from Hidden Mist Village. The village was bound to be lively in the coming days. But that was all for later. For now, Kakuzu stood on the water, drenched, facing the Three Tails as it prepared for another attack. The spectacle of their battle was undeniable, showcasing the immense chakra reserves of a tailed beast. Yet, aside from the barrage of tailed beast bombs, Kakuzu's 5 nature transformations, and a few forbidden techniques, there wasn't much variety to the fight. The Three Tails was a tailed beast, but its glaring weaknesses were evident. Its sheer size made it cumbersome and unwieldy. Its bulk was more a hindrance than an advantage, rendering it unable to maneuver effectively. Should it face attacks from multiple directions, its turtle-like body made it nearly impossible to respond efficiently. Its neck, exposed save for the occasional defensive swipe of its three tails, was a glaring vulnerability. This apparent flaw had always been the three tails' Achilles heel. Its ungainly physique confined it largely to water, making it one of the least impressive of the tailed beasts. Consider its peers, the nine tails, agile and fierce, could devastate entire regions with its might. The eight tails could level a forest in an instant. The seven tails? It could fly. Even the one tail, Shukaku, despite its similar bulk, was the undisputed ruler of the desert and often clashed with the nine tails with brazen confidence. In contrast, the three tails lacked dominance even in water. Though it possessed vast chakra reserves, its size hampered its combat effectiveness, a tragic reality. However, this inherent disadvantage wasn't entirely insurmountable. If the three tails were sealed inside a Jinchuriki, it could leverage a human vessel's agility to compensate for its unwieldy frame. A slimmed-down three tails would undoubtedly be a far more formidable foe. Kakuzu still remembered how, in the original story, a leaner three tails had effortlessly dispatched a young shinobi named Juzo upon its debut. But the three tails in its current form posed little threat to Kakuzu. Despite its immense chakra reserves, its sluggishness made it a manageable opponent. Even so, Kakuzu had no intention of subduing the tailed beast today. For one, his chakra reserves were heavily depleted after the earlier fight with Byakuran. Though he'd recovered some energy, it wasn't nearly enough. Secondly, this was still Hidden Mist Village's territory, and Kakuzu had just killed their Mizukage. It was only a matter of time before reinforcements swarmed in seeking vengeance. Lastly, Kakuzu lacked a proper sealing method. Though he carried sealing scrolls, their limited capacity was only suitable for smaller items, corpses, shuriken, kunai, or personal belongings, not something as massive as a tailed beast. Sealing a tailed beast required an enormous scroll, like the ones Hashirama and Madara used in their battles. Of course, there was one other impractical option. Becoming the three tails Jinchuriki? Kakuzu could only scoff at the idea. If he were to become a Jinchuriki, why settle for the three tails? It had to be the 10 tails or nothing. For this reason alone, taking the three tails today was simply not in the cards. Kakuzu bent his knee slightly, then leapt with a burst of power, soaring through the air like an arrow released from a bowstring. He landed steadily atop the massive shell of the three tails. Standing on its sturdy carapace, Kakuzu found himself reflecting on something he'd been missing. After all his years in the ninja world, he didn't even have a summoning beast of his own. It was, frankly, a little embarrassing. During his time in Hidden Leaf Village, he'd noticed even the likes of Hiruzen Saratobi, a brat back then, could summon Inma, the Monkey King. But the Saratobi clan's ability to summon Inma was an inherited skill. They had a summoning contract with the Monkey clan that had been passed down for generations. Hiruzen Saratobi had been born into the privilege of summoning Inma. It wasn't something most people could replicate. Still, not everyone was content to accept their lot. Take Denzo Shimura, for example. Upon seeing Hiruzen with his summoning beast, Denzo had been unwilling to fall behind. Kakuzu wasn't sure where Denzo had found his summoning beast, but he remembered the day Denzo proudly showed it off in front of him and Tobirama. The beast. Well, it had the trunk of an elephant, the head of a pig, legs like a dog, and a body reminiscent of a cow. In short, it was a bizarre chimera of features that didn't seem to belong together. If memory served, it was called. Oh, right. The Baku. Its strange appearance had been so striking that while Kakuzu and Tobirama managed to hold back their laughter, the young Hiruzen couldn't contain himself. He burst out laughing, dragging Koharu Utatane and Hamura Midokado along with him. Their laughter seemed almost mocking, as if ridiculing Denzo for summoning something so absurd-looking. Faced with Hiruzen's laughter, Denzo closed his eyes, lowered his head, and clenched his fists tightly. It was clear to Kakuzu that Denzo thought Hiruzen was mocking him, belittling him, looking down on him, dismissing him as nothing more than a loser. All those negative emotions swirled in Denzo's mind until he finally snapped. He raised his head and roared his grand ambitions. My Baku will one day be as tall as a tailed beast. Can you claim the same? My Baku will devour everything in its path. Can your summoning beast do that? My Baku will feast on fire-style jutsu, eating flames for sustenance. Can yours even come close to that? You're all nothing. How dare you challenge me for the title of Hokage? Kakuzu had no idea if Denzo's outburst was driven by genuine pride in his summoning beast or simply a desperate attempt to avoid being underestimated. Either way, it had left Kakuzu feeling more than a little awkward. Chapter 79, Hatred Stemming from Mentorship for a Ninja. A summoning beast can be a critical asset in battle. It was about time for Kakuzu to find one of his own. After his confrontation with the Three Tails today, an idea began to take shape in his mind. A summoning beast that complements a ninja's abilities can create a seamless synergy. Ideally, it would fill in the gaps of his strengths and weaknesses. A beast capable of flight would undoubtedly be a game changer, granting him a high-altitude advantage few ninja could counter. From the skies, he could enhance his evasion and create countless opportunities for attack. These thoughts raced through Kakuzu's mind, forming a resolution. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the idea to the back of his mind for now. The three tails roared furiously, slamming three of its massive tails in Kakuzu's direction. In a blur, Kakuzu dodged the assault. One tail smashed into his reinforced back armor with a deafening metallic clang. As Kakuzu sprinted across the three tails' massive shell, his arms darkened, Earth-style, hardening jutsu. He focused his strength, channeling it into his right hand. Ha! Kakuzu transformed his palm into a blade, targeting a protruding spike on the creature's shell. Clang! The sharp collision of hardened flesh and armor reverberated through the air. Kakuzu twisted his wrist and wrenched off a fragment of the shell, a piece no larger than a third of his palm. "That'll do," he muttered, holding the shard. Inside it lay the genetic material of the three tails, a vital component for his plans. Leaping off the beast, Kakuzu landed on the water's surface with a splash, dashing away at incredible speed. Behind him, the three tails roared in frustration, its immense chakra coalescing into a tail beast bomb. Kakuzu glanced back briefly, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips. "I already said I wasn't planning to take you down today," he muttered. "Save your energy for our next encounter." Forming a hand sign, Kakuzu summoned over 100 shadow clones. This time, their purpose wasn't mere distraction. "I'll leave you a parting gift," Kakuzu said coldly. The clones charged toward the three tails, their movements relentless. The beast sensed danger, slamming its tails against the water's surface with brute force. Towering waves surged outward, wiping out many clones, but a handful pressed forward, undeterred. 10 clones reached the creature's massive body. With swift precision, they pulled out pre-prepared explosive tags, hurling them at the beast while weaving hand seals. Mutual multiplying explosive tags. Shadow clones can execute it effectively as well. Boom. 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 One explosive tag might barely tickle the three tails, but dozens, even hundreds, detonating simultaneously? That was an entirely different story. The creature howled in pain, abandoning its tailed beast bomb. The explosions left it writhing, its anguished roars echoing across the water. Meanwhile, in the southwestern part of the Land of Water, the central continent bustled with activity. Hidden Mist Village, the heart of the country's power, was nestled here. Unlike many regions of the Land of Water, the skies above Hidden Mist Village were often clear, offering sunny days nearly half the year despite the misty reputation. Today was one such day. Beneath the brilliant sun, villagers moved to and fro, carrying fishing nets and boarding boats at the docks. The perfect weather promised a bountiful catch, and laughter filled the air as the townsfolk chatted cheerfully. Suddenly, splash! 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 The sound of hurried footsteps slapping against the water broke the serene atmosphere. Startled, the villagers turned to see two ninja in uniform racing across the water, their expressions grim. "What's going on?" someone murmured. Due to its unique geography, Hidden Mist Village had streams flowing throughout its streets, giving it the appearance of a city built on water. To maintain order, the village leadership had forbidden ninja from using water walking techniques unless in emergencies, as it disturbed the villagers' daily lives and caused unnecessary alarm. Yet here were two ninjas sprinting at full speed, clearly in defiance of that rule. The patrolling guards considered intercepting them but froze when they recognized the pair, Chuki and Mufu, disciples of the first Mizukage. Whispers spread among the guards and villagers alike. Rumors of unrest within the village's leadership had been circulating for days. The furious expressions of the two disciples only fueled suspicions that the rumors were true. At the heart of Hidden Mist Village stood the Mizukage's towering office, a place of power where only the highest-ranking officials could tread. Inside the grand office, a man dressed in a simple white robe with wide sleeves rose from the Mizukage's chair. His long blonde hair was slicked back, and his thin eyes gleamed with calm authority. A pair of small mustaches framed his mouth. "Everyone, please settle down," he said, addressing the gathered elders of the Land of Water. "I understand your concerns, and I assure you, they will all be addressed." The room fell silent as everyone's attention was drawn to a calm yet authoritative voice. "Everyone, please listen to me," said Hazuki Genjutsu, the acting Mizukage, his tone commanding yet soothing. "I've heard about what happened to your homes. It was truly an unforeseen tragedy." He paused, letting his words sink in before continuing. "But there's no need to worry about losing your houses. I will issue an immediate order to have the village arrange accommodations for all of you. How does that sound?" The villagers, who had been murmuring anxiously, quieted down. Their eyes brightened with hope. Could this really be true? Was their status about to shift from displaced islanders to full-fledged residents of Hidden Mist Village? It all felt too sudden, almost too good to be true. Hazuki Genjutsu observed their reactions carefully, a faint smile playing on his lips. He then added, "For those who don't wish to stay in Hidden Mist Village, the village will provide appropriate compensation. Rest assured, as long as you're citizens of the Land of Water, I will not abandon a single one of you." The moment he finished, applause erupted in the office. "Mizukage-sama is truly a good man. This is the Mizukage we've always hoped for. With such a leader, Hidden Mist Village is blessed, and so is the Land of Water." The room was filled with praise, and Hazuki Genjutsu basked in their admiration, his composed demeanor never faltering. But just as the atmosphere reached its peak of harmony, bam! The office door burst open as two figures stormed in, radiating fury. The sudden intrusion startled the villagers, who exchanged confused glances. Even Hazuki Genjutsu's smile faltered slightly, his expression becoming more serious. "All right," he said, waving a hand toward the crowd. "You've all had a long journey. Please go and rest at the accommodations the village has arranged for you." At his command, a group of shinobi stepped forward to guide the villagers out. Soon, the room was empty, leaving only 3 people, Hazuki Genjutsu, Chuki, and Mufu. As the villagers left, Chuki's expression remained calm, but Mufu couldn't contain his rage. He stormed forward, grabbing Hazuki Genjutsu by the collar. "You should have been the first to know about Lord Byakuran's death," Mufu roared, his voice trembling with anger. "But instead of avenging him, you submitted your application for the position of second Mizukage to the elders. How dare you?" Hazuki Genjutsu frowned, brushing off Mufu's hand with clear distaste. "I don't know what you're talking about," he replied, his tone cold. "But let me make one thing clear, what's done is done. The dead cannot return to life. I suggest you grieve and move on. My position here was recommended by the great clans, and I intend to fulfill my duties. You." Mufu clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking as his body trembled with suppressed rage. He knew the truth, Hazuki Genjutsu's appointment as the second Mizukage was already a foregone conclusion. There was nothing he could do to change it. Taking a deep breath, he pressed on. "Fine. Then tell me this, what do you plan to do about the first Mizukage's murder?" Hazuki Genjutsu stroked his signature mustache thoughtfully, his expression unreadable. He couldn't dodge this question, not when the victim was the very leader of Hidden Mist Village. If he failed to act, the other shinobi would surely accuse him of cowardice. Finally, he sighed and waved dismissively as he walked toward the door. "I've already gathered intelligence on the matter. The culprit is a man named Kakuzu. While he has ties to Hidden Leaf Village, he is not one of their shinobi." He stopped at the doorway and glanced back at Mufu, his eyes sharp. "I'll deploy the assassination unit to hunt him down. But don't expect me to send an entire force. That would risk a war with another nation." With that, Hazuki Genjutsu exited the room, leaving his words to hang in the air. Mufu slammed his fist onto the desk, the impact echoing through the office. His frustration was palpable. "Unacceptable," he snarled, his voice low but filled with venom. "He stole my sensei's position, and now he's brushing off his duty to avenge him? This is unforgivable." Chuki adjusted his glasses, stepping forward as if to offer a word of comfort, but Mufu suddenly lifted his head. His eyes burned with fury and resolve. He remembered his master words, the clans of Hidden Mist Village, especially those with KK Genkai, always act out of self-interest. They never prioritize the village's well-being. That's why they must be kept in check. Now, those words resonated with a new clarity. Hazuki Genjutsu. The clans with their KK Genkai. Just wait. One day, I'll wipe all of you out. Chapter 80, True Mummy. The morning light had yet to fully dispel the darkness. Clang. Clang. The sound of clashing blades echoed through the cliffside forest. The metallic hum of weapons and the sharp hiss of slicing air painted a chaotic picture. Sparks of blue chakra illuminated the dark forest, the sharp screech of birdsong cutting through the stillness. But soon, the light and noise vanished, leaving the wood shrouded in eerie silence, as though nothing had happened. The only evidence of the chaos was a few lifeless, bloodied bodies scattered on the ground. A man slowly lowered his arm. Blue electricity crackled briefly in his palm before fading into the void. Another group of enemies had been dealt with, yet Kakuzu's expression remained stoic, his sharp eyes fixed on the horizon. It was clear he sensed something ominous, numerous pairs of eyes lurking in the blackness, watching, waiting. It felt like being stalked by a pack of hyenas. Their individual strength was laughable, but their persistence was maddening. They followed like shadows, waiting for the slightest slip, the tiniest opening to pounce and rip him to shreds. So this is what it feels like to be hunted by the 5 great nations. Kakuzu muttered under his breath. He had anticipated this, but experiencing it firsthand was still infuriating. He walked to the base of a tree and picked up his satchel. Let them follow if they dared. Once he reached the next town, they'd lose his trail. Just as Kakuzu turned to leave, another figure leapt through the trees, landing beside him. It was none other than Ruto, his companion since their defection from Hidden Mist Village. Ruto glanced at the fallen Hidden Mist Village shinobi, a flicker of unease crossing his eyes. He didn't want to fight his former comrades. He only wanted to survive. Yet neither the previous Mizukage nor the current one seemed willing to let him go. Kakuzu-sama. Ruto began, his voice trembling with emotion. Please. Can't you let them go? They were only following orders. His voice cracked, revealing his lingering attachment to his village, a bond he couldn't sever despite the darkness that forced him to flee. Oh? Kakuzu's gaze lingered on Ruto, his expression unreadable. I could. After all, you are a Hidden Mist Village shinobi. But let's not forget, this mess exists because of you. You'll pay the price, and then we'll discuss your terms. Ruto's eyes widened, but before he could react, Kakuzu's tendril-like arm shot out, wrapping around his throat and lifting him into the air. Kakuzu-sama, wait. Ruto choked, struggling against the tightening grip. Kakuzu didn't hesitate. With a flick of his wrist, he drew a kunai. The blade glinted in the moonlight before it descended with ruthless precision. Shkk. Blood splattered the ground. 2 kilometers away, a group of Hidden Mist Village shinobi froze, their eyes snapping open. Their synchronized reactions confirmed that they all felt it. Ruto was dead. The shinobi exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to process what had happened. One of them glanced at the mission scroll in his hands. The target was supposed to be both Kakuzu and Ruto, but now it seemed Kakuzu had handed them one head on a platter. Well, that's one less problem to deal with. One muttered, drawing a pen to mark Ruto's name with an X. Days later, by the edge of a raging river, a lone figure leaned against a large rock, breathing heavily. His bandaged face twitched with every painful breath. Layer upon layer of gauze covered his wounds, but the damage beneath was severe. Even after removing the bandages, his face would never be the same. Yet, for Ruto, the disfigurement was a blessing. It meant freedom. Hey! He let out a bitter laugh, his voice raspy. Kakuzu-sama. I owe you one. Ruto took a deep breath, steadying himself. With time, his wounds began to scab, and he carefully peeled off the bandages. From that moment on, Ruto lived like a shadow, avoiding crowds and keeping his identity a secret. Eventually, his journey led him to a small island off the eastern coast of the Land of Water. The island was home to an ancient clan, a relic of the Warring States period. Known for their unique Genkai, the clan once flourished. But time had not been kind. Now, they were little more than a dwindling family, struggling to survive. Ruto, his appearance altered and his resolve hardened, set foot on the island. For him, this place was more than a refuge. It held the reason he needed to keep living. Ah! Who are you? A startled scream shattered the island's peace. A young woman, cradling a baby in her arms, stared at Ruto in horror. Her beautiful face twisted in fear as she took in the grotesque scars on his head. She quickly placed the child down, her hands moving in a flurry of seals. Lava style, melting apparition jutsu. Wait. Hizuko, it's me. The familiar voice stopped her just as molten lava began to form in her palms. Hizuko hesitated, scrutinizing the man before her. Ruto. The name slipped from her lips in disbelief. 2 minutes later, after a brief exchange and the familiar sound of his voice, the beautiful woman finally confirmed the man before her was indeed her husband, the father of her child. With a cry, Hizuko threw herself into Ruto's arms. You scared me half to death. I sent people everywhere to look for you but couldn't be too obvious about it, fearing it might endanger our child. I thought you had died out there. You idiot. Hizuko pounded on Ruto's chest a few times, venting the frustration and worry she had harbored for so long. But it was clear from the joy in her eyes that she was genuinely relieved. Her husband had come back alive. After a brief embrace, Ruto stepped aside to pick up their child, holding the baby close as he quickly recounted his experiences to Hizuko. She nodded as he spoke. It's fortunate Lord Kakuzu turned out to be a man of honor. Otherwise, who knows if we'd ever see each other again. Hizuko said, her tone full of gratitude. Ruto nodded in agreement. The two of them sat down to discuss their future. Ruto, word has come from the village that the first Mizukage has been confirmed dead. The leader of the Hazuki clan is set to become the second Mizukage. As a fellow shinobi, he's relatively fair to our kind. You should go to him and explain your situation. Clear your name. Hizuko suggested, her expression earnest. However, Ruto shook his head in firm opposition. If he could, he would have called her naive, but he knew better than to say that aloud. Instead, he patiently explained. I've met Hazuki Genjutsu. He's a kind and reasonable man, friendly to both shinobi and civilians. But right now, he's just assumed the mantle of Mizukage. He'll be focused on stabilizing the village, which means balancing power among the factions, including the remnants of Byakuren. To achieve that balance, I would undoubtedly become a scapegoat. Do you understand? Though his words were harsh, there was a tragic truth to them. Sacrificing individuals for the greater good of the village's stability was often an unavoidable reality for those in power. Hizuko nodded hesitantly, still trying to process the complexities of his reasoning. She looked at her husband and asked, "Then what will you do? Live the rest of your life hiding your name and identity?" "Of course not. No one will recognize me as I am now," Ruta replied confidently. Hizuko glanced at him and couldn't help but agree. Ruto had undergone some extreme changes. Although Kakuzu wasn't a trained plastic surgeon, his experience in the art of dissection had made him highly skilled with a blade. A few precise cuts, and even Hizuko had to look twice to recognize her husband. Ruto pondered for a moment, his gaze falling on the child in his arms, before making a sudden decision. "Hizuko, from today onward, the child and I will take your family name. It will make things much simpler," he said. Hizuko's face lit up with a smile. "That's fine by me. The surname True Mummy has such a nice ring to it." Chapter 81, The Hokage of Humor. "Yes, True Mummy. It's such a beautiful surname." Ruto sighed as he cradled the newborn boy in his arms. "If only." "What are you sighing about?" Hizuko playfully swatted Ruto on the shoulder, her cheeks tinged with pink. "From today, you're no longer a shinobi. We can live a peaceful life now." She hesitated, her voice dropping. "And we can have as many children as you'd like." Her face flushed as she tugged at her clothes nervously. Ruto chuckled, warmth spreading through him. Hizuko, despite her humble demeanor, came from a shinobi family, one that had seen better days. Still, even a fallen clan retains some of its foundations. Now retired from the endless battles, Ruto envisioned a life of tranquility with her on this secluded island. But as he gazed down at his newborn son, a sudden thought struck him. "What's wrong?" Hizuko asked, pouting as she swatted him again. "You've been holding the baby for ages and haven't said a word." Ruto's silence stemmed from a troubling realization. His expression grew serious as he looked from his son to Hizuko. She began, "I have the lava-style KK Genkai from my clan, and you have the boil style from yours. What do you think? Will our son inherit either of these bloodline limits?" Hizuko blinked, her gaze shifting to their swaddled child. Bloodline limits, once a source of pride in Hidden Mist Village, had become a dangerous double-edged sword since the first Mizukage's reign. The sheer power they offered invited fear and oppression. The thought of their child inheriting such gifts, and the dangers that came with them, cast a shadow over her heart. He might inherit lava style, or boil style. Ruto continued. Or, who knows? He might awaken both. His voice softened. Or neither. Hizuko shook her head gently. "Ruto, does it really matter if he inherits a KK Genkai or not?" Her tone carried a trace of sadness. "All I want is for him to live a safe, peaceful life." Ruto nodded, his heart aligned with hers. But as he turned his gaze toward the distant horizon, toward the direction of Hidden Mist Village, a flicker of hope sparked in his chest. Political corruption and infighting had driven him away from the village, severing his ties with its treacherous shadow. But deep down, he yearned to see Hidden Mist Village transformed into a strong and prosperous place like Hidden Leaf Village. For that to happen, he knew, the village needed someone, a powerful shinobi who could ignite change and lead it toward a brighter future. Looking back at his son, he whispered in his heart, "I don't know if you can become that person, but I hope. I hope that one day, you or your descendants will cleanse the village of its darkness. This is my deepest wish as your father." The infant squirmed in his arms, letting out a wail as if protesting his father's lofty expectations. While Ruto and Hizuko embraced their new, peaceful life, far away, Kakuzu was still on the run, carrying his infamous bounty. To his surprise, the second Mizukage, Hazuki Genjutsu, didn't seem too intent on taking his life. However, politics demanded appearances, and so an elite assassination squad trailed him, keeping up the pretense of pursuit. The squad's leader, one of Hazuki Genjutsu's closest confidants, clearly understood the real mission. They were to keep up with Kakuzu but maintain a safe distance. After all, no one wanted to engage Kakuzu directly, they valued their lives too much. Staying 3 to 5 kilometers behind, the team tracked Kakuzu with just enough sensory perception to feign pursuit. If questioned later about their lack of aggression, they could always argue that Kakuzu's strength necessitated waiting for reinforcements. Kakuzu, meanwhile, was growing increasingly annoyed. Even after crossing into foreign lands, the Hidden Mist Village shinobi clung to him like shadows. They were persistent, almost like ghosts. Determined to shake them off, Kakuzu devised a plan. He deliberately led the Hidden Mist Village squad into the Land of Fire, hoping their presence would alarm Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi and spark an international incident. Unfortunately for him, Hidden Leaf Village's first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, was far too kind-hearted. Hashirama, committed to fostering peace between nations, ensured that the captured Hidden Mist Village shinobi were treated fairly and returned without severe punishment. Frustrated but undeterred, Kakuzu began scheming his next move. When the diplomat from Hidden Mist Village explained to Senju Hashirama that they were on a classified mission and had accidentally entered the Land of Fire's territory, they offered an apology to Hidden Leaf Village. Hearing this, Hashirama smiled warmly and nodded, expressing his understanding. He simply ordered his men to escort the Hidden Mist Village shinobi back and warned them not to come to Hidden Leaf Village again. That was the end of the matter. To Kakuzu, this soft-hearted Hokage was utterly infuriating. What kind of logic was this? Sure, the Hidden Mist Village shinobi didn't explicitly come targeting Hidden Leaf Village, but they had crossed into enemy territory armed to the teeth. By all rights, anyone caught in this situation should be executed as spies. But Hashirama? He was way too lenient. If it had been Senju Dobirama instead, those captured shinobi wouldn't even leave behind fragments of bone. Kakuzu sighed, imagining that Dobirama was probably still locked up in a room somewhere by his older brother. Otherwise, those Hidden Mist Village nin wouldn't have dared to pursue him a second time after being caught the first. But what could he do? Those Mist Shinobi, having avoided harsh punishment, clearly hadn't learned their lesson. They continued tailing Kakuzu, unwilling to give up. Since that was the case, Kakuzu decided to lead them somewhere more interesting. Heading northwest, Kakuzu moved steadily in the direction of the Land of Earth. He knew that both the daimyo of the Land of Earth and Tsuchikage Ashikawa weren't nearly as forgiving toward Hidden Mist Village as Senju Hashirama. From a geographical perspective, the Land of Water and the Land of Earth were separated by the vast expanse of the Land of Fire, but that distance didn't soften their hostility. If these Mist Shinobi actually had the guts to follow him into the Land of Earth, Kakuzu could already imagine the scene. Tsuchikage Ashikawa, upon noticing them, would call out, "Guards! Kill these Mist Shinobi at once. Let's make this entertaining." Kakuzu smirked at the thought. The group of Hidden Mist Village shinobi trailing behind him exchanged uneasy glances, seemingly understanding his intentions without a word. They didn't even wait for Kakuzu to reach the Land of Earth before receiving orders to scatter and abandon their mission entirely. Chapter 82, Familiar Grounds. The streets bustled with life. Shops lined both sides of the road, their vibrant signs competing for attention. Voices filled the air, vendors shouting their wares, townsfolk deep in conversation, and the soft jingling of carriage bells. This town, nestled at the crossroads of the Land of Fire, the Land of Waterfalls, and the Land of Iron, had no distinct governance due to its unique location. Over time, it became a lawless haven, a town where shadows thrived. Yet, this lack of oversight also fostered a peculiar sense of prosperity. Inside an inn, Kakuzu opened the briefcase he always carried with him. A product of his own craftsmanship during his time in Hidden Leaf Village, the case might appear small, but its interior was a marvel. It could hold up to 200 kilograms. The primary feature of this briefcase was its powerful refrigeration system, capable of freezing vital items for later use. Kakuzu regularly maintained it, spending a staggering 300,000 ryo per service. The contents of the case? Rows upon rows of vials, each meticulously stored. Within them lay bloodlines, samples Kakuzu had collected to achieve his ultimate goal, the acquisition of KK Genkai. The technique he used for this was the Chimera, a method initially conceived by Dobirama Senju but later refined by Kakuzu himself. Unlike Hiruko, who sought strength through desperation and impatience, Kakuzu's version of the technique focused on fusion rather than mere combination. Hiruko's approach relied on physically merging his body with another's to wield their power, a shortcut for someone unwilling to wait decades for natural KK Genkai awakening. In contrast, Kakuzu's method was a painstaking process of integration, one fraught with risk and failure. However, Kakuzu had the luxury of time, and his current challenge wasn't patience, it was location. He needed a secure space to conduct his experiments. Meanwhile, in an underground exchange office, 3 Hidden Stones Village shinobi handed over a trophy they had obtained through their combined efforts. Behind the counter stood a woman in her early 20s with striking purple hair, captivating features, and a curvaceous figure. Despite her alluring demeanor, her gaze was sharp as she examined the prize. The lifeless body belonged to a man listed on a bounty poster. After confirming the identity, she nodded and placed the corpse into a refrigerated storage unit. The 3 Hidden Stones Village shinobi exchanged smug looks. The leader, a chunin named Ratsu, couldn't resist boasting. "Ms. Hanabusa, impressive, right? Taking down a jonin with my own hands, surely that proves my strength?" Hanabusa gave a polite smile, her dimples adding to her charm. Indeed, shinobi as capable as you are rare to find these days. She reached below the counter and retrieved a briefcase, sliding it across to Retsu. Inside was 2 million ryo, the bounty for their kill. The victim had once been a jonin of Hidden Waterfall Village, a formidable warrior during the Warring States period. He had claimed the lives of dozens of shinobi in his prime. However, in the twilight of the era, he lost both arms in a Earth-style ambush. Despite being honored as a jonin by his village, his active days were long over. His misfortune was crossing paths with these Hidden Stones village chunin during a rare trip outside his village. Overwhelmed by their combined attack, he met his end. Hayabusa could easily deduce how the fight unfolded. Though she despised their smug attitudes, she maintained her professional demeanor. Retsu, emboldened by her smile, leaned closer. "Come on, Ms. Hayabusa, after all the business I've brought you, don't you think I deserve a little appreciation? Maybe let me hold your hand?" Hayabusa's expression didn't falter. She deftly avoided his grasp, her voice cool but pleasant. "Gentlemen, your mission is complete. You should return to Hidden Stones Village. Surely the Sushi Kage has more tasks waiting for talented shinobi like you." TCH. Retsu clicked his tongue in irritation, his pride wounded. "Ms. Hayabusa, that's cold. I've been a loyal client, haven't I? You've earned plenty of commission thanks to me. And yet, you won't even let me touch your hand? That's just cruel." Hayabusa rolled her eyes internally but kept her practiced smile. Dealing with such clients was all part of the job. But now, with only one task completed, how could he even have the face to say such things? "Apologies." Hayabusa smiled faintly, though a trace of coldness crept into her expression. "This is the mission hand-off point. If you have no business here, please leave." Her lack of courtesy visibly upset Retsu, and his face darkened with anger. He slammed a heavy fist onto the table, pointing at its surface. "Hayabusa, drop the act. If it weren't for your looks, do you think I'd waste my time here? Besides, isn't entertaining others your job?" Retsu's expression made it clear that he intended to dominate the situation today. The 2 Hidden Stones village shinobi standing behind him crossed their arms and wore amused smirks, clearly enjoying the spectacle. In fact, they wouldn't mind joining in on the fun if given the chance. Faced with the unreasonable behavior of the 3 Hidden Stones village men, Hayabusa's patience was wearing thin. Though she maintained a veneer of politeness, the smile had completely vanished from her face. "You're not wrong," Hayabusa replied, her voice steady. "Establishments like this were built to keep up appearances." She glanced at them, her tone growing more detached. "If you truly value my company, I could pour you a drink and help you unwind." From a young age, Hayabusa had understood the power of beauty and how to use it to her advantage. She could laugh along with these so-called patrons and humor their antics, but if their thoughts went beyond the acceptable, well, it would be best for them to back off and get some sleep instead. After all, surely these Hidden Stones village nin weren't so poor that they couldn't afford a mirror to reflect their own shortcomings. Retsu's face darkened further as realization dawned. Hayabusa was outright rejecting him. The message was clear, she didn't think he was worth her time. His frustration only grew. With his companions present, there was no way he could afford to lose face here. Chapter 83, Small Nations and Great Powers. Ha! Hayabusa, you dare humiliate me like this? Don't come crying to me later. Retsu's face was twisted with anger, his pride thoroughly shattered in front of his comrades. Hayabusa, however, maintained a faint smile and gestured politely for him to leave. Though she lacked the backing of a large village like Hidden Stones Village, she wasn't someone to be trampled on. There was a limit to her patience, and that limit had been reached. "Gentlemen," she said firmly, "I suggest you leave. Hidden Stones Village wouldn't condone behavior like this." Her words were a clear dismissal, and the other 2 Hidden Stones village men hesitated, exchanging uncomfortable glances before turning to leave. However, as they did, Retsu's eyes gleamed with a sinister light. His lips curled into a cruel smile. In one swift motion, he spun around and launched a punch, striking Hayabusa across the face. She staggered, a bright red mark blooming on her cheek as she fell to the ground. Hayabusa's mind raced. Ignoring the pain, she tried to form hand seals for a counterattack. A classic Ganjutsu sequence. But before she could complete it, whoosh! Another Hidden Stones village nin lunged at her. The gleam of a kunai flashed, slicing through her palm. "Ah!" Hayabusa cried out, clutching her injured hand. The sharp pain forced her to halt her technique, leaving her defenseless on the ground. Retsu and his companion shared a vile, knowing grin. To them, Hayabusa now seemed like a wounded lamb, ripe for the taking. One of the Hidden Stones village nin hesitated, glancing nervously at Retsu. "Maybe we should stop. If this gets back to the village, stop being such a coward." Retsu snapped, cutting him off with a dismissive wave. "If something happens, I'll take the blame." Besides, once we're done, we'll dump her body in the wilderness. No one will ever know." As he laughed maniacally, Hayabusa's injured hand subtly shifted toward a concealed tripwire on the floor. Her other hand clenched, her eyes burning with defiance. The trio approached, their cruel intentions clear. But just as Retsu reached out to grab her, a chilling voice echoed through the dimly lit underground chamber. "Those who have never tasted true suffering trample on the dignity of others with ease." The words hung heavy in the air, sending a shiver down Retsu's spine. Startled, he and the others spun around to face the source of the voice. Perched silently on the ceiling was a shadowy figure, their presence so quiet and unnerving that none of the Hidden Stones village nin had noticed them before. Retsu and his comrades instinctively shifted into defensive stances, their eyes narrowing as their hearts pounded in their chests. The three shinobi could keenly sense the overwhelming power emanating from the stranger. It was an aura far beyond what the three of them could contend with. Uncertain of the man's intentions, the Hidden Stones village nin remained highly vigilant. Among them, only Retsu appeared somewhat composed. He took a deep breath, twirling a kunai around his fingers before deftly sliding it back into the pouch strapped to his leg. "Friend, I am Retsu of the Hidden Stones village," he said, introducing himself in an attempt to ease the tension. The man above them, Kakuzu, gave no response, his expression as unreadable as ever as he stared down at them. Undeterred, Retsu continued, "About that nonsense you were spouting earlier, I am sure it's just empty talk, isn't it?" Turning away, Retsu picked up a partially opened briefcase from the table nearby. "Since you've stumbled upon our little operation, there's no point in hiding it anymore," he said with a sly grin. "Here's 2 million ryo. Take it and pretend this never happened, alright?" With that, Retsu flung the briefcase up toward Kakuzu. However, since it wasn't fully closed, the money spilled out mid-air. Whoosh! 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 Bills fluttered like leaves, scattering across the open space, a full 2 million ryo raining down. "Ah, my apologies, friend," Retsu said with a sheepish chuckle, scratching the back of his head. "Seems I forgot to latch the case. Do me a favor and come down here to pick up the money, yeah? It's all yours. Take it and leave. No need to make things messy for yourself." He beckoned to Kakuzu with a casual wave, urging him to descend. Kakuzu's eyes widened slightly as he watched the bizarre scene unfold before him. Chapter 84, Worse Than Trash. In the year 11 of the new calendar, the shinobi world had only experienced about a decade of peace since the end of the Warring States period. Over these 10 years, the various nations worked tirelessly to rebuild and grow their economies. With economic development came rising prosperity. However, the more money circulated, the more issues of inflation began to surface. Although inflation was not yet severe at this point, the devaluation of currency was becoming noticeable. Still, 2 million ryo was no small sum. For reference, the monthly salary of an average geinin was only a few tens of thousands of ryo. A diligent one might make about 100,000 through missions. Chunin could earn several hundred thousand, though rarely exceeding 400,000 or 500,000. Jonin, on the other hand, had significantly higher earnings. A Jonin capable of completing S-rank missions could earn over 1 million in a month. Thus, 2 million ryo was effectively the equivalent of a month's salary for an elite Jonin. And now, this substantial amount of money was scattered before Kakuzu's eyes, fluttering down like leaves. He stood there, stunned by the sight. Below, the shinobi known as Retsu urged him impatiently. "Hey, hurry up and collect the money so we can leave already." For a moment, Kakuzu's worldview seemed to shatter. His gaze drifted lazily downward to where Retsu was. As a shinobi, killing and bloodshed are a norm. But flaunting the backing of your village while blatantly disrespecting others? That's repulsive. And to think you don't even have the decency to respect the lady you've just wronged. Hey, people like you. I'd call you nothing but scum. And another thing, Kakuzu added, shifting his gaze to the scattered money. A person who doesn't value money is trash. And someone who wastes money, they're worse than trash. You have 1 minute. Apologize to the lady and pick up every last coin. What? The 3 Hidden Stones village shinobi were dumbfounded. The words scum, trash, and worse than trash echoed clearly in their ears. 2 of them immediately broke into a cold sweat, fear evident in their eyes. They could sense Kakuzu's overwhelming strength, at least Jonin level, far beyond their ability to contend with. If a fight broke out, they would undoubtedly be the ones to suffer. Retsu, however, bristled with fury. Those words were clearly directed at him. You bastard. Retsu clenched his fists, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Kakuzu. He couldn't comprehend where this man had come from, much less why he dared to speak to him like that. Though seething with anger, Retsu didn't dare to make the first move. Kakuzu's strength was undeniable. No matter how enraged he was, he knew he couldn't win. Suppressing his fury, Retsu glanced at the young woman, Hayabusa, lying pitifully on the ground, utterly defenseless. His frustration grew. He couldn't believe that the prey he had almost captured was slipping away. Fine. Retsu shot Kakuzu a venomous glare, his face dark with suppressed rage. He didn't want to provoke Kakuzu further today. But this insult, this humiliation, he would remember it. And he would repay it one day. Consider yourself lucky today. Men, let's go. In his mind, Retsu rationalized that Kakuzu must have intervened not for the money, but for the woman. But just as he turned to leave, who said you could leave? Kakuzu's calm yet chilling voice stopped them in their tracks. Retsu's face darkened. What else do you want? I told you to apologize to the lady and pick up the money. Kakuzu replied evenly. Retsu sneered, mockery etched across his face. And what if I don't? You think you can just order me around because you're stronger? He straightened, his voice growing louder. Do you know who I am? I'm part of a prominent clan in Hidden Stones Village. You'd better think twice before crossing me. Swish. In the blink of an eye, Kakuzu moved, appearing directly in front of Retsu. The sudden movement startled the latter, causing him to stumble back a step. Kakuzu's lips curled into an amused smirk. He'd seen his fair share of people like this, arrogant shinobi flaunting their backgrounds as if it granted them immunity. So you're from one of Hidden Stones Village's prominent clans, huh? Sorry, never heard of it. But I have met Anoki, the sushi kage, and that old schemer Mew. Kakuzu said with a chuckle. Retsu's face paled slightly at the mention of those names. Ignoring his reaction, Kakuzu continued, Now, are you going to apologize and pick up the money? Or do I have to make you? Retsu gritted his teeth, his fists trembling. But in the end, he knew he had no choice. Under Kakuzu's oppressive presence, resistance was futile. He crouched down, muttering an insincere apology to Hayabusa while hastily gathering the scattered coins. Kakuzu watched in satisfaction, his smirk deepening. Good. Now get lost. With humiliation etched into their faces, the three Hidden Stones Village shinobi left, their defeat complete. Kakuzu turned to Hayabusa, who was still lying on the ground. Can you stand? Her wide, teary eyes met his, and she nodded hesitantly. Then let's get you somewhere safe. He said, his voice unusually gentle. He shifted his focus to targeting Hidden Leaf Village instead. He declared that choosing Hidden Leaf Village as the negotiation site had been a terrible decision. For any future 5 Kage summits, unless the location was outside the 5 great nations, Hidden Stones Village would absolutely refuse to attend. After delivering a harsh condemnation of Hidden Leaf Village, the Sushi Kage had left with his entourage. This was Kakuzu's impression of Hidden Stones Village. These thoughts flashed briefly through Kakuzu's mind before he pulled himself back to the present. His gaze landed on Retsu standing before him. Since the other party clearly had no intention of following his instructions, Kakuzu decided to handle it himself. Extending a hand, he grabbed Retsu by the collar and, with a powerful throw, sent him flying. Boom. Like a cannonball, the man smashed through the ceiling, his entire body shooting out of sight. Witnessing this, the 2 Hidden Stones Village nin nearby were utterly stunned. At that trajectory, even if Retsu survived, he was likely to be permanently crippled. Without pausing, Kakuzu turned to the next Hidden Stones Village nin, who had also attacked a woman earlier. With a casual motion, Kakuzu reached out and grabbed him. You. A blood-curdling scream tore from the man's throat as Kakuzu wrenched his arm clean off. Hey. 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 You're a grown man, what are you crying about? If you're going to cry, do it outside. Kakuzu said impatiently. Annoyed by the noise, he threw the man out as well. Whether he lived or died after landing was no longer Kakuzu's concern. After dealing with them, Kakuzu clapped his hands and turned back. The last remaining Hidden Stones Village nin was trembling uncontrollably, clutching a kunai in his hands. His arms and legs were shaking so much that he couldn't keep a steady grip, and the kunai fell to the ground with a clang. Embarrassment was the least of his concerns. Scrambling, the Hidden Stones Village nin picked the kunai back up, his eyes filled with terror as he stared at Kakuzu. The fate of his 2 companions had made one thing abundantly clear, for Kakuzu, killing them was as effortless as crushing an ant. Overwhelmed by fear, the Hidden Stones Village nin tried to maintain a combat stance befitting a ninja, though his trembling gave him away. Seeing this, Kakuzu let out a dry laugh. Go on, get out of here. He said, waving his hand dismissively. This one wouldn't suffer the same miserable fate as the others, solely because he hadn't joined in on attacking the woman. Before letting him leave, however, Kakuzu added one final warning. Oh, and tell your Hidden Stones Village nin friends when you get back, I'll be stationed here permanently. Unless they want trouble, they'd better stay out of my way. Got it? Why yes. Got it. The last Hidden Stones Village nin swallowed hard, his legs feeling like lead as he forced himself to move. Once he confirmed that Kakuzu wasn't about to attack, He bolted from the underground chamber like his life depended on it. Chapter 85, Complementary Forces. The current Kakuzu was no longer the man who had just crossed into this world years ago. Now, he possessed both power and wealth. Since he chose to revisit this old stomping ground, he naturally became the de facto ruler of the area. The underground laboratory here served as his perfect experimental base. As for the Bounty Exchange Office, its significance was secondary. The exchange offices were a peculiar entity in the shinobi world, a product of the constant rivalry among the major nations. While they could be considered a faction, they lacked a unified organization and combat force. Kakuzu repurposed the exchange office into a mere transit point, dealing solely with task issuance and completion. He left all other matters aside. The upper-level structure of the underground lab was transformed into a restaurant selling Fire Country specialties, including three-colored dango and ramen. Although the taste wasn't as authentic as in the Fire Country, it was sufficient to satisfy hunger. In 2 months, all the arrangements were in place. The restaurant and the exchange office were run by two individuals, Ms. Hanabusa and Heisei Kuno. They handled day-to-day matters, allowing Kakuzu to focus on his experiments in the basement. Sitting quietly in a mink-fur armchair, Kakuzu lifted his sleeve and injected a vial of bloodline essence into his veins. For the past 3 months, he had been integrating this bloodline into his body. Based on his research into the technique Earth Grudge Fear, it would take at least 10 years to fully manifest a KK Genkai. Yet, Kakuzu could distinctly feel the bloodline flowing through him at an unexpectedly rapid pace. Within a revitalized body safeguarded by Earth Grudge Fear, his tissues and cells reacted with the bloodline as if the process were sped up to 2x speed in a normal movie. After extensive probing of his meridians with Earth Grudge Fear threads, Kakuzu reached a conclusion. The reason for the accelerated flow of the bloodline was that it had found a compatible vessel in his water-style heart, his partner. Water-style heart's power stemmed from the first Mizukage, Byakuran. Now that a matching bloodline had fused with it, the combination created a symbiotic relationship. After injecting the bloodline, Kakuzu placed the empty vial on a nearby stool, leaned back in his armchair, and stared at the ceiling, feeling the bloodline coursing through him. With the Mizukage's energy guiding this, there shouldn't be any issues completing the fusion. He murmured. Moreover, the complementary relationship should speed up the process. Perhaps I won't need a decade. Dark style might awaken sooner. In the palm of Kakuzu's right hand, an eye-like pattern faintly emerged. Beyond bloodline fusion, Kakuzu had other experiments underway. One was inspired by an ancient text, The Principles of Reconstructing Animal Physiology, which he had painstakingly acquired. In essence, the text described methods to replicate entire species from a single cell. However, Kakuzu wasn't interested in fully replicating a creature, he only needed parts of it. Inside a large glass container filled with green liquid, white bubbles occasionally floated upward. Suspended within the fluid was a fragment of turtle shell taken from the three tails. A natural energy entity like you must hold the secrets of the world within you. Kakuzu said, his arms crossed as he observed the container with a mix of scientific curiosity and satisfaction. The piece of shell, initially the size of a third of his palm, had grown to cover his entire hand after months of cultivation. This indicated that the three tails' biological tissues were truly regenerating. Given more time, Kakuzu might achieve his intended outcome. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. The wind howled through the skies, and trees swayed violently. It was now year 14 of the new shinobi calendar. Over a decade had passed since the establishment of the 5 great shinobi villages. These years marked a rare period of peace since the Warring States era. Yet, prolonged peace brought its own issues. Many began to grow restless. In Hidden Mist Village, the title of Mizukage had passed to the second Mizukage. As for the fate of the first Mizukage, Byakuran, speculation ran rampant across the shinobi world. Some believed Byakuran had been assassinated. Others claimed he was killed abroad by foreign shinobi. A few even suggested that his death was orchestrated by the second Mizukage, Hazuki Genjutsu. The lack of a clear answer stemmed from Hidden Mist Village's silence on the matter. The village's secrecy not only added to its mystique but also alienated it from the rest of the world. Following Byakuran's demise, another Kage-level figure in the shinobi world also passed away. The first Sushi Kage, Ishikawa, was a legend. Known as the Old Man Who Could Fly, he left his mark in the annals of history during the 5 Kage Summit. Unlike the secluded Hidden Mist Village, Hidden Stones Village was transparent about the cause of the first Sushi Kage's death, a relapse of an old illness. Kakuzu found this explanation quite plausible. Despite their formidable strength, the Kage who stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world weren't immune to the ravages of time. Kakuzu was confident that, except for Hashirama Senshu, the other 4 Kage carried countless hidden injuries from years of relentless battles. Ishikawa, the first Sushi Kage, was already advanced in age, older than even the first Mizukage, Byakuren. The combination of old wounds and natural aging finally took its toll. While it was regrettable that he didn't live to witness the future of the shinobi world, Ishikawa was fortunate in his own way. In a brutal world of endless strife, to pass away peacefully was a rare blessing. Then there was Hidden Sand Village. Militarily and economically the weakest among the 5 great nations, they didn't have much to spare. However, their leader, the first Kazekage, Ritu, was a pragmatic man. His wisdom was evident during the 5 Kage summit when he forfeited the contention for a second-tailed beast to secure benefits for his village. Under his leadership, Hidden Sand Village worked tirelessly to strengthen and develop itself. Through years of dialogue with Hidden Leaf Village, the 2 villages seem to have finally established a connection. The first Kazekage had extended a sincere invitation to Hashirama Senshu, the Hokage, to visit Hidden Sand Village. Officially, the visit was to foster relations between the 2 nations. In reality, Ritu sought Hashirama's assistance with his wood style to create an oasis in the Land of Wind's harsh deserts, which would bolster Hidden Sand Village's economy. Hashirama would likely agree to such a proposal. After all, it would help countless impoverished citizens of the Land of Wind while also strengthening ties between the 2 nations. Why not? Rumor had it that Hashirama would soon depart for Hidden Sand Village. As for Hidden Clouds Village, they were far less restrained. Shaped by their geography and history, Hidden Clouds Village had been a militaristic nation since its founding. Both their citizens and shinobi were known for their fiery tempers, leading to frequent skirmishes along the border with Hidden Leaf Village. The news of Hashirama's impending visit to Hidden Sand Village had reached even Hidden Clouds Village's ears, stirring unrest along the borders once again. Regarding the first Raikage, Kakuzu had only one reaction, a scoff. Judging by the Raikage's explosive temper, Kakuzu was certain he'd stir up trouble sooner or later. When that day came, if he truly provoked Hidden Leaf Village into an all-out retaliation, the Raikage's downfall would be inevitable. Lest anyone forget, Hidden Leaf Village was at its peak, reigning supreme among the 5 great nations. As for Kakuzu himself, he had spent the past 2 years mostly secluded in his laboratory, steering clear of external affairs. Yet, to his surprise, even though he hadn't stepped foot outside, his name had still spread far and wide. Chapter 86, Kakuzu's Bounty. Lord Kakuzu, here's the latest bounty list circulating in the market. Care to take a look? It's quite interesting. Teased Hanabusa, lounging on Kakuzu's lap with a playful grin. She was dressed in a revealing outfit, her tone full of mischief. Kakuzu, seated comfortably in a fur-lined armchair, lazily stroked Hanabusa's shoulder with one hand while holding a wine glass in the other. The scene exuded leisure and indulgence. Seeing Hanabusa's teasing smile, Kakuzu set down his wine glass and accepted the bounty list she handed over. The first image on the bounty poster depicted a tall, imposing man with spiked black hair slicked back in a perfect pompadour. His sharp eyes and chiseled features radiated determination, while his muscular physique, with its defined and interwoven contours, made him look both powerful and intimidating. Raising an eyebrow, Kakuzu's interest was piqued. This artist has some skill. They've managed to capture about 3 parts of my handsomeness and 3 parts of my imposing presence. Perhaps I'll let them off the hook this time. Hanabusa giggled, covering her mouth with her hand. Indeed, Lord Kakuzu? Quite the masterpiece. She replied with a smirk. Kakuzu didn't say more, his gaze shifting down to the bounty amount listed below the portrait. The relaxed expression on his face quickly turned to a frown. His sharp eyes scanned the number several times to confirm it. 5,190,000 ryo. Yes, that was the figure. Kakuzu's current bounty on the black market. What the hell? Is that all I'm worth? Kakuzu muttered, pinching Hanabusa's cheek with his calloused hand, eliciting a playful squeal from her. Truth be told, seeing that number left Kakuzu feeling a bit dejected. As someone who had reincarnated into this world, he couldn't help but compare his value against others on the black market. Take, for instance, Sarutobi Asuma, the son of the future 3rd Hokage. In the original timeline, Asuma was defeated by Kakuzu, yet his bounty was a solid 3.5 million ryo. In other words, Kakuzu's value was only a little more than 1.5 Asuma's. Of course, this comparison wasn't entirely fair. Decades of inflation would surely impact bounty values. Still, using Asuma as a benchmark, it was clear that back in his father's era, Hidden Leaf Village was filled with shinobi of equal or greater renown: Kakashi Hatake, Might Guy, Kurenai Yui, Anko Mitarashi, Ibiki Morino, Hayashi Hyuga, Shikakunara, Inoichi Yamanaka, Choza Akimaki, Tsuman Yuzuka, and Shibuya Barame, all loyal subordinates to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Not to mention Hiruzen's rebellious 3 disciples and the numerous skilled operatives in the Anbu and Route. With such a lineage of talent under his command, It wouldn't be surprising if Hiruzan's own bounty was 5 or 6 tiers above Asuma's. That would place the third Hokage's value at approximately 200 million ryo. Lost in his thoughts, Kakuzu snapped back to reality and patted Hayabusa's back. She understood the gesture and retrieved a few more bounty posters, setting them before him before settling back onto his lap. Kakuzu glanced at the next poster. The face on it was unmistakable, long, flowing hair and a strong, angular jawline, the very image of Senju Hashirama. The bounty listed for the first Hokage was a staggering 170 million ryo. Kakuzu chuckled bitterly. The inflation of future bounties has truly gone through the roof. I wonder how Sarutobi would feel seeing his bounty surpassing the first Hokage's in a few decades. He pondered the question for a moment and arrived at a conclusion. Sarutobi would probably be overjoyed. By then, he'd have grown into the strongest Hokage, surpassing his predecessors. How delightful. Kakuzu placed the poster aside and took another sip of wine. My bounty still has room for improvement, doesn't it? He remarked casually. Hayabusa nodded in agreement. Lord Kakuzu, we still have the corpse of the first Mizukage, do we not? Hidden Mist Village had publicly announced that the second Mizukage, Hazuki Genjutsu, had taken over leadership. However, they avoided discussing the fate of the first Mizukage, leading to rampant speculation. Some believed the first Mizukage's death involved a massive conspiracy. Others thought he had retired from the shinobi world in secret. Whatever the case, the mystery only fueled public curiosity, making him a hot topic of discussion. Ironically, even as the first Mizukage's body lay cold in a freezer, his name grew more renowned across the shinobi world. This surge in fame only intensified the demand for his corpse. Numerous enemies declared they would not rest until they saw his body, causing his bounty to soar past 7.1 million ryo. Excellent. He no longer holds much strategic value. I'll sell him to a bounty exchange. Kakuzu decided. However, he paused, his hand on Hayabusa's shoulder. I'll take his body to a more distant exchange to avoid unnecessary complications. Kakuzu added thoughtfully. If word got out that Kakuzu was the one who killed the first Mizukage, his bounty would undoubtedly skyrocket past 7 million ryo, possibly even reaching 8 million ryo. At this point, Kakuzu's power and chakra had already reached the level of 5 elite Jonin combined, plus 1 Kage-level expert. The surging power coursed through his entire body, and his chakra replenished rapidly. Raising his arm and clenching his fist, he could feel the endless flow of strength. This was the true foundation of a ninja's security, the key to Kakuzu's immortality, and the most exhilarating sensation of all. Taking a deep breath, Kakuzu felt a clarity and vigor unlike anything he had ever experienced. His mood was bold and expansive, though there was still one thing that left him slightly dissatisfied. While he had absorbed the lifelong water-style mastery of the first Mizukage, along with a vast amount of chakra, it seemed he had not awakened the dark style. KK Genkai. On reflection, it made sense. If the Earth Grudge Fear technique truly had the power to seize KK Genkai, then Kakuzu would have been an even more complete version of Hiruko from the original story. But that didn't matter. Now that the forbidden jutsu of Shimura was in his hands, Kakuzu had already formed a rough plan in his mind for awakening the dark style. Without delay, Kakuzu crouched down, laying the Mizukage's corpse flat on the water's surface. Reaching behind him, he retrieved a scroll secured at his waist. The scroll wasn't particularly large, about 30 to 40 centimeters wide and several meters long when fully unfurled. As he spread it open, various sealing runes came into view, intricately drawn across its surface. Adjusting the Mizukage's body so it lay atop the scroll, Kakuzu quickly formed a series of hand seals. Finally, he placed one hand over the center of the sealing array. Seal, release. With his command, the runes on the scroll erupted in a cloud of white smoke. Bang! The smoke billowed upward, rising from the scroll and drifting toward Kakuzu's brow. Moments later, the smoke dissipated, and along with it, the body of the Mizukage, Byakuren, vanished entirely. Closing the scroll with practiced efficiency, Kakuzu glanced at the tightly sealed parchment in his hand. For a brief moment, irritation flickered across his face. Even though he had claimed Byakuren's heart and power, Kakuzu could never forget one critical fact: that bastard had swallowed 30 million ryo of his money, and there was no chance of getting it back. But Kakuzu wasn't about to let it slide. Not a chance. Even if Byakuren had to work himself to the bone as a ghost in the afterlife, he'd better cough up every last coin. Chapter 87, A Local War. Hayabusa, I'll be heading to Hidden Leaf Village. Over the next few months, I'll rely on you to keep things in order here. If the glassware shows any signs of cracking again, replace it immediately. Kakuzu instructed as he observed the freshly replaced glass container, within which floated a piece of tortoise shell. Hayabusa nodded seriously. Understood, Kakuzu-sama. Leave it to me. With her response, Kakuzu stopped wasting time. After packing his essentials, he prepared to leave. From the map, the Land of Fire was directly south, a short journey. However, before heading to Hidden Leaf Village, Kakuzu needed to deal with the Mizukage's corpse. Since the death of the first Mizukage, Byakuran, his reputation had only grown, becoming a focal point of attention in the ninja world. Despite the seemingly calm surface, tensions ran deep beneath the surface. Kakuzu had no intention of drawing unnecessary attention to himself during such a precarious time. His plan? Dispose of Byakuran's body far from here, creating a diversion that might stir trouble elsewhere while ensuring his own safety. After consulting the map of bounty exchange points, Kakuzu settled on the Land of Moon, a location nestled between the borders of the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. With its strategic position, it was plausible that even shinobi from the Land of Earth could become involved. Once the body was discarded there, it would undoubtedly cause a stir in the ninja world. However, the majority of the suspicion would likely fall on the three great nations, keeping Kakuzu out of the spotlight. Without hesitation, Kakuzu set out, traveling swiftly along the borders of the Land of Fire. After 3 days, he arrived at the Land of Moon. When he finally spotted the bounty exchange point, Kakuzu couldn't help but scowl. What the hell? Another toilet? Suppressing his irritation, he proceeded inside. Why did these people have such a fetish for hiding underground exchange points beneath restrooms? It was baffling. Descending into the dimly lit basement, he was greeted by a shifty-eyed middle-aged man who clearly ran the place. Kakuzu produced a scroll and unsealed Byakuran's corpse before the man. When the middle-aged man saw the body, his expression froze. He never imagined that the infamous first Mizukage, whose name had echoed throughout the ninja world in recent years, would one day end up in his bounty exchange. This was beyond shocking. Once the news spread, this location would undoubtedly gain legendary status in the black market. This. The man hesitated, raising his head as though trying to get a good look at Kakuzu's face. But Kakuzu's mask concealed his features, and the cold gleam in his exposed eyes sent a shiver down the man's spine. He immediately realized that if Kakuzu had taken down the first Mizukage, killing him would be child's play. Swallowing his words, the man hurried to retrieve the payment. Moments later, a large suitcase was placed before Kakuzu. Here you are, 7,100,000 ryo. This was the largest sum Kakuzu had ever earned in one go. Feeling the weight of the suitcase, which was almost double his usual haul, Kakuzu felt an inexplicable surge of exhilaration, a strange sense of pride akin to that of a nouveau riche. You! Don't move, or I'll kill you. The icy threat froze the man in place, but Kakuzu paid him no further attention. Sitting down, he opened the suitcase and began counting the bills, one by one. Swish. 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 The rhythmic sound of bills being flipped filled the room. Time passed slowly, the monotonous counting seemingly endless. The middle-aged man, initially nervous, eventually grew drowsy. That was until the end. 7,096. 7,097. 7,098. Kakuzu's voice trailed off. Then, silence. The middle-aged man jolted awake, his eyes widening in panic as Kakuzu's sharp gaze pierced through him. Where are the last 2 bills? Kakuzu's voice was as cold as ice. The man stammered, unsure whether to explain that Kakuzu might have miscounted or that he could have made a mistake when packing the money. However, he knew better than to say anything. Kakuzu had already risen to his full height, his towering figure casting a shadow over the man. Just then, boom. The basement trembled violently. Hey, so you're trying to short me, huh? Kakuzu's eyes gleamed with dangerous amusement. His sharp senses told him that the tremor was caused by a nearby battle. And no. It's not me, I swear. It's the armies of Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Clouds Village, they're fighting again. Kakuzu's eyes narrowed as he looked up. A crack had appeared in the ceiling, and some unknown liquid began to drip through. If he remembered correctly, the facility above this exchange point was. Crap. 20 minutes later. The ceiling finally collapsed with a loud crash, flooding the basement with water from the destroyed restroom above. The bounty exchange was effectively ruined. Dragging the trembling middle-aged man with him, Kakuzu emerged into the open air, suitcase in hand. The middle-aged supervisor's legs buckled in fear as he knelt before Kakuzu, trembling uncontrollably. He would never know that the loss of just 2 large bills could lead to catastrophic destruction. This time, however, the situation carried a hint of uniqueness. Kakuzu's gaze shifted into the distance, as if he could see the looming fires of war. He tossed a suitcase onto the ground in front of the supervisor. Deliver this to the location I specified. Otherwise, your life is forfeit. Understand? The lifeless look in Kakuzu's eyes sent chills down the man's spine. He shivered, his teeth chattering as he nodded frantically. He knew all too well that Kakuzu could snuff out his life with a mere breath. To escape with his life intact was already a stroke of misfortune turned fortune. The supervisor struggled to his feet, his body trembling, and nodded repeatedly, assuring Kakuzu he would deliver the money to the specified location. As for whether he would dare skim 7.1 million from Kakuzu? Hey, the entire shinobi world likely wouldn't have someone foolish enough to try. After giving his instructions, Kakuzu vanished in a flash. When he reappeared, he was atop a steep cliff, overlooking a scene below. His body crouched slightly as he observed carefully. Down below, two groups faced each other. One wore the standard green flak jackets of Hidden Leaf Village. The other group was more plainly dressed, donning white and deep blue armor, clearly shinobi from Hidden Cloud's village. Each side seemed to number in the hundreds, perhaps 200 or 300 each. It wasn't a large-scale conflict, more like a skirmish along the border. These types of clashes were common, just enough to draw some blood and provoke accusations from both sides, followed by the inevitable war of words. Such incidents were almost routine along the borderlines. But this time, Kakuzu noticed something particularly intriguing. At the forefront of the Hidden Clouds village forces stood a middle-aged man with dark skin and a head of curly hair. While this wasn't an unusual look for Hidden Clouds village shinobi, this man's face triggered a memory in Kakuzu's mind. It was unmistakable. This was the first Raikage. Kakuzu's mind was razor-sharp when it came to money, and the face of a man with a bounty was not something he would forget. The first Raikage, known for his volatile temper and unpredictable personality, had seen his bounty skyrocket. The most recent bounty poster placed him at an astonishing 82.3 million ryo. To be honest, this amount was second only to Hashirama Senju's 170 million and Madara Uchiha's 168 million, making the Raikage one of the most valuable targets in the shinobi world. And now, here he was, personally leading an attack. This matched recent rumors circulating in the shinobi world. With Hashirama busy in the Land of Wind, the Raikage was looking to stir up trouble. The Raikage's fierce expression and booming voice commanded the Hidden Clouds village forces to charge at Hidden Leaf Village's troops. True to his reputation, he led the charge himself, his body crackling with lightning as he moved. The shinobi of Hidden Clouds village had honed their lightning-style taijutsu to perfection, and this time, the Raikage intended to teach Hidden Leaf Village a lesson. On the other side, Hidden Leaf Village wasn't backing down. The leader of their forces, a man in his 50s, raised his hand and signaled for a countercharge. The Hidden Leaf Village shinobi surged forward to meet their attackers. Kakuzu squinted at the Hidden Leaf Village leader. He didn't recognize the man, but based on his attire and demeanor, Kakuzu had already formed a guess about his identity. As the two sides clashed, the battlefield roared with the sounds of battle, thunder, and cries of defiance. Kakuzu's eyes gleamed with cold calculation, the flames of war reflecting in his unfeeling gaze. Chapter 88, Divine Sky Strike. Hyuga Tenin, the first patriarch of the Hyuga clan in Hidden Leaf Village. Once ranked third on the black market's bounty list, he was the supreme military commander of Hidden Leaf Village's northwestern defenses, a figure of true authority. Some claimed his strength rivaled that of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Kakuzu suspected such claims were likely exaggerated by members of the Hyuga clan themselves. After all, in later years, the Hyuga were known for one thing, proudly proclaiming, "The Hyuga are Hidden Leaf Village's strongest." Exaggeration or not, money didn't lie. Hyuga Tenin's current bounty on the black market was a staggering 80 million ryo, enough to make anyone wary. Standing atop a cliff, Kakuzu rubbed his thumb and forefinger together, his gaze fixed on Hyuga Tenin. He muttered, almost as if speaking to himself, "He truly is a formidable one." Back on the battlefield, the clash of two armies was a cacophony of steel and cries. Charge! Kill! Arg! The shinobi of Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Leaf Village glared at each other with bloodshot eyes, their veins bulging as they gripped their kunai. Each scream and shout was an effort to drive their blades into the enemy's chest. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke and chaos, yet one unwritten rule from the Warring States period still held firm: soldier faces soldier, general faces general, clan head faces clan head. The commanders of both sides, hardened veterans steeped in bloodshed, instinctively cleared a space on the battlefield for their duel. Hyuga Tenin. Did you see it? This is the gift I've prepared for you. The thunderous voice of the first Raikage roared like a storm. Truth be told, every time he faced Hyuga Tenin, he felt insulted. As the leader of a village, battling merely a clan head with a bloodline limit seemed beneath him. But not today. Today, he was ready. Today, he would deliver a message Hidden Leaf Village would never forget. Across the field, Hyuga Tenin planted his feet firmly, one palm extended forward and the other guarding his chest, a textbook gentle fist stance. The veins near his Byakugan bulged as the Dujutsu activated, providing him a perfect view of the battlefield. Through his Byakugan, Hyuga Tenin saw the scene 5 kilometers away. Over 500 Hidden Clouds village shinobi lay in ambush in the desert. The moment the Raikage broke through the front lines, those hidden troops would strike, dealing Hidden Leaf village a devastating blow. Despite the dire situation, Hyuga Tenin remained composed. His Byakugan flicked to the rear, spotting an ally. Sifu. Signal the main camp. Tell them to send reinforcements immediately. The addressed shinobi, a blonde named Yamanaka Sifu, was an excellent sensory ninja and the battlefield's communications specialist. Upon receiving the order, Sifu immediately retreated to relay the message. Hyuga Tenin was about to issue further commands when the Raikage interrupted. Stop struggling, Tenin. Even if your reinforcements arrive, by the time they do, this position will be in ruins. Is that so? Hyuga Tenin retorted, thrusting a palm forward. The sheer force of his chakra pushed the Raikage back. As long as I'm here, this position will not fall. It wasn't arrogance, it was unshakable confidence. He was the Hyuga clan's patriarch, after all. Ha! Tenin, you're far too confident. Today, I'll show you the gift I've prepared for you. The first Raikage took a step back, shifting into a sturdy stance, his fists spreading wide. As his roar echoed, lightning surged across his body like writhing serpents, crackling with power. His hair stood on end as arcs of electricity illuminated his form. Suddenly, boom! A black mist exploded from the Raikage's body, and blood seeped from his skin. Yet the Raikage seemed unfazed, his eyes burning with a singular goal, to defeat Hyuga Tenin and cement his legacy as Raikage. Madman! Hyuga Tenin muttered. He recognized the Raikage's self-created taijutsu technique, lightning-style chakra mode. It dramatically enhanced speed and strength, pushing the user's body to terrifying limits. However, the technique was incomplete and inflicted severe damage on the user each time it was activated. Today, the Raikage had pushed it to its absolute maximum, enough to harm even himself. The Raikage surged forward, his fists crackling with electricity. Do you know where the name Raikage comes from? Question mark. Boom. The Raikage's lightning-clad fist crashed forward like an unstoppable cannonball. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. The Hyuga clan's famed ultimate defense spun to life. While rotation was often called absolute, no defense was truly invincible. Just as even the strongest, Hashirama Senshu, eventually fell before the 6 paths, so too could rotation be broken by overwhelming speed and power. Crack. The Raikage's relentless assault shattered rotation. Hyuga Tenin skidded backward, blood spraying into the air as he struggled to keep his footing. Hyuga Tenin gritted his teeth, maintaining a steadfast expression. Yet, deep down, he understood the blow to morale that a commander retreating even a single step could deal to their forces. Calmly assessing the situation, he acknowledged the truth: the reckless Raikage, charging like a maddened beast, was indeed a difficult opponent. Defeating him would require more than conventional tactics. Resolving himself, Tenin steeled his heart. As the commander of Hidden Leaf Village's forces and a leader of countless shinobi, he bore the responsibility of protecting the civilians of the Land of Fire who stood behind him. Retreating even an inch would mean ceding precious ground, and that was something Hyuga Tenin would never allow. The veins on either side of Tenin's Byakugan suddenly disappeared as he deactivated his ability to see through chakra pathways. Ha! What's this? You've turned off the Byakugan you used to read my movements? The Raikage's wild laughter echoed across the battlefield. Don't tell me you've realized you can't target my chakra points anymore. Ha ha ha. What the Raikage didn't notice, however, was that Tenin's Byakugan had begun to gleam. The light in his eyes, while subtle, gave his gaze an extraordinary brilliance. Tenin assumed a gentle fist stance, his expression calm and serene, as though the world around him had stilled. In that instant, his Byakugan ascended to an unprecedented level. The Byakugan. All things, every detail, every fragment of the universe, lay before him, encompassed within the 8 trigrams formation he stood upon. Raw. Die. With a deafening roar, the Raikage unleashed his full strength. Black smoke erupted from his body as he pushed himself to his absolute limits, aiming to shatter Hidden Leaf Village's defenses in a single blow. In response, Tenin leapt into the air with explosive force. From above, he delivered a crushing fist, its size comparable to a massive truck. The devastating blow descended upon the Raikage's head like divine judgment. The Raikage, cloaked in lightning, attempted to counter, but, ZT. The lightning flickered and died, unable to stop the colossal punch. Boom. The earth caved in, leaving a massive crater in its wake. Within it, there was no trace of the Raikage's body, only a pool of blood and scattered remnants. A single severed arm, flung from the wreckage, landed nearby. Tenin descended to the ground, one knee touching the surface. His pupils trembled, his body quivering faintly, but he refused to show weakness. Rising, he looked toward the aftermath. There was no sign of the Raikage's corpse, only a vast imprint of his fist, stained with blood and debris. The Raikage, the once mighty ruler who had brought chaos to Hidden Cloud's village, had been obliterated in a single strike. All that remained of him was his severed arm, a grim reminder of his defeat. For a moment, silence fell over the battlefield. An eerie, absolute silence, where even the faintest sound could be heard. The chaos was over. The legacy of Hidden Cloud's village's fearsome leader had ended in an instant. Chapter 89, Debt Collector. The battlefield was in chaos. Raikage-sama. No. This can't be true. Hurry. Retrieve Raikage-sama's body. The first Raikage, a formidable leader and symbol of Hidden Cloud's village's strength, had been defeated in a single move by Hyuga Tenin. This shocking news would undoubtedly shake the world and bring unimaginable disgrace to Hidden Cloud's village. However, the current Hidden Cloud's village nin had no time to dwell on their village's honor. Their commander had fallen. The army was leaderless, and without their pillar of strength, the battle was rapidly losing meaning. A few quick-thinking Hidden Cloud's village jonin immediately acted, realizing that now wasn't the time to mourn. Covering each other, they rushed to retrieve the severed arm of the Raikage. For shinobi, dying on the battlefield was an all-too-common fate. Their comrades' final act of respect was to ensure that they were honored in death, their remains buried with dignity. For the first Raikage, all that remained in this world was a single arm, his last proof of existence, the only token of his legacy. Retreat. Fall back now. The Hidden Cloud's village nin carrying the Raikage's arm roared the order, and the rest of the Hidden Cloud's village forces immediately responded. They moved swiftly, retreating under heavy pressure. In mere minutes, the tides of the battlefield shifted dramatically. The Hidden Cloud's village nin were now fleeing in disarray. Meanwhile, after a brief moment of shock,